So, hey everyone, how are you all? I hope you all are good and welcome to my channel, and today I narrate a story about what if Naruto was a prodigy of the Uchiha and Senju lineages. And this is part 4 of this story, and if you want the next part of this story, so comment down fast. If you reach 50 likes, I'll upload it for you, and without further suspense, let's get into the video. Menma left the room with Jiraiya. To tell the truth, he was very confused once Naruto told him to enter the room. With that face he was not going to deny that it had scared him a little. Then he tried to calm down as much as he could and limited himself to listening to a little babbling and then struggling, and yet, he didn't know why he hadn't come out to help. If it was obvious that they were fighting, then why didn't he come out? Then he realized that this was a delicate topic and maybe that's why he hadn't come out at all that time. He heard Sasuke and Kiyomi arrive, then the Rasengan, the two strange people escaped, an argument, and then. Jiraiya entered the room. He asked him how he was and if he had hurt himself, then they went out and the first thing he saw was Naruto looking at a large hole in the wall. So you're okay after all? Well, yes, it wasn't as bad as I thought. Yes, Naruto sounded somewhat confused. Okay, said Menma, sharply, it wasn't like he would get involved in those matters, he knows they are delicate. Well, I guess today was a hard day, at least for you, so how about you rest a little, eh? Tomorrow we will continue with the trip and this time we will go running, we will reach the town in less than 2 hours, okay, but what about that? Naruto pointed to the large hole in the wall. So that, you can't I don't know take care of that with a little genjutsu? You know. No way, those people have nothing to do with what happened, it's bad to leave them with those expenses because of our irresponsibility, we will pay for it, Naruto corrected his sensei. Well, there you are, I have nothing to do with it. The Redeed was about to enter the room again. Oh no, I'm sure you'll help your godfather with this. What about what? Are you crazy? Said Menma. Don't worry, I know you'll earn that money again, soon at some point, said Jiraiya. That's not worth it. Naruto could only smile. Suddenly, a kunai stabbed into the wall behind them. Hey, what's that? Naruto said. Everyone had let their guard down when dynamic entry. Guy entered with a big kick that landed on Jiraiya's face. Several things would have to be explained the next day. The hotel collectors were surprised to see that the 3 Konoha ninjas had left them more money than they had to pay. Perhaps it had something to do with the giant hole at the end of the hallway, although they said it was for hospitality. Naruto, Jiraiya and Menma continued advancing quickly through the forest. Jiraiya had said that they wouldn't last even 2 hours, so they were calm. That lady was suspicious of us, said Menma. You know what, she should be grateful that we didn't run away and pay her, said the Sannin. Well, we just left the money with an excuse, whatever that works. 1 hour 30 minutes later, 8 hours before the arrival of Naruto, Jiraiya and Menma. The blonde woman was walking down a lonely street right next to a large stone wall. Behind her, a girl with short black hair followed her steps with a little pig in her arms. Tsunade-sama, are you heading downtown to gamble again? You know Shizune, this time I feel like I woke up with good luck, maybe I'll have a good streak today, having said that the other days it doesn't seem like those words have any power. Shizune had witnessed the bad luck that this woman has. The two continued walking in silence until suddenly they felt 2 presences appear out of nowhere. A pleasure to see you again, dear companion. A playful and evil voice sounded behind Tsunade and her student. What are you doing here, Orochimaru? Tsunade said, a calm voice coming from the woman. Well, the truth is I don't have the time for detours, so, I'm going to get to the point. I want you to help me with a situation, said Orochimaru. At the snake statement, Tsunade turned her head. Body to see his former companion, being surprised at the appearance of the Sannin's arms. What happened to you? Now what did you do? You can see it as a punishment for attacking the blade. You deserve that. What, does that bother you? I thought you didn't have affection for the leaf. It's not that, you know well that I hate that place, it's just that I find it funny that it backfired on you, had the blonde mocked the snake. Don't make fun of Orochimaru-sama, said Kabuto, who was accompanying Orochimaru. So this is your minion, huh? Make him shut up or I'll beat him up. You shouldn't underestimate Kabuto, he could fight Kakashi hand to hand anyway. Tell me, who left your hands like that? Was it the 4th Hokage? Indeed, although it is sad that it cost him his life. What are you saying? You're telling me that you killed Minato? Tsunade seemed to clench her fists. Well, he sacrificed himself to stop my biggest technique so far, but that bastard managed to take my hands with all my jutsus. I see, that makes you angry, doesn't it? That's right, but I would like to know if you could fix them. Why would I help you? You're the best medical ninja in the world and the role of doctors is to help those in need, right? It would be better if the person in need is not a crazy scientist. Okay, I understand that you distrust me, but what do you think is a deal? What are we talking about, huh? Tsunade asked to find out what Orochimaru would give her. To tell the truth, she didn't expect much, she didn't want anything like this. You make my arms go back to normal, and I bring them back to life. What do you mean you bring them back to life? Who are you talking about? You know, from Dan and Nawaki at the mention of those names, Tsunade froze. Impossible, how can I guarantee that you're really not joking? One jutsu will be enough, I'm sure you know his name Ito-tensei. I will think about it, okay, take your time. Orochimaru and Kabuto left. Tsunade-sama, if you let me have my say, I don't think you should accept the deal with him, you already know how tricky he is, how about we go downtown now? Tsunade ignored what Shizune said and continued forward, the black-haired girl just sighed. 8 hours later. Jiraiya, Naruto and Menma had arrived at the town where the Sannin toads had located the Senju woman. At first glance the town looked busy, it was then that Jiraiya spoke. Well, the first thing you should know is that this town loves to gamble. There are quite a few games that you can try, although well, I don't recommend it since you must not have that much money, plus your luck. Well, it's not really that I want to bet, I already have enough money saved from ninja missions, said Naruto. Menma took out a frog-shaped purse, which Jiraiya himself had given him. Well, actually if it weren't for Oka-sen I wouldn't have saved so much. Menma looked inside. Damn, these brats, how do you guys have so much money? Well, we didn't spend it on alcohol, and well sluts, didn't my mother tell you about the basic rules of ninja, said Menma. That's nothing, I'm a grown man, said Jiraiya. Anyway, if we start searching now, it's better that they take off their ninja bands. If Tsunade sees us first, she will escape when she sees the leaf band. Wow, that old lady is going to be a pain. Menma began to take off his ninja headband, his short locks now free. Meh, although I don't understand it, if he sees you he won't run away anyway. Naruto said, taking off the band, blowing some strands. Well yes, but I'll intercept her quickly, and besides, she'll think twice when she sees me. One way or the other, okay, let's split up to search. Jiraiya went one way, leaving Naruto and Menma alone. Well, I guess we should start looking, let's go. Naruto began to walk, followed closely by the retreat. Hey, a question. Menma addressed the Uchiha. Tell me what's wrong. This about Itachi. Naruto remained silent, waiting for the question. I was wondering, why don't you hate him? Normally I would tell you it's something personal, I understand. Well, calm down, thank you. Naruto was actually grateful not to have to tell Menma all that, although he didn't understand why he asked in the first place. A few minutes passed until Menma took out a rubber ball from his backpack. And so? Well, I do it because it's entertaining. If Hiro Sennin taught you the Rasengan you should understand it. Yes, can you give me one? Here. Menma took out another one, handing it to Naruto. The point is that it doesn't explode, I have it. Naruto and Menma walked through the village in silence. During the journey, Menma observed boys his age, who apparently did not seem to be ninja. For a moment he wondered what his life would have been like if he had never been a shinobi. There were also groups of girls who surreptitiously looked at the Uchiha in front of him with a soft red on their faces. Oh wow, the Uchiha charm, I wonder how it feels. The Uzumaki didn't know that the only girl that was even in the boy's head was another black-haired woman with the same clan name. Then Menma remembered Hinata. Why do I remember her now? Menma thought. Jiraiya landed behind them. What's up? Nothing yet, we don't know exactly where to look. Well, you should know that Tsunade likes alcohol and especially gambling, we could start looking for stalls like that. Jiraiya pointed to a stall where a lady had some lottery tickets. The two approached the young lady's stall. Excuse me, ma'am, have you by any chance seen a lady of approximately 50 years old, blonde and with honey eyes? Menma asked. Well no, young man, but how about you play a little, what do you say, if you win you could earn money, the woman persuaded Menma, who looked at Naruto. The Uchiha shrugged his shoulders. I don't see why not, try it. After all, if you lose you will only lose a little money, and if somehow you win, then congratulations. Jiraiya watched from a distance as Menma bought a lottery ticket. Heh, deluded people, these people are very good at cheating, they could be taking all the money if they wanted to, the odds of them winning are too low after a while. Jiraiya watched with envy as Menma hugged his frog purse, which was too full of money, some bills falling out. Chubby, you are prettier, don't you think so, little frog? Yes, you are. Naruto looked at Menma with a smile, still playing with the rubber ball. Hey Naruto, look at that game. Menma pointed to another stall. That one over there? Why not try it? Heh, I'm sure that was a lot of luck, but that doesn't happen again. Naruto was in front of the stall, with all the games solved. Wow. You're really good. Menma said, seeing how Naruto had a bear doll in his hand, plus he had more money. Well, actually I guess I'm lucky. He maybe Kiyomi will like this bear. The bear disappeared in a ball of smoke, indicating that it has been sealed. What's wrong? These guys are very good. I'm envious. Wait, think on the bright side, this could help us find Tsunade. Jiraiya walked towards a stall, followed by his lucky students. The Sannin asked the owner of the establishment. Excuse me, good man, have you seen a lady with blonde hair, possibly and two low pigtails, and also with honey-colored eyes? I may have seen her. Oh yeah, tell me where you went please. Wait a minute, friend, if you want information, you'll have to bet. How about a simple game of dice? Said the man. I accept, if I win you will give me the information, won't you? That's right. But you have to give me something in return, how about 1000 ryo? What? It's okay, I can't take a step back anymore. Alright, what do you choose? Fair okay, will I choose odd, the man threw the dice, they bounced, the sound of the dice hitting the ground marked Jiraiya's heartbeat, the 2 dice began to stop showing that they would land with a 4 and a 3. Oh no, that's odd. Naruto looked at the 2 dice. At this rate we will lose. I have an idea. Naruto expelled a large amount of chakra, causing the chakra inside the rubber ball to explode in a large gust of wind, which moved the dice, making the die of the 3 will change to a 2. Haha great Naruto. Jiraiya gave a confident laugh. You see friend, it seems like I won. What? Really? Wow. So we headed to a bar. Well, it was logical said Menma. A question Jiraiya sensei. Tell me Naruto, he said he wanted to train something with me. Of course, you see, it's something about the Rasengan. Menma paid attention. You see, Minato created the Rasengan using chakra shape manipulation, which simply affects its contour, but Minato had a dream that the Rasengan would also handle elemental manipulation, turning the Rasengan into a jutsu that controls both shape and element of the chakra. That's why he said that the Rasengan was incomplete, so you want to know if we can complete it, right? Naruto guessed correctly. That's right, I want to try to complete my student's jutsu, I think it would be a great honor for him. Well, I accept the challenge. I like that, but first we must find Tsunade. The 3 entered a bar. Jiraiya observed a woman sitting, he recognized her immediately. There you are Tsunade. The subtlety had been put aside by the white-haired Sannin. Jiraiya. The girl couldn't believe what she saw, so much so that she stood up from her seat, revealing her 2 great blessings. What the hell, are you telling me that woman is 50 years old? Menma thought. Naruto didn't look fazed by the woman's body, he had something else on his mind. What are you doing here Jiraiya? Calm down a little, okay. Let's talk. Jiraiya and the 2 boys approached the woman. Everyone sat down, Tsunade at least let them eat the food that she herself had ordered, while Jiraiya and Menma ate, Naruto kept his margin, quiet and serene. This is like a reunion, many faces from the past suddenly appear, are you talking about Orochimaru? Shizune, who was next to Tsunade was surprised that Jiraiya guessed. We just greeted each other, nothing more Tsunade said. So, what brings you here? The Sannin asked her former partner. I'm going to get to the point, Konoha has chosen you as the Goddamn Hokage. Tsunade opened her eyes wide, but she remained silent in the first room, the news had left her a little shocked, the silence seemed eternal, Jiraiya continued eating calmly, waiting for his friend to continue talking, since he knew her so well, he knew she would try to divert the topic. And who are the 2 brats that come with you? Them 2. Well, you should already know the one on my left, he is Minato and Kushina's son, Menma Uzumaki, in fact, you are his godmother, Kushina chose you. Tsunade maintained her silence again, and then asked about the other boy. And this to my right is Naruto Uchiha, I have taken him as a student, okay, once again there was silence. I'll repeat it to you Tsunade, the village has chosen you as the Goddamn Hokage, do you accept? Absolutely not. Menma widened his eyes at that. Naruto was simply surprised, but he didn't express it. What do you mean, why not? Jiraiya insisted. Well, the Hokage is simply a fool's job. This time, Menma had gotten angry, they just indirectly insulted his father. Calm down Menma Jiraiya whispered to the boy. What are your reasons for saying that, huh? Because of the blush on your cheeks, or I make you nervous because of my incredible attitude and beauty, which is most likely, or you're too drunk to say that, the white-haired Sannin juiced, asking for the woman's reason for declining in such a rude manner. Believe me, I'm drunk, but I'm sane enough to know what I'm saying. Then give me your reasons for not being one. The Hokage is a position for fools, locking yourself in an office just to sign and leave the paperwork aside, plus, each one was willing to give their lives for the village, which culminated in everyone dying before they should. Tsunade, even if she didn't want to. Seemed to be mocking the Hokages. I'm tired of this old woman, she's insulting my father, she's insulting my sister's dream. Menma stood up against Jiraiya's warnings. Listen to me, old lady. I won't let you insult my family just like that when you're just an inept person who runs away from things. Menma, please don't talk to Tsunade-sama like that. I don't care. Is the Sannin a real title? Or is it just a nickname given to them by that shinobi whom they couldn't beat? Unlike you, my father earned everyone's respect, the Sandaime too. He sacrificed himself and people respect him and love him despite his mistakes, but what will they think of you? An old woman who ran away because she couldn't bear the pain. To me. You are nothing more than a little girl who doesn't know who to blame, and she prefers to blame the village that gave her everything and saw her grow, betraying her. Your child. Tsunade grabbed Menma's shirt collar. You don't know anything, you're just spoiled, you don't know pain. Well, I'm spoiled. But losing that person who spoiled me so much was painful, more than you think. Menma hit the table, knocking over the food. Two things seemed incredible to Jiraiya, which Menma didn't know. He would bow down to Tsunade, and that Naruto was not startled despite everything. Do you want to fight, brat? Is that serious? That's your solution. Every time you show me how immature you are, grandma. But that's okay, if you want to fight, let's fight. I will fight. Naruto spoke for the first time in the conversation. Huh? Everyone looked at Naruto. Well, I thought you'd go unnoticed all the time, huh? The white-haired man said to Naruto. I want to see how much guts the goddamn Hokage has. I already said I'm not going to be Hokage, brat. We'll see about that. How about a bet, eh? He cut through the princess's weak point. So a bet, huh? Talk, this battle won't decide it. How about something more difficult, like a challenge with the Rasengan? Naruto, you're not thinking about. Calm down, sensei. Naruto interrupted Jiraiya. Listen, Tsunade, I will add elemental chakra to the Rasengan, that is my challenge. Tsunade was surprised, she knew what she was talking about, completing the Yondaime Hokage's jutsu. He laughed a little, thinking that the feat was impossible. Ha. Well, okay, tell me what you want. If I win, you will become the goddamn Hokage, okay? Besides, if you win, I'll give you this necklace. Tsunade took out a necklace with some small blue spheres, in the middle of them there was a green crystal. This was my grandfather's necklace, Hashirama Senju, said Tsunade. Naruto felt Kurama shudder. Is something wrong? Kurama. It's nothing, it's just that necklace. It seems that it contains a special seal to calm my chakra. It wouldn't hurt if one day you got out of control, which I doubt will happen, by the way. Interesting. Well, what if I lose? The Uchiha asked. Well, you and your dear sensei will leave, and leave me alone. Besides, you will have to give me 50,000 ryos. Jiraiya paled, looked in his wallet and swallowed some saliva. He signaled to Naruto to reject, but to his bad luck, his student did not consent to that option. Okay, I accept. Besides. What's happening? You only have 1 week, Naruto, I think. I accept. Naruto this time interrupted Menma. Okay, let's fight, or what? A brat, come on, I'll give you the advantage. Tsunade started to leave, Naruto followed her. The streets were alone and quiet, the atmosphere was dark, only illuminated by the lamps. Well, I'll give you the advantage since you're just a little genin. Tsunade, as a recommendation, I would tell you not to underestimate Naruto. Jiraiya warned his partner. Please, what's the worst thing a genin can do to me? The woman was overflowing with pride, she fully trusted that the boy couldn't do anything to her. Well, how about you go first, kid? Said Tsunade. I think it's better if you attack, I don't feel like humiliating her so quickly. Naruto knew how to get on people's nerves, and he did it. Tsunade showed her displeasure at Naruto's statement, cracking her knuckles dangerously. Well, brat, I just hope you don't break so easily. Willing to teach him a lesson, Tsunade moved at great speed. The Uchiha opened his eyes in surprise, he moved his head, avoiding a blow from the woman, a fist closed quite tightly, it looked from afar that it would break anything. A gust of wind came from the blow, destroying a portion of the pavement below. She is fast, and her strength is monstrous. Naruto's instinct indicated danger, neither short nor lazy. Tsunade sent blow after blow against the Uchiha. At high speed Naruto dodged as best he could, witnessing how Tsunade seemed to have fun with him. What's wrong, brat? You're just going to escape, so you won't beat anyone. Be thankful that I haven't finished you off. In the blur, the blonde appeared behind Naruto, she sent a blow, but the Uchiha disappeared from view. Nothing, in a blink, appeared above her, sending an axe kick. The blonde covered herself with her arms, a gust of wind came out of the crash. How did he move so fast? The Senju wondered, but she didn't stop and grabbed the boy's leg and threw him against a wall. Naruto spun in the air, managed to rest his feet on the wall of the house, his body flickering. What is that? Tsunade said to herself. He raised his fists to block, but it was too late. Naruto's fist had already stuck into his face with great force. Great strength. Tsunade thought, letting her body rotate to make acrobatic movements backwards, but in the middle of a jump, she observed how Naruto had appeared beneath her, with his back on the ground and his legs retracted. She blocked the kick with ease, but the force destabilized her, causing her to fall. She quickly got up. You're pretty good, brat, besides that technique you use is quite annoying. Yes, many have already told me. Naruto activated his Sharingan. Oh, so he has a mature Sharingan, interesting, now it will be more difficult for me I suppose. Besides, it seems that it does not depend on him, he was able to fight with me, even though it was deactivated. The woman prepared herself, but apparently she made a small mistake. Naruto took advantage of this to launch himself against the Sannin. They began to exchange blows, it was now easier for Naruto to counter the woman's attacks. The woman gave a blow, Naruto passed the outside of her hand, deflecting the blow, turning his head. He sent a blow with some chakra, the woman blocked it with her palm, a small shock wave came out from the contact. The woman smiled, she was having fun, it was like those battles she saw in her clan when she was young, the sparring and the training. Why did those memories come to her with that boy? He sent a blow, which Naruto blocked. Another shock wave came out. Naruto was dragged backwards, his feet leaving a large trail in the ground. When he looked ahead, the woman was no longer there. He opened his eyes and lowered his head, avoiding a blow from the woman who released a strong gust of wind. It seems like it's already getting out of control, Naruto thought, stepping back. You are very good, Tsunade-sama, you would be a wonderful Godame Hokage, but I already told you, I will not return to that village. Naruto remembered the argument he had with Menma. I see, I guess it's the pain, isn't it? What are you talking about? Are you a coward despite being so strong, Tsunade-sama? Naruto looked directly at the woman. Are you going to date me with the same thing as that red-haired brat? Said the woman. No, I'm smarter, said Naruto, making Menma angry. I can't understand her, I lost a lot of people too. Tsunade opened her eyes, remembering about the rumors of the Uchiha massacre. Naruto opened his eyes, showing his manjikyu. You also lost your entire clan, but I, as a small child, witnessed again and again how they were killed, without being able to stop, even seeing my brother die thousands of times. Those eyes, they are not an ordinary Sharingan, it was all because of a jutsu, launched by the one I consider to be my second brother. Recently he tried to torture me again, but this time I was able to take something more from him. Tsunade could not prevent what would come next. Her world changed completely, showing a red sky, a dark moon, and after that, everything had disappeared, showing only Naruto with inverted colors. She herself had her colors inverted. What is this? Tsunade asked, somewhat scared. Tsukuyumi. For a moment, I always wanted to forget this word. In fact, I think I had some trauma with this. A cross appeared behind Tsunade, arresting her. She had to admit, she was scared when in Naruto's hand, a sword appeared out of nowhere, altered. She tried to dispel the Jinjutsu, but it didn't even tremble. You can't get out of here, it's the special Jinjutsu of the Manjikyu. In this Jinjutsu, I control matter, space, even time. What are you going to do? Tsunade said, now knowing that she was at Naruto's mercy. This was why the Uchihas were the Senju's rivals. Suddenly, the cross behind her disappeared, along with the sword. But that trauma was nothing compared to my first interaction with this jutsu. I guess for a moment I forgot the reason why I awakened the Sharingan. Naruto walked towards Tsunade and stood next to her, looking forward, causing the woman to do so as well. A long time ago, my mother, Itomi Uchiha, taught me the reason why I had never seen my father, but at the same time, she taught me that he loved me very much, even if he never really knew me. In the Tsukuyomi, Itomi's figure appeared smiling. It was as if the jutsu showed Naruto's thoughts. So, you hinted that I can do something similar. I don't know much about the reasons why you don't want to return to the village, could you tell me a little? If you don't feel confident, I will understand. After all, you just met me. No, don't worry, I'll tell you. A long time ago I was in the Leaf village. I was young and happy. I had a brother and a boyfriend. The two made me complete. They were my little light. However, both. Naruto placed a hand on the woman's shoulder, silently encouraging her. Nawaki, I couldn't even say goodbye to him. He died on a mission, thanks to an explosive trap. I didn't know what to do, but luckily Dan was there for me. But, I would play it one more time. Dan. He died in the Second World War. I tried to heal him, but I only saw him die. I couldn't even save him. I still remember the blood that was overflowing in my hands. Tsunade let out a sob. Naruto waited for the woman to calm down before continuing. I see, I'm very sorry, but by chance, didn't I mention a last Senju who was still loyal to the village? Naruto asked a question. I remember, I think his name was Tenshiro, but the truth is, I never had a relationship with him. He was still a child the Yandame's age the last time I saw him, said Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, do you really think you're so alone? Naruto stood in front of the woman. I do not know, you should not hesitate within. At Tsukuyomi, the figures of Kushina, Jiraiya and Shizune herself appeared. These people still remember her, love her and admire her. She should not turn her back on them just because she lost two important people. I am aware that that is not a small thing, but not because she lost the queen should be forgotten. Of the other chips, do you understand me? Yeah, isn't Shogi like that? That's right, in truth, that reference came out well for me, but anyway, what I want to say is that you should know that you will never be alone, and if you ever are, you should move on. And look for those people who will accompany her without a doubt. I see, it's just I'd like to have them again. Unfortunately you can't, it's hard, but that's the reality of the shinobi world. We live and die for our villages. That's the word that defines a shinobi. Self-sacrifice. They had the same dream. What was it, if I may know? Being Hokage. I see. Well, before we go, I must introduce myself. Well, since Jiraiya-sensei didn't tell you my full name. Yes. Then go ahead. Naruto smiled. My name is Naruto Uchiha Senju, son of Itomi Uchiha and Tenshiro Senju. Excuse me, can you repeat your other last name? Senju. Tsunade-sama, I am half Senju. It was at that moment that Naruto felt the woman's body surround him warmly. No, it can't be. You? Yes, it's a pleasure to meet the other part of the family. No wonder it felt so familiar. Yeah, you don't know how much I've longed to meet someone with my blood. Me too, actually, I never had any interaction with a Senju other than Orochimaru's revived Hokages. What? Orochimaru revived the Hokages. Oh wow, it's true that you don't know, Naruto explained Orochimaru's invasion of Konoha. I see, that snake, he's crazy if he thinks I'm going to cure him so he can continue doing his thing, Tsunade clenched her fists. That's good, I'm glad you show some love to the Leaf Village, said Naruto smiling. It's not that. It's just that snake always makes my hair stand on end. Also, don't think that the bet was lost, you still have to try to improve that Yondame's jutsu. Tsunade hit Naruto's shoulder. It's okay, Naruto laughed with a woman until an unbearable pain took over his eyes. He grunted while blood came out of them like tears. He grabbed them trying to contain the red liquid. Just like that, the Tsukiyomi broke, showing Tsunade in front of Naruto. In real life, only 3 seconds had passed. Tsunade ran up to Naruto. Hey, what happened? Shizune asked Jiraiya. I don't know, the Sannin also approached Naruto. What's wrong with you? Tsunade said. Let me see your eyes. In fact, Tsunade-sama, this is one of the reasons why I wanted to look for you. What is it about? Naruto told Tsunade about manjikyu, blindness and how to cure it. I see, so you need to implant your mother's eyes. That's right, but the eyes are on the village, Tsunade growled. Naruto saw for a second how things seemed blurry. Before returning to normal, he immediately deactivated his Sharingan, making the pain disappear. Well, for now we have to sleep, tomorrow we will start training, after that, we will see what to do with Orochimaru, said Jiraiya. Alright, the next day. Naruto, Menma and Jiraiya were in a large clearing. It was almost like a plain, in fact, it was, they were on the outskirts of the town. Tsunade and Shizune had stayed while they went to train. Well, what do you think can be done? Naruto and Menma sweated at what Jiraiya said. To tell the truth, not even he knew where to start. Applying an element to a jutsu that manages the form of chakra, it was very cool. Difficult. Well, we both have quite advanced natures, said Menma. Although I think we should discard Suiton and Doton, since they are defensive elements, which leaves us with Futon, Kaiten and Raiten, said Naruto. Okay, I guess it's better, the three of them thought for a long time. This is frustrating, it seems impossible to handle two difficult things at the same time. Managing the form and nature of the chakra at the same time is like looking at two sides at the same time. Look in both directions at the same time. I got it. Naruto shouted. What? What do you have? Look both ways. That's impossible, actually, yes I can. Naruto made a shadow clone. This one looked to the left, while the original looked to the right. Okay, but what do you want to try? Jiraiya asked. It's easy. Well, more or less the sound of the spiral was heard as the chara swirled in Naruto's palm. The normal Rasengan manages the form of the chakra, I can take care of that, Naruto began to explain, but if I want to apply the elemental chakra, I will need help from someone who can control it while I manage the form. For that the Naruto clone placed his hand around the Rasengan. Let's start with how about Futon? The Naruto clone began to channel elemental chakra, the Rasengan began to gain a lighter tone, until a really white trail began to rotate around him, giving the shape of a small shuriken. The Rasengan sounded louder, it had a sharp and thunderous sound, gusts of wind came out of it. Naruto began to feel how his chakra was going out of control. Stand aside. Naruto warned his companions, who did not think about it and jumped just before the Rasengan exploded between chakra and wind, only seeing a great light. Jiraiya stopped covering his eyes to see how Naruto was holding his hand. Apparently his clone had disappeared. Getting closer, he saw how the boy's hand had cuts and bruises and some cuts on his arm. God, that was amazing. Yes. That was great, said Menma. However, it is dangerous. Just look at how you left your hand, that's the least of it. It was a great first try, said Naruto, enduring the pain, while Kurama's chakra was responsible for healing his wounds. The power is incredible, so much so that it is difficult to manage the chakra, said Naruto, moving his hand. Well, as you said, it's a great start. Well, Menma can only practice with wind, just like I can only practice with fire. You will practice fire with me, you will also help Menma, although both of them can make shadow clones, so you will advance quickly, and also, try with the lightning chakra, understood? Yes. The two boys said in unison. They both made shadow clones, with Naruto managing to make about 20, while Menma easily made 50. I'm sure these kids will be great, maybe they'll be able to achieve my ambition. Jiraiya watched the two with a calm smile. Well, let one Naruto clone come with me. Jiraiya ordered, and 5 clones went with him. 14 hours later. In a bar, Tsunade met Shizune. The first had several empty cups of sake by her side, while the second only had 2, one empty and the other half drunk. She was not like her teacher. Suddenly, Tsunade looked up, looking back, seeing how Jiraiya entered the bar. He was hurt and his clothes were somewhat burned. Walking slowly, he sat next to the woman and asked the bartender for a round of sake. Just look at yourself the way you are, you're still a dirty boy. Haha, Jiraiya is mocking Tsunade. You haven't changed much either, you know. Jiraiya didn't look into Tsunade's eyes, but a little lower. Stop dreaming, perverted. Tsunade hit Jiraiya. Ouch, okay, haha. The bartender arrived with Jiraiya's drink. I see you're a little drunk, right? Please, this is nothing, I've been in worse. Aha, well, as for why I'm so dirty, well, I've been practicing the Rasengan thing with my students. I see it's not easy at all. I don't think they've made much progress. Tsunade took another drink. Actually, we made a lot of progress, more than you imagine. Aha. Tell me what, let's see. Well, we have managed to apply the chakra of Futen, Kaiten and Raiten. What, that's impossible, in a single day? Haha, I don't remember telling you, but Naruto is a full-fledged prodigy, the greatest I have ever seen in these times. I dare say that he is better than Minato himself at his age. Really, Jiraiya-sama, do you think that boy is better than the Yondaime? Shizune asked, impressed. As I said, at your age, but I'm not afraid to say it. Jiraiya took his drink. Well, I can prove that, the boy is very good. Tsunade rested his chin on his palm, remembering the battle he had with the boy. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade with mischievous eyes. Well, but I have nothing to envy him, of course I'm better. I'm the great Jiraiya. Yes, it could be, but haven't you seen him? He has such fine features, calm and hypnotizing eyes, he surely has several admirers, something that you don't. Wow, you always know where the blow hurts the most, right? Jiraiya made Tsunade laugh. Well yes, I've known you since I was little, when you were just a failure. Oh yes, I remember that time very well, but now you are one of the strongest shinobi, there is no doubt about it. What an honor. My first admirer is Princess Tsunade. Don't get your hopes up, I just admit that you are strong, nothing more, so, whatever you say. Jiraiya threw a small tantrum. And tell me how the Rasengan thing goes, huh? Well, the first one that emerged was the wind one, it is quite powerful, apparently, it is capable of creating almost countless small cutting attacks. According to Naruto, who saw it with his Sharingan, the attack is the one that seems to be more stable than the others, the fire Rasengan seems to be the most unstable. The Kaiten nature is quite aggressive, trying to control the flames with the spiral of the Rasengan is quite difficult, but its destructive power seems to be impressive. Naruto believes that this jutsu will be able to be used at close range and then explode in a spiral of fire. Wow, who knew that the boy had imagination? And what else? Tsunade listened attentively. The Rasengan of the Raiten is missing, this is where the strange thing begins. Apparently the lightning Rasengan is capable of compression and moves in a rather frantic manner. In fact, sometimes it disappeared and reappeared like an explosion, sometimes it appeared far away from us, it's like he's teleporting. Jiraiya stopped to think for a moment. But well, let's leave that behind. What have you done today? Nothing more than thinking and drinking a little. You know, sometimes I would like you to control yourself more in that regard. I'm the least likely to tell you, but I think you should tone him down. I don't think so. This is the only thing that has supported me during all these years. Naruto told me what I was talking about, I think you shouldn't forget it so easily. Okay, the brat is right about that part. Tsunade looked at Shizune with a smile, the girl returned it with confusion, but she wasn't going to deny her teacher the smile. It saddens me that you think of Shizune first than me, it's not that I don't like the girl, but please, I've been in your heart for longer. Yes, but, in these last few years, she has literally been by my side, you know. Okay, this time I let them beat me, ha, yes, the two stayed in a silence that was actually quite comfortable, then they started talking about anything. Well, I think we should finish here, I'm a little sleepy, said Jiraiya. It's okay, you can go to sleep. Are you supposed to give me permission? Yeah, okay, I'm leaving, see you. Jiraiya left the bar with a hand raised in farewell. Tsunade-sama, I know it's beside the point, but what will you do when Orochimaru comes? Don't worry about that, I'll take care of it. Tsunade left the answer in the air, leaving Shizune somewhat worried. The next day. The three ninjas of Konoha once again found themselves on the same meadow as before. Naruto and Menma had their clones practicing the elemental Rasengan. Impressively, Menma was advancing at almost the same speed as Naruto, because now that Naruto he had the Kyuubi. It was more difficult for him to control his chakra. Jiraiya watched from afar, monitoring the training. He watched as Naruto maintained a stable wind Rasengan. That was when he decided to get closer. Naruto watched as his sensei approached with his arms crossed. He undid the jutsu as the clones dissipated, sending the information to his brain. Menma also watched as Jiraiya approached. He also dispelled his clones. Well, Naruto, I think the time has come. Time for what? To test the power of the new Rasengan. Naruto looked surprised, but nodded. How are we going to do it? Easy. Jiraiya performed an ordinary Rasengan in the palm of his hand. Let's Try it with my Rasengan, if your jutsu is complete, then my Rasengan will be useless. Okay, Naruto made a shadow clone. The origin extended his arm, creating a perfect Rasengan. The clone extended the palm of his hand. The Rasengan began to gain a white trail around the figure. A sharp wind began to be heard loudly. Okay, let's separate a little, you should do it too. Menma the three stepped back, with Naruto and Jiraiya facing each other, while Menma was looking at them from a distance, with his arms crossed. Okay, let's try it. Normal blue trails came out of Jiraiya's Rasengan, while gusts of wind and white waves came out of Naruto's Rasengan. Forward. Naruto and Jiraiya began to run towards each other, with quick and firm steps. As they were close to colliding, the two extended their arms, colliding the Rasengan with force. The two were on par for less than 2 seconds, when from one moment to the next, Naruto's Rasengan took too much advantage, expelling large shock waves and blinding rays of light, while the sound intensified, ending with an explosion of a not-so-great magnitude. The light blinded everyone, even Menma, who was meters away. Naruto and Jiraiya had their backs to each other. This time, Naruto's hand was intact, but it was not the same case with Jiraiya. The grimace of pain on her face was completely justified. His hand had cuts all over it, smoke was coming out of his hand, and some blood was coming out of the cuts. His hand was shaking, the power was still felt running through his entire body. This is incredible, he thought. He looked back, seeing Naruto's back. The wind moved his hair. He looked at his hand in surprise. It was also shaking. Naruto turned around worried. Jiraiya-sensei. Is okay? The boy ran towards him. Yes, this is nothing. He ouch. Don't act strong, even strong shinobi feel pain. We are all human after all. Naruto placed his hand on Jiraiya's wrist. Suddenly a bubbling red chakra came out of Naruto's hand, covering Jiraiya's own hand. The Sannin's wounds began to heal quickly. Naruto, this jutsu is so strong that it could match your Shiden without problems maybe, although I haven't tried the full power of the Shiden yet. Well, having a wide repertoire of jutsus is good and bad. Bad because sometimes you can forget some jutsus, but it was good when you know which jutsu to use at all times. Some jutsus may be better in open or closed spaces. There the power of destruction can be individual or group. You're right, I already said that I would use everything in my favor to not lose again, said Naruto. Hey Naruto, help me complete the jutsu. Menma said. He okay. 5 days later. Time. 6 AM. Location. Outskirts of town. Tsunade was walking alone on the outskirts of the town. She was passing by the meadow where Menma, Jiraiya and Naruto had been practicing. There were craters, burned leaves, and some kunai on the ground. She smiled in a strange way, just imagining those three crazy people training in such an aggressive way, talking about them. They were still asleep, at least that's what she believed. She changed to a serious anger when she felt that Orochimaru was in front of her, still with his arms hanging, and with this strange tone, at his side, was his faithful assistant, Kabuto. So you've decided, huh? Said Orochimaru. Tsunade was silent, refusing to talk to him. I just want to say that you have made the right decision. After this, you will be able to see your loved ones. Tsunade approached Orochimaru, who also closed the distance. The woman extended her palm that glowed green. However, Kabuto shouted, somewhat upset. Orochimaru-sama, stay away from her. Kabuto tried to hit Tsunade, but she jumped away from him. What do you think you're doing, Kabuto? Orochimaru-sama, she is not trying to cure him, she was trying to poison him. It is a reverse jutsu of the mystical palm. Said Kabuto, getting in front of his master. Orochimaru grunted in annoyance, but then showed a smile. Haha, good try Tsunade, but Kabuto is also very good at medical ninjutsu, you almost fooled us, Orochimaru mocked. Tsunade hit the ground with great force, creating a large crater. That doesn't matter, I'm going to finish you off. Orochimaru backed away. I'll give it to you, Kabuto. It's okay, Orochimaru-sama. Tsunade began to hit Kabuto hard, who simply dodged Tsunade's devastating blows. His blows have great power, his chakra control only increases strength, but sooner or later he will get tired, and that is where I will take advantage. Tsunade shouldn't underestimate Kabuto, hopefully he's at Kakashi's level. Kabuto limited himself to dodging Tsunade's blows. Who was beginning to get frustrated at not being able to hit. The time has come. Kabuto jumped back and extended his arms with his palms pointing at Tsunade. Suddenly, the boy's hands began to glow blue, while a sound like blades could be heard. What is he doing? Tsunade wondered what the boy was doing. However, with great conviction he launched himself against Kabuto, who with his speed dodged the blow, trying to reach Tsunade. He managed to touch some of her clothes, impressively, at the mere contact with Kabuto's hands, the clothes were torn. Oh god, those things, their hands are like chakra scalpels, if they touch me they could tear my muscles. No one in their right mind would want that. This time it was Kabuto who took the initiative, fiercely attacking Tsunade, who instead of blocking me could only dodge the blows. The woman dodged Kabuto's attacks by doing acrobatic backflips, she jumped spinning in the air, but what she didn't count on was that Kabuto would appear under her at great speed, and with her palm she touched Tsunade's chest, who felt a big pain. Without giving him time to breathe, as soon as Tsunade touched the duel, Kabuto attacked again, this time hitting the back of Tsunade's leg, making him kneel. You better give up, avoid touching any vital point, because Orochimaru-sama needs you alive. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, but without realizing it, the woman appeared behind him giving a karate blow right on his neck, he felt something run through his body before he fell to his knees. The Tsunade herself fell to her knees, breathing and clutching her chest. I managed to do internal damage, it could have been worse, the woman thought. Kabuto tried to get up, but strangely he couldn't do it. What's wrong? My body doesn't respond. Did you realize? You can't control your body, at the moment of the blow I sent an electric current that caused a short circuit in your brain, making you unable to control your limbs well, Tsunade explained what she had done. Without further ado he launched himself against Orochimaru. Damn, what can I do? Kabuto asked himself in his mind. He tried to move his right leg, but instead, he moved his left arm. Wait a second, that might work. He tried to move his left arm, but his right leg moved. Kabuto began to experiment with different parts of his body, discovering that he could move if he tried to move a part of his body at random. That was complicated, but it was not impossible. The woman stood up with a kunai in hand, cutting Kabuto with surprise, blood splashed on her body, she was paralyzed when she felt the sensation of the warm liquid on her skin. What a shame that the best medical ninja in the world is afraid of blood. Kabuto mocked the woman, approaching slowly. With great effort, Kabuto approached Tsunade ready to finish the job, however, before he delivered the final blow to the woman, a kick landed on his face. That's the bad thing about women, they always leave without warning, and then you look like a fool. Jiraiya appeared with his arms crossed, Naruto landed, implying that he was the one who landed the kick, Menma and Shizune were behind them, they all appeared in what seemed to be a strange trail of white smoke. We arrived just in time, said Shizune. Meh, I've made better entries than this, I give it a 5 out of 10. Jiraiya scratched his head. That's the least of it, now we have to take care of them, said Naruto. Well, you're right, Shizune, you can take care of helping our girl here, Naruto, I know you can against Kabuto, he can't, that guy is strong, at the level of Kakashi Haddock. Tsunade was warned about the boy's strength. It's like you don't trust me, I told you that Naruto is a pretty capable boy. No matter how prodigy he is, fighting someone bigger and more experienced is a disadvantage. You may be right, Tsunade-sama, but I have some experience. The Uchiha stood in front of the woman. Here he comes, Uchiha Naruto, he is the perfect vessel according to Orochimaru-sama, I must be careful. Kabuto stood in a defensive pose. Menma, Orochimaru is defenseless, you and I can teach him a lesson. Jiraiya cracked his knuckles. By the way, don't tell your mother that I made you fight him, it's clear. Menma stood next to his godfather. Let's go. The two launched themselves against the Sannin snake. Juan, both of them are coming, Menma is no longer so much of a problem, now that he is no longer the Jinchuriki, but Jiraiya, he could easily finish me off. Orochimaru jumped back, dodging a blow from Jiraiya. Menma performed hand seals. Futen. Shinkajoku. Menma launched several air bullets, Jiraiya narrowly dodged one, Orochimaru couldn't see it, he moved his head a little making one of the bullets spray them, making a cut on the Sannin's pale face, more bullets were fired from Menma's mouth. Orochimaru jumped several times dodging the bullets. Currently without Kabuto by my side I don't have much to do, for now I can only escape. Naruto stood in front of Kabuto, ready for their battle. I'm excited to try the power that Orochimaru-sams want so much. But don't regret it. After that Naruto disappeared in a blur, Kabuto was surprised, in a quick instinct he raised his arms in an X shape, narrowly stopping the blow that Naruto sent. He has great strength. Kabuto was dragged backwards. Without giving any rest, Naruto resumed the assault with great blows, fighting firmly with his battle style, aiming for the pressure points. Naruto landed a blow on Kabuto's stomach, knocking the air out of him, he slapped his shoulder hard, enduring the pain. Kabuto sent a blow, dodging by Naruto, he sent a blow to his rib, once again, Kabuto sent a series of blows. Noticing that his movements were slower, Naruto dodged easily, sent a kick to the knee, sent another blow a little below the chest, forcing his knuckles to hit the boy's skin mercilessly, something inside him broke, the Uchiha turned his body with a blow. Backhand followed by a kick that Kabuto blocked, he wasted no time and counterattacked. Naruto blocked his blows and dodged by crouching and stepping back when he could, he jumped up, taking out kunai, throwing them towards Kabuto, turning on his axis, he gracefully dodged the projectiles, with great skill, he managed to grab one and quickly threw it towards the boy in the air. Naruto turned his body, narrowly avoiding the kunai, and made hand seals. Pain. Hasenka no Jutsu. I sent small spheres of fire towards Kabuto. Kabuto spun and jumped, dodging the fire bullets. Futen. Renkiden. An air bullet came out of Naruto. Katen. Gakakyu no Jutsu Kabuto commanded the large sphere of fire, the wind from Naruto's jutsu fanned the flames. Shunshin. Naruto appeared a little far from the fireball, another shunshin and appeared in front of Kabuto, giving a high kick to his chin. Quickly, he took out a Hiraishin kunai, throwing them at Kabuto in the air. When the weapon was next to the boy, in a flash Naruto hit him. Kabuto was shot again. Once again Naruto threw the same kunai, this time the weapon pierced the flesh Kabuto right in the chest. Naruto teleported, placing his feet on the ninja's chest and then taking out his kunai. Kabuto screamed as the blood came out of his body. With a big kick, the Uchiha sent the Odo Nin towards the ground. With great effort, the boy turned and landed on his feet, his legs shaking. Pain. Gakakyu no Jutsu without forgiving for a second, Naruto sent the fireball at high speed. The sphere of heat was quickly heading towards Kabuto, who was surprised at what he saw. It seemed that the sphere was doing more bigger as it progressed. Finally the projectile hit its target, generating a large explosion. Damn, it seems that Kabuto is giving in to Naruto. Orochimaru kept dodging as best he could. Incredible, Naruto-san has quite a bit of skill. Shizune watched the battle from afar, healing Tsunade. Don't worry, Shizune, I can continue from here. Tsunade stood up and headed into battle with Orochimaru. Naruto approached the part where his jutsu had exploded, however when he arrived the only thing he saw was a burned log. Kawarini, where is he now? Orochimaru took a hit from Jiraiya, flying backwards. Tsk Orochimaru clicked his teeth. Next to him, a Kabuto appeared, he was healing his wounds, he had burns and bruises. So what's up? Don't you think it's incredible? From my perspective this is shit, but from another, he is very good, his fighting style is deadly, he attacks pressure points, the blows still hurt, and I feel a little dizzy, his jutsus are of a high level, he is fast and strong, and to top it off he didn't even activate his Sharingan, he doesn't seem to depend on it at all. Heh, that's true, but how about you give me a hand? Of course Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto took out a kunai and cut off Orochimaru's finger, passing the blood over a seal on Orochimaru's arm. A large explosion of smoke was present, it dissipated showing a snake of large proportions, purple in color, it seemed to have small horns and blue eyes. Orochimaru, I want 100 sacrifices for this, if you do well and get me out of this, I will give you 300 sacrifices, done deal. Manda, the serpent, Orochimaru, spotted his enemies and attacked with force. Heh, if you want to play that game. Jiraiya went through hand seals, bit his finger and put his palm on the ground. Uchiha no Jutsu. A giant explosion of smoke appeared, from this a toad hand appeared and grabbed the snake, another arm came out dissipating the smoke, showing Gabunta, leader of the toads, directing a blow at Manda. With his great flexibility, he dodged and entangled his body in the big toad's arm. He waved his hands trying to get free, he pushed his arm crashing it against the ground, then he used his other arm to elbow the snake, which broke free, and he moved away a little. Uchiha no Jutsu. Another voice was heard, another large explosion of smoke was present, showing a large whitish slug with blue details. Manda and Gamabunta, how long, said the slug. Kitsai. This is not a meeting. We battle Orochimaru and Manda. Really, why? They attacked the leaf, and you already know that he is Konoha's biggest traitor. The snake launched against the slug, it divided into many smaller slugs, and then united again into the large slug. Kabuto, I'll take care of them, take care of Menma. Yeah. Kabuto launched himself against Menma, who jumped to avoid the ninja's attack. Menma, in the air, made the seal of the cross. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Several Menma clones appeared to attack Kabuto, he took out the chakra spikes, finishing off each clone one by one. The real Menma was now attacked by Kabuto, he dodged out of pure instinct, hinting that whatever Kabuto was doing was dangerous. Menma managed to kick Kabuto, making him step back. Kaiten. Gakakyu no Jutsu. The white-haired ninja commanded the fire jutsu Suiton. Sujin Heki. Menma countered with a wall of water. I'm running out of chakra, I've used jutsu after jutsu, and I also had to heal from what Naruto did to me. Kabuto took out a kunai, while Menma prepared a shadow clone. I can finish it. With this jutsu Menma prepared a Rasengan, while the other clone extended his hands, the Rasengan began to take on a whitish tone. But at great speed, Kabuto appeared in front of Menma and buried the kunai in the boy's shoulder. Menma let out a grunt as blood began to ooze out, staining Kabuto's hand. You can see that by no longer having the Kyuubi you are not the same, now die with that feeling, don't believe it, I was always more than the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. Menma grabbed Kabuto's hand, the Rasengan Futon ready to impact. I am the son of the bloody Havana and the yellow flash of Konoha, I am Menma Uzumaki. With great conviction, he smashed the jutsu into the abdomen of Orochimaru's disciple. Futon. Rasengan. Kabuto screamed in pain as the Rasengan attacked with force, the guy was ejected, while the white sphere seemed to completely surround him, a spiral-shaped trail came out of Kabuto. Finally he crashed into a rock, Kabuto crashed to the ground, he had cuts and a horrendous wound in his stomach. Menma sat up and removed the kunai from his shoulder. This is nothing. Menma remembered his mother and myth. I can keep going, this is what motivation is all about, Menma said before seeing the Sannin battle. He opened his eyes when he saw how Naruto was heading there. Bunta, give me oil, Jiraiya ordered the invocation of him while he performed hand seals. Kaiten. Gameu Enden. Jiraiya expelled a jet of fire, while Gabunta sent oil, as was obvious, the jet of oil fanned the flames, resulting in a sea of flames. When he finished, all he could see was an old mandarin's skin. Under you Bunta. Jiraiya. Ornden made his summon jump dodging the snake's bite. Naruto performed a half-ram seal. Bunshin Daibakuha 7 clones of Naruto appeared and with the Shunshin, they teleported to the snake and later exploded, doing great damage to the snake. Heh, so you're joining in on the fun Naruto-kun. This time there are no more games. Naruto's Manjikyu appeared in his eyes. Orochimaru anticipated, he opened his eyes in surprise. The Amaterasu? Orochimaru leaped and landed on the ground. Futen. Kazakiri no Jutsu. Slashing wind jutsu, Naruto extended his hands forward with the bird seal. It seems that a gust of wind appeared from Naruto's body and passed through him, making several cuts. Manda dissipated due to damage. Damn, he managed to separate me so he could dispel it easily. Orochimaru landed on the ground, looking forward, big mistake Tsukuyomi. There was no time to react, the moment he looked into Naruto's eyes, it was the end. Orochimaru was transported to Naruto's jutsu, he was tied to a cross, and Naruto materialized in front of him, with a sword. I see, this is like your hell trip jutsu huh? But how much chakra do I need to break it? Orochimaru exploded his chakra in the hope of being able to break the Jinjutsu, but nothing happened, not even a small distortion. Hey, it seems like you improved it a little, it's okay, I just need a little more chakra once again. The snake tried to break the Jinjutsu, but nothing happened. This is different. Naruto buried the sword in Orochimaru, who group. In the Tsukuyomi, I control everything, time, space, matter, everything. I take out another sword and cut Orochimaru's flesh again. You will be tortured for 72 hours, well in real life it will only be 3 seconds, said Naruto. For what seemed like an eternity of time, Orochimaru and several copies of him were tortured with swords. There are 71 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds left. Naruto's voice made Orochimaru desperate. Has it only been a second? Orochimaru repeated the words Kakashi had said a few times in the same situation. You're going to have a long bad time here. In real life, Orochimaru collapsed onto his knees while Naruto clutched his eyes. The Sannin was breathing deeply. Damn, I can't move, my whole body hurts, plus I feel without energy. Orochimaru closed his eyes as a stab of pain appeared throughout his body. Naruto grabbed his eyes, feeling how they were burning quite strongly. He removed his hands trying to look at Orochimaru, but he could only see his blurry figure. He deactivated his Sharingan, now showing his black eyes a little more, of course, showing slight blindness. Damn, I can barely see anymore, Naruto said to himself. At least it served on a silver platter, they can finish it off at any time. However, to his surprise, Kabuto appeared breathing heavily next to Orochimaru. He turned his head looking at Menma, who was sitting far away, while clutching the wound on his shoulder. Shizune and Tsunade were heading towards him. Jiraiya noticed Kabuto's presence next to Orochimaru and ran towards them. Kabuto, let's get out of here. Orochimaru found it difficult to speak, but his disciple was able to hear them performing hand seals and hugs. Orochimaru's shoulder and put his hand on the ground. Reverse summon. The two disappeared in a burst of smoke before Jiraiya arrived. Am the Sannin of the Toad said to himself, but then he approached his student, who seemed to be staring into nothingness. Naruto, are you okay? Yeah, how many fingers do you see here? Jiraiya held up 3 of his fingers. I don't know, 6. That don't worry, I know there are 3 fingers, it's just that my vision is a little blurry, said Naruto patting his sensei. There's nothing left to do, let's go see the others, said Jiraiya, leading Naruto by the hand. I don't need it, seriously, said Naruto, letting go of Jiraiya, who was laughing. Naruto and Jiraiya arrived at Tsunade, who was healing Menma's wound with some hesitation. It seems you overcame your fear of blood. Shut up, it's just that after seeing those guys fighting like that, I couldn't stand by and do nothing. I just want to tell you that we both completed the jutsu, so I won the bet, said Naruto. How come you remind me of that now? That was when Tsunade vaulted and almost screamed when she saw blood coming out of Naruto's eyes. Your eyes? Said Tsunade, pointing at him. I think I already told you about the consequences of my eye power, right? Naruto said. So, for that you need your mother's eyes, right? Tsunade said. That's right, said Naruto. So what? Said Menma. I want to rest, said Naruto. Oh yeah, Menma rolled his eyes. 1 day later. Tsunade Senju was on the balcony of an apartment. The other people who accompanied her were still asleep, or at least, that was what she thought. Again, he looked towards the dawn with serene eyes, while the morning wind moved his blonde hair, his tongue passed over his lips, obtaining a sweet taste. It must be for the sake of yesterday's victory. Behind her, the boy who had changed his way of thinking appeared, walking calmly until he positioned himself next to her, resting his elbows on the wood of the balcony. "How do you feel?" "Pretty much, I don't know," Tsunade said, still looking ahead. Already, sometimes I feel like that too," said Naruto, now looking towards the sun that greeted them. "So you will be the Goddamn Hokage, I didn't say that, you know," said Tsunade. "It's just a hunch, I'm always right." "Oh yeah. That's how it is. Well, it will be the first time you fail, brat. They told me that old women refuse first." "Who are you calling old?" "Eh? I didn't tell you, you recognized yourself," Naruto said, laughing. "You brat." Tsunade pointed his index finger ready to deliver a big blow. Oh, Naruto closed his eyes, but the blow never came, only a warm and soft sensation, right on his forehead. Tsunade kissed Naruto on his forehead. The Uchiha himself was surprised by the woman's action. Tsunade broke away and smiled at Naruto. "It will be a pleasure to give orders to someone as capable as you. You will be a great man when you grow up," said Tsunade, looking at Naruto. Naruto wondered what this feeling was. It was familiar. "It's the blood," Naruto answered himself, with a smile on his face. "You're missing this." Tsunade took off the necklace from her neck and put it on Naruto. "Now it's yours, you're also a gentleman, you're my family." Tsunade gave Naruto another smile. "Thank you, Godame-sama." The shower was one of the most special moments for Kiyomi Uchiha. The water was cool, the sensation of feeling the drops going down her body was relaxing. That was the reason why she had gone in to bathe. It was not because she was dirty, but to relax a little. It was a space for her, where she could think and speak whatever she wanted, giving herself the answers. She got out of the shower and put the towel around her naked body and left the bathroom, heading to her room. Sasuke had gone out shopping, so for now she was alone at home. He entered his room and dressed in his usual clothes. He looked out the window and looked at the landscape for a long time. He remembered that his friend was outside the village, therefore, he remembered his meeting with Itachi. "I would like to know what you had in mind, look at everything you did to us." He rested his chin on his hand, sighing, "At least Naruto is the one who takes it best, but your own brother, even I thought about killing you." The wind moved Kiyomi's hair, the wind played with the leaves that were blown off the trees. "I'm here." Kiyomi heard her brother's voice entering the house. Sasuke put the groceries aside as he closed the door behind him. "Hello Sasuke, how was it?" "Well, I don't know how you expect me to do if I go shopping, you know. Everything is still normal." "It's okay, you don't have to be sarcastic," Kiyomi said, turning her back on Sasuke. "One way or the other. Izumo and Kitetsu, once again, were bored at the entrance to Konoha, guarding the door. The wind smells sweet, don't you think?" Izumo said to Kitetsu, who was reading a magazine. "I don't know what you're smoking." Kitetsu didn't take his eyes off the magazine. Izumo let out a sigh, then looked out the door, watching as 5 figures approached the doors. "They don't come running, they must be travelers or something," said Izumo. "What? Someone is coming now." "Yes." Kitetsu looked away and took a place next to his friend. In the distance you could see the figure of 3 adults and 2 children. The 2 recognized the Sannin of the Toads with his striking white hair. They also recognized the son of the Hokage and the Uchiha, but they could not say the same about the other 2 figures. The woman shorter than Jiraiya, with blonde hair and 2 low pigtails and amber eyes, a strange diamond-shaped mark on her forehead. She wore a beige shirt under a large green tunic and blue pants. The other woman had short black hair, a kind of dark kimono, and she also had a little pig resting in her arms. The 5 people and the animal arrived at the gates of Konoha, being greeted by the 2 Chunins. "Welcome back to Konoha." Izumo stopped when he saw the woman in front of him, Tsunade. Everything was charming about her, although the first thing that caught his attention was, "Well, you know. Hey, my eyes are up here," Tsunade said, annoyed. Yeah, sorry, please report." Jiraiya took a step forward. Jiraiya of the Sannin reporting to Uchiha Naruto and Uzumaki Menma. "We have completed the mission of bringing the Goddamn Hokage Tsunade Senju and her assistant Shizune." "Ujim, yes, Tsunade Senju. Wait, what?" Kitetsu stopped writing to look ahead, observing the blonde woman. "I hope I'm not disappointed in you too." "Of course not, Senju Goddame-sama." The 2 took a military pose. "Okay, let's go. Can you please notify the council of the meeting for the appointment of Tsunade?" Jiraiya asked the Chunins. Clearer, the 5 of them were walking through the streets of Konoha. The people they passed looked at them with surprised faces, some of them waved, recognizing the woman. It seemed that despite all the time he was away, people still respected him. "These people is it because I am the Shadame's granddaughter?" Tsunade said, somewhat annoyed. "Maybe, but think about the victories you brought from the war and all the people you've healed. Some here wouldn't still be alive if it weren't for you." Once again Naruto intervened. Well, I guess so. Well, since the mission is over, I think I can go now, right? I want to show my new jutsu to Mom." The Redeed was the one who spoke. "Actually yes, you can go to Naruto." Jiraiya answered the question. With your permission. Naruto disappeared in Shunshin with Menma. Each one went home. "Well, now it's our turn to deal with the council." At Naruto's house. Home sweet home. Naruto opened the door to his apartment, revealing the view of his living room, where Sasuke was playing with a kunai and reading something. "Oh, so you're here already?" Sasuke said. "That's how it is." Naruto sat next to his friend taking a deep breath. "I guess everything ran smoothly after Itachi, right?" "Actually no," Orochimaru appeared again. It seems he had made some kind of exchange with Tsunade. "That guy doesn't stop ya. Who are you talking to, Sasuke?" Kiyomi appeared behind a hallway. "Oh, Naruto." The girl went to her friend and gave him a hug. "Hello Kiyomi, how are you?" "Well, how can you see? I'm glad. Hey, by the way, I have a gift for you." "Oh yeah? Give it to me, give it to me." Naruto took out the teddy bear he had won from his seal. "Here you go, I won this bear at a fair in the town where I was. Oh, that's so cute, thank you." Kiyomi hugged her new teddy bear. "How did I finish leaving you, huh?" asked the girl. "Well, I had another little problem with just a snake I see, but thank goodness you're okay, right?" "Well, more or less. What do you mean by that?" "Well, my eyesight is already somewhat deteriorated." "Oh no, what are you going to do?" "Well, I brought the best medical ninja in the world. I should take the opportunity," said Naruto, heading to his study room. He reached the door and put his hand, making the stamps shine and click. He entered and went to the drawer. He opened it with the key he kept in his seal. Inside you have the scroll with his mother's sealed eyes. "The time has come, Oka-san, your eyes will guide me again." He stamped the royo on his wristbands and went out to talk with his teammates. 3 days later. Tsunade had been named the 5th Hokage. The village was happy with this decision because they considered her someone worthy of holding the title of Hokage. Was none other than the granddaughter of the founder of the village and first Hokage. Currently we find Naruto walking through the streets of Konoha. He had his hands in his pants pockets while he walked at a slow pace. He considered that he had too much time to spend because Tsunade had given him a few days of rest. He continued walking, this time accelerating his pace. The anticipation of what was about to happen was something that worried him, but at the same time, it was excitement. Finally he arrived at his destination, the Konoha hospital. He entered and approached the reception. "Good morning," Naruto greeted cordially. "Good morning boy, what's on offer?" "I have an appointment for surgery with Tsunade Denju." "Really? Let me see." The receptionist reviewed her papers. "Yes, here it says appointment with the Godin with the patient Uchiha." "Naruto. That's how it is. Well, the operating rooms are on the 3rd floor, turning right, it's your turn in room 3. The woman showed Naruto the way. He thanked and continued on his way. He arrived at room 3. When he opened the door, he was greeted by that smell of alcohol that he hated so much, plus this one was stronger. "Oh, you're here, okay, let's get started." "It's okay." Tsunade saw me. Naruto went and lay down on the bed. "Ahem, what did you have to give me?" "Ah, yes, that's right." Naruto took out a scroll from his seal and handed it to Tsunade. "Well, I guess this is where they are, right?" "Yes, you just have to apply chakra to unseal them." "Okay." Tsunade applied chakra, causing a flask with a strange green liquid to appear in an explosion of smoke. Inside it were the black eyes of Hitomi Uchiha. Naruto looked at his mother's eyes with some nostalgia. "Are you sure about this?" Tsunade asked, looking at Naruto's face. "No problem, I'm sure my mother and my brother completely agree. I love seeing the world through my mother's eyes." Tsunade smiled. "It's okay, let's give you anesthesia. Shizune is here to help me, so don't worry about anything, everything is going to be okay, okay?" Naruto nodded his head. "It's okay." Tsunade placed her hand on Naruto's face, covering his mouth and nose. A green glow began to come out of her hand. Little by little Naruto's eyes were closing. The last thing he saw was Tsunade giving him a smile, saying these words. "It's time to give you other beautiful black eyes. It's time to wake up." Naruto heard Tsunade's voice calling him. He sighed and tried to open his eyes, but the only thing he saw was a dark landscape. "I can't see anything," Naruto said, somewhat scared. "Don't worry, you have a blindfold, it's so your eyes get used to the new place they are." Already, and my original eyes. In the old jar where your mothers were. Well. The people inside the room turned towards the door watching, except for Naruto. How Kiyomi and Sasuke entered the room, Naruto could feel their chakra. "Oh. It's Tsunade's Senju." Kiyomi looked at the woman she admired with bright eyes. "I just remembered, Kiyomi is a fan of Tsunade." "Well, almost all kunoichis are." Naruto thought. "Funny, could you tell me how you managed to be so strong?" Kiyomi asked excitedly. "It seems like you have motivation, I like that, but you're coming to see your friend, right?" The woman pointed to Naruto. "Hello Kiyomi, Sasuke, how are you?" Naruto greeted with his typical calm tone. "Everything is fine." Sasuke approached Naruto's stretcher. "What's with that bandage?" "It's so my eyes can rest and adjust or something." Okay, and how many days does the bandage have to last?" Sasuke asked the Hokage. "Normally it would be about 3 days, but his recovery is greater because he is a Senju, so it will be a day and a half." "That's fine with me," said Naruto. "Tomorrow we will be able to see your new eyes and maybe your new Manjikyu," Kiyomi said. "Yes, that's how it will be. 1 day later." Naruto was in his hospital bed, sitting up. He was thinking and talking to his tenant, keeping up trivial topics like what kind of things Kurama ate or did when he was free. A nurse came into his room, he could hear her, he could smell the food. "Hello boy, how are you? Here I bring you your breakfast," said the nurse. "Thank you so much, need help?" "I don't know, worry, I can do it myself." "Oh okay, good luck." The girl left the food tray on Naruto's bed and then left the room. Naruto turned his figure and positioned himself in a lotus pose, with the food in front of him. He extended his arms touching what was in front of him, a bowl with apples, there was also egg and toast, he moved his hand a little more, finding the fork. "Well, I think I'll start with the apples first." Naruto began to eat calmly. I should have told him to open the window for me. Naruto had a hunch that it wasn't open, since he didn't feel the heat of the sun. He heard the door open for the second time, this time Tsunade, Shizune and the two Uchihas entering. "Good morning, Naruto, how was it?" Tsunade asked. "Well, I can't do much in this state. Well, it seems so, you're eating blindfolded and you've already practiced like that, right?" "Well yeah, so I think I can handle myself." Naruto dropped his fork. Kiyomi went to pick him up. "Thank you." Naruto tried to grab the fork, but Kiyomi wouldn't let him. "No, sir, you need help." The girl took some egg on her fork and brought it to Naruto's mouth. "Let's see." Naruto, say ah, please don't humiliate me like this, you make me look like a baby. "Well now you are a very big baby, now say ah, I refuse." Naruto began to blush as he heard Tsunade start to laugh, and Sasuke held back his laughter. "I'm not asking you." Naruto Uchiha, say ah, don't you want to eat? Naruto felt Kiyomi's fury growing. Yeah so. Kiyomi's voice sounded serious to Naruto, he hesitated and opened his mouth, Kiyomi gave him the food in his mouth. "Very good. You're a good boy." The girl smiled cutely. Sasuke couldn't stand it and let out a laugh. Naruto made a clone that hit Sasuke in the stomach. "You unfortunate blind baby," Sasuke said between grunts. "That's for making fun of me." Naruto crossed his arms. "Don't talk with your mouth full baby," said Kiyomi starting to laugh. Sasuke's moans turned into laughter. "Ha ha ha, it doesn't make me laugh." Naruto got a little upset. Tsunade finished laughing to sigh. "Well, I think it's time for you to take off that blindfold." Tsunade approached the Uchiha, who was finishing eating. "Good. I guess we have to get to the point." Naruto sighed somewhat excitedly. Naruto reached his hand to the back of his head, reached for the end of the bandage, and began to loosen it. Everyone watched expectantly, waiting for Naruto to remove the blindfold completely. Finally Naruto finished removing the blindfold, showing his black eyes, which now had small circles under them, due to the operation. "Well, it seems that at first glance there is no significant change, but can you activate your Sharingan?" Tsunade asked. Without saying a word Naruto led the chakra into his eyes, causing the Dojutsu to appear, Naruto's red eyes glowing brightly. "I get the impression that they are more powerful than before," said Kiyomi. "Okay, but how about we go to the main course?" said Tsunade. "Okay." Naruto gulped, drove more chakra into his eyes, and was surprised to not feel the usual burning. Its tomes rotated quickly showing how they joined together and then expanded its shape. This time, the eye remained red and the pattern black. The Manjikyu maintained the figure of the four-blade pinwheel, but this time it had a triangle from which they originated, referring to the Manjikyu of Atomi. The circles were still revolving around the main design, and there was a slight thin circle surrounding the figure, being connected to the two thick circles. The Manjikyu shined brightly. "Wow, those eyes instill power everywhere. To think that he can now use the Manjikyu's powers without consequences, plus they will be enhanced. This gets interesting," was Kurama's thought. Naruto blinked, looking everywhere, his perception and vision were dreamlike, he could see everything in superior detail. "How do you feel?" Tsunade asked. "I'm not going to lie, I feel unstoppable," said Naruto, the feeling of having the power of the Manjikyu and that his eyes didn't burn was ecstatic. "So what can you do?" Kiyomi asked. "Well, since it doesn't hurt anymore, I can do something I wanted to do for a while." Naruto gets out of bed. The Kamui is a pocket dimension, and if I can transport things to it, why can't I transport myself? Naruto's right eye began to glow when suddenly space began to distort around his eye, assimilating a whirlpool that spread until it covered Naruto's entire body, causing him to disappear little by little until he was simply no longer there. "I can't feel his chakra," said Tsunade. Dimension, Kamui in what seemed to be a spiral, Naruto appeared on top of a surface that was cold to the touch. He looked up, looking around, seeing that there were what looked like large cubes floating in an infinite void. There were cubes of different sizes and they floated in motion, some were connected by what seemed to be platforms. Incredibly, he could breathe well there. "Wow, this place is lonely." "That's right, but it looks quite extensive." It was Kurama who responded. "Well, I guess being here, I can go anywhere I've been before." Naruto focused on his house and began to disappear with space distorted again. Out of the Kamui dimension. Naruto opened his eyes after the spiral disappeared, realizing that he was home. "It works." Wait a minute, how did I know all this? Apparently your ocular abilities feed their own information into your head, making you naturally know what you can do with them. Impressive. Well, I think I should go back, the others must be confused. Naruto disappeared into the same vortex hospital. Where did he go? Kiyomi asked. I guess to your dimension like you said before, Sasuke replied. So what? Disappear out of nowhere like that and that's it? He's not going to come back. Don't say that, Tsunade-sama. Shizune got a little scared. That's scary, Kiyomi said. Everyone stopped talking when they saw how the vortex that had swallowed Naruto reappeared. The figure of the Uchiha appeared in front of them. After a few seconds, the vortex disappeared again, returning to Naruto's eye. And now you appear and disappear out of nowhere. Great, said Tsunade. Naruto deactivated his eternal Manjikyu. I feel good, said Naruto. What do you mean? I don't know, it's like I feel good in general. I feel like I'm very close to my mother and that gives me a certain warmth. Naruto hugged himself. But hey. How about we go get some ramen? Said Naruto. It's okay, we haven't been to Mr. Ichiraku's place in a while. See you and thank you, Tsunade-sama. To you I'm just Tsunade, yeah. Thank you, Grandma. Naruto smiled, quickly grabbed Kiyomi and Sasuke by the shoulders and disappeared in a flash of silver, avoiding Tsunade's blow. I'm not a grandmother. The woman shouted furiously. ... Sasuke, Kiyomi and Naruto entered the ramen stand. Hello Tuchi-san, Naruto greeted. Oh Naruto. You haven't come in a while. Come sit down, tell me what you want. I want a pork miso ramen, you know. I would like a vegetarian one, give me one of meat. Okay, miso, vegetarian, and meat ramen are coming out. Tuchi went to the kitchen to prepare the bowls, lasting a while the Uchihas talked to each other. Trecho's daughter, came out with the three's orders. Here you go, bon appetit. Thank you for the food. The three Uchihas clapped their chopsticks in their hands and began to eat. Sasuke watched as Naruto ate while talking to Kiyomi. Every day it gets stronger, it's like it doesn't stop. I remember the fight they had over the Itachi issue. I can't understand you completely, the truth is I just want to ensure my sister's future, I don't want that guy to hurt her, for that I have to be strong as much as you. Is something wrong, Sasuke? Naruto asked Naruto. No, nothing. Really happens, calm down, the boy reassured Naruto. Okay, Tuchi. Give me one more please. Naruto asked for one more ramen. On the way. Sasuke returned to his thoughts, with a blank look. How will I get that power? Orochimaru's face came to Sasuke's mind. No, he did not. Sasuke continued eating with a lump in his throat. He does not. The morning sun was rising over the back of Hokage Mountain. People would get up and start their day casually, setting up their stalls and opening their businesses, waiting for people to circulate and start their work. The sun's rays passed through the curtains of an apartment, traveling quickly towards the face of a boy who was sleeping soundly in his bed. Naruto moved his eyes, feeling the scorching heat of the star. Slowly opening them, he stood up and stretched his body. A cracking sound came from his body, indicating the tendon that he had kept while he slept. He finished with a big yawn that released part of his sleep. She directed her gaze to a table resting next to his bed, a photo of him and his old family, which seemed to smile at her. Good morning, Nai-san, Oka-san, Naruto said, getting up. He took off his shirt and without interruptions or laziness, began to do daily physical exercises to stay in shape. In another room, a beautiful girl was sleeping peacefully, but the same sun stopped her sleep by waking her up in the same way as the boy. Kiyomi Uchiha stood up from her stance and stretched her arms, letting out a yawn. She ran her hand through her straight hair, combing it and arranging the small unruly strands. He got up and opened the door, heading to the bathroom, knocking on the other doors around him, these being the rooms of his friend and brother. Get up, it's time to get up. The girl shouted. I'm already awake. Naruto responded from inside his room, still exercising. Sasuke didn't respond. Kiyomi knew that he was probably still asleep, so he let him rest a little longer. Far from Kiyomi's thoughts, Sasuke Uchiha was lying on his bed, with his hand supporting his head and his gaze fixed on the ceiling. He was thinking about what happened during Naruto's mission. His meeting with Itachi had been hard on his feelings. He is probably being selfish, thinking only about what he feels, but he was sure that Naruto and Kiyomi would say the same thing as always. Itachi couldn't have killed the clan for no reason. He repeated those words in his mind. You don't have proof, but they're sure it's like that, was the last thing he said. He got up and walked towards the door. He left his room, closed the door and went to the bathroom, brushing his teeth. He looked at the mirror. He seemed to have small dark circles under his eyes. Apparently, he had slept less than he thought. He finished and rinsed his mouth. He headed towards the living room, where he found Naruto sitting. Well, the smell of cooking food came from the kitchen, Kiyomi taking care of that. Bluntly, he sat next to his friend. Good morning, Sasuke, Naruto greeted. Good morning, how was the night? Cold, really? Well, it might have rained a little. Yeah, hey, about Itachi, Sasuke. Didn't continue, he could see how Naruto's look became serious. Better not, it's better that we stay calm, right? Wow, I thought you really wanted to talk about it, but if you want we'll leave it there. Yeah, come have breakfast, Kiyomi called to the two, placing the served plates on the table. The two got up and walked to the table. Naruto was about to sit down, but Kiyomi patted his hand. Hey, why is that? Naruto caressed her hand. Have you washed your hands yet? No, the two responded. So what are you waiting for? Go wash them. Sometimes I think you're my mother, said Naruto. I only want the best for you, my son, the girl joked, making Naruto smile. They act like nothing happened, Sasuke said to himself. Should I do the same? Tsunade Senju was sitting in her Hokage's position, with her back to the table. He watched from the office window as the town of the Leaf dawned with all the villagers getting up. The paperwork. No longer a problem, Naruto told him the secret of the Kage Bunshin, making his job less tedious. In his hands was a cup of tea, it was relaxing and comforting, along with a beautiful sunrise, it was a very good way to start the day. He turned when he heard the sound of the door opening, turning around watching his disciple enter the room. You called me, Tsunade-sama. That's right, thank you for coming, Shizune. What do you need? Well, in a few minutes I'm going to gather the council, it's time for the Genins to receive their reward for their performance in the Chunin exams, and some in the invasion. So call Shikamaru Nara, Naruto, Sasuke and Kiyomi Uchiha, and Mito Uzumaki. Understood, each one with their respective sensei, right? Asked the black-haired woman. You're my right hand for a reason, tell an Anbu to do the job. Hi, Tsunade-sama, he bowed and left. Kiyomi was sitting on the couch, having a coffee, it was something she liked, maybe she had gotten this habit from her mother, Sasuke was in her room and Naruto in his office, so to speak, at least that's what he told her. That place full of stamps. Their attention was drawn to the door, which they were knocking on. He placed her coffee on a small table in front of her and opened it to greet the person knocking. An Anbu, with a cat mask, belonged to the Hokage. What do you offer, Anbu-san? Tsunade-sama requests your presence in front of the council, please come with your companions and your respective sensei. Understood. Well, I'll leave. The Anbu disappeared in an explosion of smoke. Who was it? Naruto appeared behind Kiyomi, asking about the conversation. He was an Anbu of the Hokage, he wants us to appear in front of the Konoha council, with Kakashi-sensei. Hey. It's about time we got promoted. Are you sure that's what it's about? It is most likely. Okay, well, could you look for Kakashi-sensei? Of course, at your service, mother, hahaha, stop the jokes, okay? Let's not be late. Kiyomi gently patted Naruto's face. Well, here I go. Activating his sensor sense, Naruto searched for Kakashi throughout the village. Oh, so it's there. Naruto disappeared in a silver flash. In Konoha, there is a small clearing between a small forest, in the middle of this clearing, there was a fairly well-polished stone, which had a support made of tiles of a dark material, something written seemed to have been carved into the rock, if you got closer, you were able to see that what was written were names. Something also normal is this clearing, it was the man who was now standing in front of her. Kakashi had been to this place many times, he had lost count, since he was 12, he had been visiting it, on the path of the shinobi, many companions are lost. He barely noticed the flash that appeared next to him. She continued to stare at the rock, her head bowed. Naruto approached his sensei silently, he realized the situation he was in. In front of the rock, he joined his hands and prayed. Kakashi-sensei, we need to go to the council. Kakashi didn't respond after a while. So, we won't know until we get there. Alright. They stood there for a while. Naruto placed his hand on Kakashi's shoulder. I'm not right, but you have to let them go. You are going to give me the same sermon of they wouldn't want to see you like this, if that is what it is, then let me tell you that they have already told me this, many times. Naruto knew that Kakashi was hurt, he had not realized that Minato had died, and that this, in turn, was Kakashi's sensei, the only person he had left. Kakashi had suffered a lot, he was aware of his story, in the end, Kushina was the one who told him. No, I'm not going to tell you that, it's obvious that they wouldn't want to see you like that, but do you want to feel that way? Do you want to look like this? When our loved ones die, it will send us to a pit of sadness, it is normal, but we cannot stay there forever. For example, there are people who will help us get out of the well, but if it is our decision not to get out, even if they kick us out of there, the darkness of the well will stay inside us, but if on the other hand you decide to get out, it will be easier for you and others, and you will be able to see how beautiful the outside is, when it is clear and light. I must admit that I am surprised by how wise you sounded, but if more and more people die, it becomes very difficult to move forward. I know. Naruto approached the rock, placed his hand on the surface, and looked for the names of his family. Benshiro Senju, the only one, Itomi Uchiha, Fire Lady, Shisui Uchiha, Shisui of the flickering body, it hurt me to lose each of them, and half of the cemetery is made up of what used to be my family, but even with the little that I had left, I managed to move forward and become what I am now. Yourself Kakashi, you were a jonin at the age of 12, easily at the age you are now. You could be an S-rank ninja, but you let yourself get carried away by the pain. What do you want to come up with? Do not hide in the past. I know they hurt and it is difficult to forget, but at the end of the day it is the past, and we must move forward so as not to harm the people around us, which would have been me, Kiyomi and Sasuke, if we don't get over the past. We could break our bond. Naruto is right, I have been stuck in the past for a long time. Kakashi thought. He grabbed Naruto's shoulder and gave him a smile. Thank you for that, I'm sorry if I failed sometimes. Kakashi apologized for his past attitudes. Don't worry, I'm sure we all understand. Naruto reassured his sensei. Well, how about we go to your promotion? I can't wait to see you with that vest. Haha yes, the two disappeared in a flash of silver. Tsunade stomped the ground repeatedly with her arms crossed. Where did these two go? Mito asked Kiyomi. I don't know, Naruto just had to bring Kakashi-sensei. The Uchiha was also worried. Finally, the door opened, showing Kakashi and Naruto. You two. They're late. Tsunade pointed out. I'm sorry Tsunade-sama, but we got lost on the path of life. Kakashi apologized with his typical excuses. Tsunade facepalmed, as did Kiyomi. I didn't expect this from you Naruto. Kiyomi scolded his friend. Well, what are the things, right? Naruto scratched the back of his neck. Anyway, let's just get this started. Tsunade caught everyone's attention. Listen, I gathered you here to witness the promotion of these genins to the next rank. Each of them has achieved their objectives based on their efforts. Now I want each of the genins to stand in front of me in a row. All those mentioned complied with the instruction. Then let Mito Uzumaki come forward. The blonde stepped forward, standing in front of the Hokage. Mito, thanks to your efforts and your incredible performance in the Chunin exams and your help against the invasion orchestrated by Orochimaru and Tsunade, you more than deserve the title of Konoha Chunin. Tsunade approached the table and took a Chunin vest. It was light green and had the Uzumaki symbol on the back. Take it, wear it with pride. Mito excitedly took the vest that represented her promotion. She ran to her mother who welcomed her with open arms. The Redeed wrapped her daughter in a tight hug. I kissed the blonde on the head. I'm proud of you, the woman told her daughter. Mito smiled into her mother's loving chest. Now come forward Shikamaru Nara. The sloth gave a loud sigh before walking slowly towards the Hokage. Shikamaru Nara, for your great performance, creating strategies in a very short time, and your help against the invasion, I named you Chunin of Konoha. Shikamaru received his vest with an almost imperceptible smile. His father saw him with pride, despite being lazy, he was still happy about his achievement as a ninja. Come forward, Kiyomi Uchiha. The girl took a few steps forward, once again facing Tsunade. She was congratulated like the others, receiving her Chunin vest. She returned to her place amidst the congratulations of the Hokage and the applause of the council. The same was with Sasuke. Now, you can become the leader of the Uchiha clan and you can attend council affairs. Okay, thank you. Sasuke bowed and turned to his friends. And finally, Uchiha Naruto. The Senju called to the Uchiha. Naruto advanced calmly, already being in front of Tsunade, he received his mention. Uchiha Naruto, for your excellent performance in the Chunin exams, for your collaboration in the invasion, in addition to the defeat of Shukaku and Orochimaru, with great pleasure, I am pleased to announce that you are officially a Jonin of Konoha. The council room was dominated by an abysmal silence. Kakashi's only visible eye was wide open, while Asuma had dropped his eternal cigarette. Kushina clenched her fists in excitement. What? Naruto couldn't be sure that what he had heard was true. That's right, you are officially a Konoha Jonin. Tsunade took a scroll out of her pocket and opened it, she sent out some chakra and in an explosion of smoke a Jonin vest appeared. This one, unlike the Chunin ones, was a darker green, it still had the Uzumaki swirl symbol on its back. Here, you more than deserve it. Tsunade extended the vest to Naruto with a cute smile. With eager hands, Naruto took the vest in his hands, gave a bow, while the council's applause was immediate. He turned to his friends who looked at him with a smile. Naruto started to take care of himself when Kiyomi ran towards him, wrapping him in a big hug. Congratulations. Kiyomi congratulated her friend between excited laughs. Thank you, congratulations to you too. Who would have thought, now you are a Jonin, I hope you are prepared for the missions to come. Shikamaru placed his hand on the Uchiha's shoulder. Don't relax, you are now a Chunin, you are also capable of leading missions. It's a pain. Shikamaru let out a long sigh. Don't trust yourself just because you're one rank ahead of us, you'll see how we'll catch up with you. Mito pointed to Naruto. For sure yes. Congratulations. Kakashi appeared behind him and placed his hand on Naruto's other shoulder. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. No. You don't have to call me sensei anymore, we're on the same rank now. I'm sorry, but it has become a habit. Kakashi sighed resignedly at that, but he still kept his smile. Well, you'll have to leave it for now, partner Asuma appeared behind Naruto. Kushina pushed everyone away and wrapped Naruto in a really tight hug. I'm proud of you. Not long ago you were a little boy who asked me to teach him how to seal, now look at you. Thank you Kushina-san, but it's crushing me. Oh, I'm sorry. While all this was happening, Sasuke watched a little distanced from the crowd. He shook his head, dispersing his thoughts, and approached his friend to congratulate him. Congratulations Naruto. Sasuke extended his fist, this was reciprocated by Naruto's fist. Thank you. How about we take a walk, where you know where I don't really know, but I follow you Naruto responded to Sasuke. Well, what are we waiting for? Sasuke began to leave the room followed by Naruto. Kiyomi, however, before going with her friends, approached Tsunade, whispering something in her ear, and then put her hands together and made a mini bow. Are you sure? I don't accept just anyone. I assure you that I am capable of achieving whatever you challenge me to do. Okay, I'll think about it, after all you are a talent that cannot be wasted. Thank you very much Tsunade-sama. Kiyomi ran out of the room hoping to catch up with the other two Uchihas. Naruto was walking behind Sasuke, Kiyomi had finally caught up with them, seeing the path he was taking, she could guess where they were going. Finally they arrived time. 3:34 p.m. Location. Uchiha Complex. The two pillars at the entrance were still joined by the yellow tape that symbolically prevented the passage. Sasuke passed through some spaces followed by his sister and finally Naruto. Sasuke, why did we come here? Kiyomi asked. I don't know, maybe it's just nostalgia, it's like returning after a long time, and also since I'm now the leader of the clan, technically we can return to our old homes. Kiyomi looked at Naruto, who seemed to have a lost look in his eyes. Naruto noticed this and looked towards the girl who had a worried face, he smiled at her to reassure her a little. Do not worry, I'm fine okay, I'm going to believe you. Well, since I'm here, I guess I'll go see my old house okay, I guess we'll do the same, Kiyomi said, grabbing her brother's hand. Naruto's old house was nothing special, since it was assumed that he was just another member of the clan, he was not from the heir family. He entered the house and stared for a bit before entering completely. I'm home. He would have loved to say those words into the apparent emptiness, so that then his mother would come out from somewhere and receive him with a hug. Now that he was a Jonin, he imagined what the missions with his brother would have been like, if they were alive, he would no longer have his manjikyu, but he couldn't care less, he would sacrifice his eyes, so that his brother or his mother could revive. I walked through the house, passing through the living room and the kitchen, nothing had changed at all, just a little more dust. He arrived at everyone's rooms and everything was the same. Finally he visited the backyard, where they had trained a couple of times, when he was very young, and his mother saw him from the window. In that place, there was a tree in which he had rested many times. I think I just remembered why I like this place so much. He sat on the ground and leaned against the trunk of the tree. Beyond the walls, you could see the sun. I remember when he would sit here after training and watch the sun go down. I love it, it's just relaxing. Naruto closed his eyes feeling the wind hit his face. You should go check on your friends, from what I've seen, that Sasuke doesn't seem to completely get over what happened that night. Yes Naruto placed his hands behind his head. So, what are you waiting for? Just a little more ready Naruto stood up and performed and disappeared in a flash of silver. Location. Clan leader's house. A few minutes before Sasuke and Kiyomi arrived at their old house, unlike the others, this one was bigger. It had a superior range of rooms and its own pond. Sasuke and Kiyomi entered the main house, the silence was total and normal, since no one but them was there. Memories began to invade their minds. Sasuke, I don't want to be in this place, how about we go to the old training ground? We could find something interesting. Kiyomi tried to convince Sasuke. Sasuke turned a deaf ear and continued moving through the hallways. He opened a sliding door that he had forgotten over time, but now it brought back the most painful memory that his mind held. This room is where they had found their parents lying on the floor, lifeless, and behind them, the figure of Itachi, with that stoic face that over time he had learned to despise. Kiyomi approached her brother, touching him on the back. He looked ahead, there was still some dried blood on the floor, how the hell are we going to forgive him? Sasuke said suddenly. Sasuke, please. Please nothing answer me, how does Naruto think we are going to forgive that bastard? Naruto has already told you the reasons why the Uchiha massacre makes no sense with the excuse that Itachi gave. That doesn't help me, it doesn't help me to base myself on assumptions. Sasuke began to clench his fists. I want to base myself on what I saw and heard, and the only thing I see is a murderer who killed his family, leaving his brothers alive, so that they will hold a grudge against him. It was then that the two saw a flash of silver. Naruto had teleported to the seal he had left on Kiyomi. How are you? How are you doing here? The boy greeted. Naruto. Sasuke spoke softly. What's happening? Sasuke. How can you be so sure that Itachi didn't kill the clan just because? Sasuke, we had already discussed this, so what? It's just that your arguments are the same as always. Itachi couldn't have killed the clan just because Itachi loved everyone or that he was in Anbu at the age of 13 is enough proof of his power. That doesn't work for me anymore. You talk as if you know what was going through Itachi's mind, and that's not the case. Sasuke, Itachi was intelligent, he always remained calm in any situation, he couldn't have collapsed so easily. Oh, what a novelty. It's the same thing. You don't give me solid reasons. Sasuke was starting to get upset. How about the promise I made him? He made me promise that I would protect them no matter what happens, and you? You have no more proof than to say that Itachi killed everyone because it's not my evidence, it's what was seen, and it's what he told us. He even told you, please Naruto. I kill everyone. To my parents. To our friends and companions, I kill your brother. Sasuke pointed to Naruto. Naruto was quiet for a moment. You can't deny that you hate him, because anyone in our position would do it. It's true, I feel hatred, it's normal, but I didn't let myself be consumed by him. I saw more than a cold-blooded murderer. I saw a loving boy, I saw a friend, a teacher, a brother, someone who he loved his family more than anything, and he never tired of telling me that every time I asked him. I'm sure Itachi wasn't crazy, there's a reason we're alive, if not. I don't see the reason to leave us alive. If he was able to kill those closest to us, there is no reason to leave us alive. Now it was Sasuke who remained silent. I also can't deny that you have me between a rock and a hard place. I don't have much to defend Itachi, and it frustrates me too much, but I and your sister have been able to overcome this pain. I can't explain why. After all, you can do it. Because I am a normal person, a person who lost almost everything when I was less than 8 years old. And what about us? Hey. We don't go through the same thing as you can't justify yourself that way. The discussion was beginning to escalate. Naruto approached Sasuke and grabbed his shoulder. But if it makes you feel so bad, you could have told us, we are here for you, we can help you get over this. Naruto tried to calm the atmosphere. Sasuke looked up with his Sharingan glowing and patted Naruto's arm forcefully. Sasuke. Kiyomi was surprised by what her brother just did. Do you think it's easy? Don't ask me to get over it in that natural way. Sasuke started shouting. Sasuke, stop being immature. Fuck that. It's not normal to overcome something like this. Sasuke, stop being rude, Kiyomi told his brother. Shut up, don't get involved once again. Sasuke didn't mean what he was saying. Hey. What is the matter with you? Look how you treat her. Naruto was starting to get a little angry at Sasuke's attitude. I don't care about that now, tell me once and for all, why do you defend Itachi so much? You haven't been an accomplice, have you? Sasuke, stop it. His sister shouted. What did I tell you? Sasuke looked angrily at his sister. I'm not going to shut up, you're acting like shit. Calm down, Kiyomi. Naruto caught the girl's attention. It seems I was more right than I want. Sasuke can't get over the past, and our bond suffers from these wounds. He thought, remembering the words he once said to Kakashi. Do you want to know why I defend him? Well, it's because I know him much more than you, because apparently you're only basing it on what happened that night and not on what we experienced before that. How do you know he wasn't pretending? And how do you know that he killed the clan? Why yes. Because I saw it with my eyes. Well, I saw how good he was with my own eyes. Following your logic, that's enough proof, right? Since when have you behaved like a misfortune? And since when are you so immature? Learn to get over it once and for all. Don't ask me to get over it, damn it. In a fit of anger, Sasuke sent a blow towards Naruto, who easily dodged it. Sasuke continued to throw punches towards Naruto without any consent. Naruto was dodging without any problem. Sasuke was getting carried away by his emotions, making his movements predictable. He moved back, dodging another blow, then crouched down, letting Sasuke's arm go over him. Sasuke was getting more and more furious. He sent a direct blow towards Naruto, who, turning his body a little, let him pass by him, took Sasuke's shoulder and pushed him, making him destabilize. Naruto parried two of the boy's blows, grabbing his fists, restricting his mobility. Look what you're doing, you're going crazy. You are the crazy. Defending your own brother's murderer, he must be rolling in his grave after seeing how you defend Itachi. Naruto was quiet for a while. Look at what you're saying, Sasuke. Kiyomi approached the two to try to separate them. When she pushed Sasuke, she realized that she couldn't move him even an inch. Sasuke grunted, feeling his bones being bruised. Raising his gaze, Naruto delivered a quick blow to Sasuke's face, who fell to the ground. Naruto. You too. Kiyomi let out a shocked sigh as she saw Naruto's manjikyu glowing. Sasuke stood up slowly, spitting a mixture of blood and saliva onto the ground. He wiped away some of the blood that fell. Listen to me, I already told you that I understand what you feel, but that is no excuse for you to mess with me and my brother. Naruto had let himself be carried away by anger for a moment. TSK Sasuke looked at Naruto with his Sharingan glowing. This was reciprocated by Naruto's Manjikyu. What are you going to do, huh? You don't want this to continue escalating. Naruto sent a bit of killer instinct, making Sasuke breathe heavily, his gaze seemed to pierce him. It was then that Naruto felt Kiyomi's hands resting on his chest. I looked down seeing Kiyomi's eyes, also with Sharingan. Please, enough of this, I don't like that they treat each other like this small. Tears began to appear in the girl's eyes, these two were the only thing she had left of her clan, she couldn't stand to see them fight like that. That way. Naruto looked sad, his Manjikyu turned off, leaving his Sharingan staring at Kiyomi's. I'm sorry it won't happen again, right? Forgive me, the girl nodded her head, Naruto removed the tears with his thumbs. Sasuke began to retreat. We are waiting for you for dinner, Sasuke. Naruto knew that he was going to reflect, at least he had to give a sign that he no longer wanted to continue fighting. I don't know, the message was half understood. Sasuke walked out the door. The Uchiha's footsteps became less and less heard until the sound disappeared. Shall we go home? Naruto asked Kiyomi. Yeah. The two disappeared in a flash of silver. Time. 8:45 at night. Location unknown. A figure was lying on a stretcher, his arms resting on top of his body as if they were asleep, a partial cough came out of his mouth, which bothered him from time to time. Kabuto. Orochimaru called to his subordinate, suppressing the urge to cough. The door opened showing the figure of the boy with glasses. Your name was me? Orochimaru-sama. Yes, he coughed. Do you need water, anything? The white-haired man, as always, was at the Sannin's disposal. None of that, what I need is a new body. I see, so what can I do? I need the Uchiha. With all due respect to Orochimaru-sama, but getting Naruto right now seems like an impossible task. Kabuto adjusted his glasses. Kabuto, Naruto is not the only Uchiha. Then he refers to the two who stayed with him. Yes, especially Sasuke, in my opinion he is the one with the most potential. You believe it? That's right, when I infiltrated the Chunin exams, before fighting Naruto, I had a small encounter with him, his sister and the Hokage's two children. Sasuke was able to come up with a plan to make me switch bodies. I see, but how strong do you think he is? I would say that he is as strong as two of those four of the sound, with the mark of the curse all over his body. I see, and just out of curiosity, how strong Naruto is, he could face all four in the second phase without a problem, even with Kimimaro among them. Do you really think he's that strong? Kabuto sounded impressed. Without a doubt, strong enough to fight the first and second Hokage and come out alive in the process. That's true, well, I guess I'll go to Konoha. You won't go, I need you for some things I'll send the sound for. Said Orochimaru and then coughed. Are you sure? Those guys are problematic. More than likely, you will tell them not to attack first, tell them to try to convince him. Well, Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto began to leave, opened the door and closed it behind him. Not a second later, a kunai passed by his head and stuck into the wall. So, I guess you've heard what you have to do. Kabuto addressed the words to four silhouettes in the dark, one large and robust, one thin and small, possibly that of a woman, one apparently ordinary, and a guy with 6 limbs. Yes, this will be fun. What are we waiting for? Let's go after that brat. We'll get to Konoha quickly, let's go. The four figures disappeared into the darkness. Those four are a nuisance. Kabuto walked, disappearing into the darkness of the hallways. Time. 10 p.m. Location. Naruto's house. Naruto was lying on his bed, the sheets covering the lower half of his body, while the upper half was covered by a black t-shirt, his hand supported his head and he kept looking at the ceiling. And that's why you should practice more with my chakra, Kurama spoke in Naruto's head. I see, certainly your power brings great advantages. That's how it is. Although besides that I would like to practice more with my Manjikyu now that I no longer have to worry about blindness. Okay, but don't leave me aside because of your magical eyes. He of course not. Changing the subject, where do you think Sasuke is now? Naruto let out a sigh. I don't know, I just hope that he is well, he has already had a lot of time to reflect. I don't know, he looked pretty angry. Kurama gave his opinion. I know, I honestly never thought we would come to this. Naruto covered his face with his hands. Well, these are things that happen. Naruto stopped his conversation with Kurama when he heard his door open. Kiyomi entered the room, she was wearing small cloth shorts and on top of that a large short-sleeved shirt which covered her thighs a little. We'll talk later. Kurama. Yes, see you tomorrow. Kurama cut the connection. Is something wrong, Kiyomi? He sat on the bed waiting for the girl's response. Sasuke has not returned. I know. Naruto also responded with his eyes down. Then can't I sleep with you? I don't feel good now being alone. Sure, come. Naruto raised the sheet giving Kiyomi space. She came over and lay down on the bed. Naruto lay down next to her, instinctively crossing his arms around Kiyomi. It was until he realized that he tried to remove them. I'm sorry. Kiyomi grabbed Naruto's arms. Don't worry, it's normal. The girl moved closer to Naruto, letting her head rest on her friend's chest. Naruto felt warm on cold nights. It was something he liked. Naruto. He lowered his gaze, observing Kiyomi's Sharingan once again. Everything is going to be fine, right? I can't assure you that everything will turn out perfect, but I can assure you that I will try the impossible to fix everything that comes our way. You are so good. Thank you, really thank you. You are welcome. Kiyomi buried her head in Naruto's chest, embracing the sleep that now consumed her. Naruto looked at Kiyomi a little more. He felt sleepy and finally closed his eyes, letting himself be carried away by the warmth of the girl who hugged him. Location: Hokage Mountain. Sasuke was sitting in the Hokage Mountains. Honestly, he didn't feel comfortable with the idea of returning home, so he decided not to make it to dinner or even to sleep in his bed. The cold night air collided with his body. He mentally punished himself for wanting the comfort of a blanket but decided to continue with his thoughts. He felt like he was being watched. He turned his gaze, but there was no one. He continued looking towards the town. Few lights were still on. He felt the same sensation again, stood up and turned his gaze. Who's there? You're good, you managed to feel us that easily. To tell the truth, the last thing Sasuke wanted was company, and if he could infer, this company didn't feel good. From the shadows, the four figures came out, a girl with red hair and a hat, a short guy with long hair that fell over his eye, a really big and robust guy, and finally the strangest one, a guy with 6 arms, the which were reminiscent of a spider. What do you want? Hey. Let's leave the hostilities for now. My name is Kidomaru, the girl is Taiya, the big guy here is Jirobo, and the other one is Seiken, and well, we came to make you a proposal. I'm not interested in anything about you. Sasuke responded bluntly. It's not ours, but what do you think of the power? Seiken offered. What are you taking about? We offer you the opportunity to gain power. I have enough. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. Do you really think so? Enough to kill your brother? Oh? You do not have it? I thought all that effort you've made with all your friends here in Konoha was enough. What you say doesn't make sense. Itachi became so strong in Konoha that it prevents me from doing it too. These are different times. Itachi was forced to grow up quickly, but look now, the council is now more civilian, everyone's raw power has dropped, the education to be a ninja is mediocre, and can be evident in anyone of your generation that they are not your sister or that Naruto is, oh, and the Hokage's children. Think about it like this. Seiken joined the conversation once again. Aren't you tired of being in Naruto's shadow? In the shadow of Naruto? Sasuke questioned. That's right, he is always one step ahead of everyone. Is he the one who has to do everything? Because he's the one who has to face Itachi and not me? Sasuke asked out loud. Exact. You have always been behind Naruto and people know it. You are supposed to be the heir of the proud Uchiha clan. You just have to come with us and Orochimaru will give you all the power you want. Orochimaru? Sasuke looked up, noticing the band of Itagakure, the village created by the snake Sannin. Yes, he is willing to train you. I don't think so, that guy must want something more. Sasuke was not so easily convinced. Kidomaru tried another strategy. You don't have to worry, in a few years with the training he will give you, you will undoubtedly become stronger than him. You could kill him if you wanted. You will become the strongest, you will have your own brilliance, your own strength, you don't need all these fools who only play ninja. Look at us. We became strong thanks to Orochimaru, you can do it too, they won't understand you. What are you talking about? They will do it. That's when he remembered the argument with Naruto and how Kiyomi supported him. They will do it. Right? Now. He was doubting. Come with us. Sasuke began to walk slowly. I have always been in his shadow and now he is not able to understand me. I can become strong on my own. It seems like it was easy to attract him, Taiya thought. I'm sorry. Kiyomi flashback. 8-year-old Sasuke and Kiyomi sat on the floor after a training session. I don't understand how Naruto was able to maintain this training session for so long. Sasuke was breathing heavily. It's normal, he is stronger than us. I guess so, I can't keep up with him. Kiyomi noticed how her brother had a sad look. You should not underestimate yourself, little brother, you are also very strong. I admire Naruto, but I also admire you. There have been many times in which you have shown that you are more capable than me. I would never be able to forget my brother. Never forget that we are all strong, some just don't realize it yet. Thank you, Kiyomi. There's no need for Sasuke, the girl hugged her brother present. Sorry Mytho, Kushina-san kept walking. I'm sorry, Oka-san, Odo-san. He kept asking for forgiveness. Really, was he about to leave the village where he grew up? Or perhaps, it was abandoning the village that gave him nothing but a massacre. He thought of one last person. Sorry Naruto, flashback. You shouldn't put all that weight on you, remember that we are behind you to support you. Sasuke spoke still lying on the bed. Count on that. Sasuke just smiled. Present. Sasuke stopped his walk. Hey. What's wrong? Kidomaru asked Sasuke, who was now with his head tilted up and his eyes closed. The Uchiha took a long breath and opened his eyes, observing the moon that dimly illuminated his face. Really, I've behaved like an idiot. How could I be such an idiot? He places his hands on his face. He let out another sigh and lowered his hands. He looked ahead, with his Sharingan threatening the four that were in front of him. I'm sorry, but I won't leave the village. Sasuke said seriously. Because. This village, I may have had the worst time of my life in this village, but now I have created ties with many people in this place. It is my home, and it was the home of my clan. The people I love, they believe in me, and that is enough to make me stronger. So you plan to continue playing ninja? I don't play ninja, I am a ninja. I am someone who has shed blood to keep this land standing, the land where my family once lived, the land where loved ones grew up with their families, land where I live. It's pure talk. Power is obtained by itself. He is everything. You're wrong, power is not everything, and people become stronger, much stronger when they have to protect those they love. That's where true strength comes from. It was the teaching he had left them. Haku. Well, I guess you don't want to understand, but refusing was not an option. You're going to come with us, even if we have to carry you in a bloody mess. I will show you the power I have gained together with my friends. Sasuke Uchihavs4Sound. Sasuke stood in a battle pose, waiting for the ninja's attack, Sharingan active and ready to counterattack. I'll go first, I'm going to show this kid the true power. Jirobo took a step forward. It seems that the giant comes first, his speed may be the slowest of all. Jirobo disappeared in a blur. Sasuke ducked, avoiding the Falnin's blow. He is fast despite his build. Sasuke tried to sweep Jirobo's feet, but he jumped back. The Uchiha stood up and launched himself at his opponent. Jirobo blocked Sasuke's blow, who did not stop there and continued attacking. All blows were blocked by Jirobo. Is that all you have? It's disappointing. That's not all. With great skill, Sasuke managed to open Jirobo's defense and hit him hard in the stomach. Jirobo bent a little. He has great strength. Jirobo thought. Sasuke followed with a kick to the side. Jirobo blocked it and grabbed Sasuke's leg, throwing them towards a rock. The Uchiha crashed into it, but he didn't have time for the pain. Jirobo approached very quickly and sent his fist. Sasuke turned his face, causing the attack to get stuck in the rock. Sasuke got out of there, but Jirobo turned his body, sending a backhand punch. Sasuke once again crouched down, dodging the attack, rested his hands on the ground and stretched his leg, placing a kick on Jirobo's stomach. The big guy endured the pain and tried to grab Sasuke, but he jumped back. Turning his head, his Sharingan glowed as he blocked Seiken's attack. It seems we underestimated you. Seiken sent blows that were dodged by the Uchiha. He sent a kick blocked by the Odonin. He sent a sweep dodging once again. He unsealed some shurikens and threw them at his enemy. Seiken took out a kunai and blocked the projectiles. In a blur, Sasuke punched Seiken's stomach, sent a kick to his chin, jumped and landed a roundhouse kick on Seiken's head. He made hand seals. Pain. Dikaku no Jutsu, I throw the fireball. A strange spider web trapped Seiken and attracted him to Kidomaru. The fire jutsu collided with a rock, completely destroying it. That should have warned the Anbu. Sasuke thought. He turned his body, avoiding a Jirobo blow that had managed to break loose from the rock. The Odonai sent another blow. Sasuke passed his hand, sliding them through the man's blow. Once again he turned and elbowed, reversing himself. He sent a high kick with his heel, but Jirobo's elbow got in the way. He grabbed the limb, and with great force he hit Sasuke. Spitting blood from the blow, he fell to the ground. Jirobo was about to finish off, but Sasuke rolled and got up quickly. Leaning on his enemy's shoulder, he somersaulted, landing on Jirobo's back, a kunai spinning dangerously on his finger. He grabbed it firmly, sent the cut, but a spiderweb grabbed him and pushed him, making him fall. Sasuke began to listen to a strange melody, directing his gaze to Taiya, who had taken out a flute. Seiken sent a blow to Sasuke, who could not cover himself. His blows are like stones, and even more so those of that Jirobo type. They feel like cannon shots. Do not get distracted. Sasuke received a blow from Seiken. What's happening to me? I feel weak. Sasuke moved slower and slower, beginning to receive attacks from Seiken and Jirobo. It's that girl's flute, it's like a Jinjutsu type. Taiya watched as her companions took care of the Uchiha. It's working, this auditory Jinjutsu will weaken it little by little, she thought confidently, looked into Sasuke's eyes. Serious mistake. Meijin. Kasagi. He felt his body being pierced by metal stakes, he felt great pain and instinctively dropped the flute. Shit, I can't move. In addition to feeling great pain, something prevented him from moving. Sasuke continued fighting against the two Odonin. Sasuke backed away, passing hand seals. Kaiten. Hasenka no Jutsu, he began to launch the fire projectiles towards his enemies who were making evasive maneuvers. Sasuke launched himself against Seiken, engaging him into jutsu. Seiken was getting frustrated by Sasuke's battle style. He sent a blow that Sasuke caught with his palm, quickly the Uchiha himself hit him hard in the face. Sasuke had to dodge a spiderweb. He turned to look at Kidomaru who looked serious. I see, so the cobwebs come from him, he has been saving his companions all this time. Finally, Taiya freed herself from the Genjutsu. Ah. Damn, I'll make you pay for that. The girl shouted, picking up the flute from her. At great speed, Sasuke appeared behind the girl. Your Genjutsu is a nuisance, so I must eliminate you first. He was about to hit the girl, but once again, a web stopped him. He was tangled. Jirobo took advantage of the opportunity and hit the Uchiha again. Sasuke was thrown, landing on a giant web created by Kidomaru, which was attached to two rocks. Like a spider, Kidomaru approached Sasuke with a kunai, walking through the web as if it were nothing. Sasuke observed the material that supported him in detail. This is made with chakra. Sasuke prepared himself. Raiden. Chidori Nagashi. A strong electric current shot out of Sasuke's body, spreading everywhere with the sound of 1,000 birds. The electricity was conducted through the web and hit Kidomaru hard, paralyzing him. The web broke due to the current intensity. Sasuke landed breathing deeply. Kaiten. Keen Senpu. A whirlwind of fire grew around him, protecting him from Seiken and Jirobo. He jumped over the barrier, unsealed several kunai and shuriken, his Sharingan working at its maximum. He threw the shurikens with absolute precision. Seiken prepared to deflect them again, but the projectiles collided with each other, deflecting around them. Sasuke landed on a rock and began moving his fingers, revealing tied ninja wire. The shurikens turned, small lightning bolts appeared from them, the ninja wire tied around the two sound ninjas. A current came out of the wire that paralyzed both of them. Hand seals flew into Sasuke's hands. Kaiten. Ryuken no Jutsu. He blew on the wire, sending a progressive burst of fire. Shit, Jirobo snorted, orange marks began to grow on his body. As if nothing had happened, he broke the wire, freeing himself from paralysis. Doten. Darai Heki. He placed his hands on the ground, creating a wall of earth that covered them from the flare. The fire ceased as the wall crumbled. Sasuke observed with surprise the marks that Jirobo had and that were now growing in Seiken. What is that? Sasuke asked himself in his mind. Why are you wondering what this is, right? It is the power that Orochimaru has given us, the cursed mark. Is that? What did Naruto warn me about? Sasuke swallowed, he had a feeling it wouldn't be the same. With mowing speed, Seiken disappeared. Sasuke opened his eyes in surprise, he raised his arms trying to block the blow, but he was hit. Sasuke crawled across the rocky ground, scraping himself in the process. Shit, it's very fast, it took me a while to get used to it. Sasuke raised his arm blocking a blow, he could feel his bones rumbling. He jumped, avoiding a blow from Jirobo, which broke the ground easily. He thought he could escape, but Jirobo sent a blow to Sasuke, who covered himself with his arms. Sasuke literally shot upwards. His body reached very high, the moonlight illuminating it completely. Kami, he's too strong and it's harder fighting everyone at the same time. He looked down, seeing his opponents preparing, but I shouldn't give up. Sasuke went through hand seals as he fell. Kaiten. Gakakyu no Jutsu. He launched the fire projectile. Jirobo raised a dome of earth protecting him and Seiken. At the moment of lowering the dome, Sasuke launched himself without thinking. Jirobo received him with a blow, but Sasuke began to shine, dissolving into lightning bolts that hit Jirobo. A real Sasuke appeared and hit Seiken. He continued attacking with great speed. The Odo Nin tried to hit, but the Sharingan predicted and Sasuke dodged. He gave a strong kick to Seiken, sending him flying. Unseal his Shakudo. I'm not going to continue playing. At high speed he appeared behind Seiken and tried to cut off his head. Seiken crouched and moved as far away as he could, but Sasuke kept sending him slash after slash. He took out a kunai and began exchanging cuts with Sasuke. Jirobo was running towards the two. He sent a blow, but Sasuke replaced himself with a log. Raiden. Chidori Iso only by instinct, the two Odo Nin crouched, dodging the lightning sword that tried to impale them. Sasuke moved his arm sending truly devastating slashes that cut rocks in half, making Seiken and Jirobo retreat. Sasuke looked into Jirobo's eyes. He released his jutsu and approached Jirobo with sword in hand. What a fool, a direct attack like that. Jirobo dodged the sword and hit Sasuke, but he turned into bodies that flew through the air. What is this? Genjutsu. The Autumn Nin asked himself. Seiken watched as the crows began to fly towards them. Kai. The crows turned into shurikens that were heading dangerously towards them. Get out of there. Seiken pushed Jirobo. The projectiles stuck in a rock. Sasuke appeared behind Seiken, but he anticipated his move and with kunai in hand, he performed a backhand slash. However, Sasuke turned into crows once again. Another genjutsu? But how? Sasuke appeared in front of Jirobo with his sword ready to impale the opponent's heart. Jirobo turned his body as much as he could, deflecting the trajectory of the sword, it pierced his arm. Hirobo growled, but didn't seem to care much until Sasuke applied Raiden to the sword, causing the rays to enter directly into his system, burning the wound and part of his internal body. Hirobo screamed, accompanied by blood. Damn. Seiken attacked Sasuke. He had to drop his sword. He accumulated chakra in his fist, and predicting Seiken's attack, he crouched down and sent the blow to the ribs of the Odonin, who flew away crashing into a rock. Sasuke crouched down and tried to catch his breath. I've spent too much chakra. He's been throwing jutsu after jutsu, and apparently he was doing well. I've had them for a long time, a little more and the Anbu could arrive. However, Sasuke had to jump and dodge some kind of giant spiked club, the impact of the large weapon raising a curtain of dust. What is that? Sasuke observed the cloud of dust while listening to Taiya's melody once again, but in a different tone. We have to finish this. Taiya now had black marks all over her body in a different pattern. The girl nodded to Kidomaru, who took out a bomb that looked like smoke. The dust in front of Sasuke cleared, revealing some sort of giant. The figure had hair covering its entire face. A black outfit, shirt and pants. His weapon, a spiked maso, which had raised all that dust. Taiya played the melody of her flute louder. In tune, the giant moved at high speed trying to catch Sasuke. He jumped, dodging the giant's attacks. Kaiten Kikaku no Jutsu, the fireball that Sasuke spat collided with the giant. When the smoke dissipated, he could be seen with scratches, but he did not seem to feel pain. What the fuck are you? Sasuke thought. The giant went at high speed. Sasuke tried to flee, but he was getting tired. Just today he didn't have a soldier's pill. The giant managed to trap him against a rock. It was then that Kidomaru threw the bomb he had in his hands. All the four of the sound jumped. The bomb hit the ground, releasing a kind of purple smoke. The giant and Sasuke were covered by smoke. It continued for a few seconds until it dissipated. When he could see again, Sasuke realized that the giant that was attacking him was no longer in front of him. What happened? He was waiting for a few seconds. The four of the sound were on top of some rocks, waiting for the Uchiha's reaction. Without realizing it, Sasuke began to breathe heavier, his body trembled, and dark circles began to appear under his eyes. A sudden cough attacked him. He clutched his chest as he began to spit out blood. That cough, what is this? He asked himself. Kidomaru smiled. On top of the rock it seems to work, a lethal poison derived from the poison of Orochimaru's Kusanagi. He really is a genius at being able to transform it into a gas. The poison may not be as lethal, but it is effective, even when you inhale it very little. Hirobo managed to remove the sword from his arm, throwing it to the ground. It's time to end this. Jumped off the rock attacking Sasuke, who could see him. He tried to move, but his body did not respond. Hirobo finished off Sasuke with a hammer blow, but realized it was a log. That guy, he's still elusive. Sasuke was behind a rock. I have no choice but to escape. I can't fight in these conditions. Sasuke started to run, but his legs felt very weak and he was coughing a lot. Shit. Why haven't the Anbus arrived yet? She was starting to get desperate. I can't let these guys take me. I have to stay here. I have to apologize to them. Sasuke remembered today's situation. Where do you think you're going, huh? Seiken appeared in front of him. Hirobo was approaching from behind with a kind of cylindrical box. It had strange seals. What's that? Cooperate and we won't have to hurt you anymore. I don't think so. By hand seals Chidori Nagashi. The little he had left of chakra he managed to spend on one last jutsu. The chirping of the birds emerged like a roar, trapping the two ninjas once again in its rays. Upon finishing the jutsu, Sasuke was caught in a spiderweb. It's over, idiot. Hirobo appeared in front of him and placed a strong blow on Sasuke's stomach. His pupils seemed to disappear for a few seconds. Now, he felt the worst pain in the world. He couldn't take it anymore. He was breathing heavily, and his muscles couldn't stand up once again. Hirobo approached once with a strange object. I can't take it anymore. I'm sorry, Naruto. I'm so sorry, little sister. Sasuke was closing his eyes while the images of the two mentioned people passed through his mind one last time. Sasuke closed his eyes, passing out from the pain, while small parts of his skin turned purple. The poison worked perfectly, Kidomaru said. Hirobo picked up Sasuke and put him in the strange container. He closed it with its lid, and the seals glowed for a moment. Well, from now on the only one who can open that is Orochimaru. The marks of Seiken, Taiya and Hirobo retreated. It was a problem trying to catch this guy. Just imagine that, Naruto said. Kidomaru imagined that someone comes to rescue him. We have to leave as quickly as possible, come on. Seiken said. The four of them quickly left the village, Hirobo carrying the container on his back. A few minutes after his escape, a group of Anbus appeared. Man, that mission was long, said one of the squad members. They want to tell me why we came here in the first place. I heard an explosion noise. There must have been a battle here. Look. There are some shurikens over there, traces of burns. It's Kaiten Jutsu. One of the Anbus was checking the ground. The captain of the squad advanced through the place where a battle had occurred, the battle between the henchman and the one who wanted to save himself from the fangs of the greedy snake. The only thing left: shurikens, burns, broken rocks, and a sword, its blade shining from the moonlight that once illuminated Sasuke Uchiha's face. I left some music above for the atmosphere. Location: Valley of the End, Tierra del Fuego. The two figures stared at each other, the rain falling lightly on their bodies. The drop slid over them, reaching their hands and rising towards the sword they held, sliding on its blade that seemed to shine. I hope you're ready, because of you I'm very angry. The first figure observed the second with bright red eyes, illuminating the darkness under the black rainy clouds. Present. Location: Naruto's house, Konohagakure no Sado. Naruto felt the sun's rays hitting his eyes again, the heat making him move his eyelids. He finally opened his eyes, tried to move, but something didn't let him move. He remembered what happened last night. He lifted the sheet, showing a peacefully sleeping Kiyomi, hugging him. She had a cute smile adorning her sleeping face. Naruto smiled and started to move slowly, trying not to wake the girl next to him. Finally managing to separate, Kiyomi let out a grunt, feeling the lack of heat. Naruto left the room, entering the hallway. Remembering what happened yesterday, I walk a little anxiously down the hallway, reaching the door to Sasuke's room. He opened the door slowly. In case Sasuke was asleep, he could have entered through his bedroom window. Upon entering, his face was filled with sadness when he saw that Sasuke had not returned. It seems like he's really angry, Kurama said. Yes, I feel bad for saying those things. You shouldn't feel bad, you were just defending your position, like anyone in the world would do. Well, guess one day we would have a discussion like that. Naruto closed the door behind him. When he turned his gaze, he saw Kiyomi leaving his room. He scratched his eye and let out a yawn. Good morning, Naruto. Good morning, Kiyomi. How was your night? Especially comfortable. Yes, I think the same. Is Sasuke back yet? Kiyomi seemed to get a little excited, but the girl noticed the change in Naruto's face. Oh, I see. The girl grabbed his shirt, squeezing it a little while lowering her head. Naruto watched her expectantly until he heard a small sob from her. Naruto quickly approached, bending down a little to see how the girl was crying openly. Oh, Kiyomi. I'm sorry, I'm just worried. I don't like the fact that Sasuke disappeared like that. I'm worried too, but we have to stay strong. I'm sure Sasuke will come back. Naruto said the words to reassure Kiyomi, who took breaths to calm herself, releasing occasional sobs. The boy began to dry his tears. I don't like that you see me like that, like a crybaby. You don't have to say that. Anyone would react that way if they took away the person who had always been by their side, even in their mother's womb. Yeah, go change. This time I'll prepare breakfast. Alright. Naruto came to the kitchen and took out the materials to cook eggs and a couple of bacon. He began to repeat the recipe in his mind. It smells good. Should I prepare it for him too? To be honest, I don't think he'll arrive this morning, said Kurama. Naruto let out a sigh. He took out 2 plates and began to serve the food. Just as he was setting the table, Kiyomi came out of the hallway. He sat at the table and thanked for the food. Naruto sat down and started eating next to Kiyomi. They stayed like that for a while, until the door rang. They were knocking on it. Now what? Naruto stood up and walked towards the door, opening it. An Anbu of the Hokage was in front of him. Good morning, Tsunade-sama requests your presence in front of her. Naruto felt a bad feeling. Okay, let's go there. The Anbu nodded and disappeared in a burst of smoke. Kiyomi, we have to go to the Hokage office. Okay, just let me finish my food. Naruto sat next to him and finished eating. Naruto didn't even change and left the house with Kiyomi, locking it, and they finally disappeared in a flash of silver. Tsunade once again watched Konoha from the window. Her hands were behind her back, clasping one with the other, squeezing each time she thought about what to say to Naruto and Kiyomi. With her poor vision, she could see the faint silver light behind her. She bit her lips and took a deep breath. When the Anbu had come to her office to tell her what had happened, she didn't know how to react. First she thought about the possibilities. Who could it have been? But then she hit her the most important thing, Naruto and Kiyomi. What did they think? We are here, Tsunade-sama, Naruto said, bowing slightly, accompanied by Kiyomi. Hello Naruto, how are you? How's everything going? Tsunade gave Naruto a smile. She seemed comforting. What were you calling us for? Shizune entered the room. Oh, hello guys. The woman greeted. Hello Shizune-san. Naruto, I called Tsunade. Yeah? Naruto looked at Tsunade's serious face, that bad feeling taking over him again. What's wrong? I stutter. I'm sorry to have to tell you this. The lump began to form in Naruto's throat, even in Tsunade, who couldn't find the words to break the news. He took a breath and prepared himself. Naruto, Kiyomi, I'm sorry to tell you this, but we have evidence to say that your friend and brother, Sasuke Uchiha, has been kidnapped. There was a great silence. Kiyomi had a surprised face, even Shizune had her hands on her mouth, covering her look of surprise. What did he say? Kiyomi's voice broke. Sasuke, it is possible that he has been kidnapped. No, Kiyomi covered her mouth as tears began to come out in droves. Do you have any idea who it could have been? The only thing we can think of is that it was Orochimaru. Kiyomi's cries now sounded throughout the room. Shizune tried to comfort her. There are signs of a fight at the top of Mount Hokage, burns that are probably from a Kaiten jutsu, and there is also blood, which we confirm belongs to Sasuke. There are no witnesses. Only one, a man who says he saw 4 guys, one carried a giant box on his back and they all had a purple ribbon around their waist, with a bow on their back. It's Orochimaru, it's the style he uses to dress, plus the fact that they came for Sasuke is another proof. He already knows that catching Naruto is not easy and he decided to go for my brother Kiyomi. Said, still crying he could say some things. Suddenly, the atmosphere began to turn cold and the air felt heavy. An insatiable bloodlust could be felt, chills and a feeling of not being able to breathe. You could even hear the Anbus trying to catch their breath. Tsunade looked at Naruto, he clenched his fists tightly, the floor beneath him began to crack, his hair began to become disheveled, obscuring his eyes, whiskers began to appear on his cheeks. I'm going to. Naruto looked up showing his eyes, their slits were torn, and 3 tomos were spinning around them. I'm going to kill him. Naruto's voice distorted as the killing intent soared. He's channeling a lot of Kyuubi chakra, Kiyomi thought. Naruto, please calm down, look at what you're doing, Tsunade said. Naruto closed his eyes, opened them again with his Sharingan deactivated, and the Kyuubi's features disappeared. He kept a serious face. He closed his eyes and began to trace the Hiraishin mark he had left on Sasuke. I can feel the teleportation mark on it. You can go. Strangely, I can't teleport to him, it seems that there is something that prevents me, a kind of intersection. Can't you do anything? Kiyomi asked. Not unless I'm next to that thing that prevents me from teleporting. Naruto turned his gaze towards Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, I ask permission to go rescue Sasuke. I can still feel the Hiraishin mark on him, so I can feel where he is. Okay, but I can't risk you going alone, but still, many Jonin, even Chunin are on missions right now, plus I have my Anbu busy. What a problem, Shizune said. Don't worry, I can go after him alone. No way, no matter how strong you are, you always have to have someone watching your back. Okay, so what? I only have you choose the most prodigious ninjas of your generation, the ones you think can help you with everything. Obviously they will be Kiyomi, Menma and Mito. I'm sorry, but believe it or not, Kushina requested a mission for her and her children, she is outside the village now. Wow, then they will be Kiyomi. Naruto went through a review of his friends. I got it will be Kiyomi, Shikamaru, Neji and Rock Lee. I'm sorry, but I can't afford to send 2 genins on a mission that is possibly A rank, who knows if more. So what options do you leave me? You already said it, most of the ninjas in the village are on missions. Lee and Neji are the 2 best genins left, completely superior to several chunins I've seen, even though their strength sits to jutsu, the better it is, it has rotation, and Lee is also very fast and talented, he is able to handle the internal doors. How is it possible that a genin can do that? If I knew I could too, Naruto thought, scratching his head, then explained to Tsunade about Lee and his sensei. I see, so he doesn't have any talent in ninjutsu or jinjutsu, so he gave all his effort into jutsu, plus, with the green beast being his sensei, it's predictable. Well, then as I said, this is the best team I can think of. I know the other rookies, but I'm going to be honest, none of them have the necessary level for this mission. I need people who take it seriously, and I already have everything in the team I planted, strength, intelligence and tracking. I consider that they are completely capable of taking this mission and carrying it out in the most efficient way, and in addition, Kiyomi knows some medical ninjutsu. Tsunade placed her elbows on the table and closed her eyes, reflecting on the situation. To be honest, I couldn't give anything more, and certainly the team was strong, especially with Naruto on their side. Okay, but I hope everything turns out perfect. Thank you, but once again, I can't guarantee that everything will turn out perfect, but I will give my all to make it go as well as possible. Kiyomi recognized the phrase as the one Naruto said to her that time they slept together. One moment, him, alone in bed. Kiyomi blushed. Is something wrong, Kiyomi? Naruto noticed the girl's tone. Then nothing, Naruto, no one better die. Tsunade warned Naruto. Maid, so what are you waiting for? We can't let them get any further away, go look for your team, they will leave in 1 hour. Hi, Hokage-sama. Naruto disappeared in a flash of silver. 1 hour later. Naruto was at the entrance of the village, he was next to Kiyomi waiting for his companions. Naruto was wearing a turtleneck sweater with a short sleeve, this time he was wearing nothing underneath but sleeveless mesh armor. He was wearing some sort of brown shoulder pad instead of his Jonin vest. The shoulder pad had a circular extension on the back in which was Naruto's sword. He carried it outside so he could draw it quickly. He wore the classic Anbu pants and his black bandages on the ankles and obviously his black sandals. She also wore black wristbands under which were his seal cuffs. It was an outfit similar to the one his brother, Shisui, wore. Naomi was also wearing a high-necked short-sleeved shirt, a skirt over small black shorts, thigh-high stockings, black sneakers. She wore bandages over the seals on her wrists. She called it aesthetics because the bandages reached up to his elbow. Kiyomi moved from one side to the other, looking quite desperate. Naruto kept his eyes closed, talking to his tenant about the mission. "What level do you think the guys who kidnapped Sasuke have?" Kurama asked. "Actually I don't know, there are 4 types, I don't think they are all of the Kabuto level, at least he must surpass them individually. Why couldn't they be Kabuto level? I mean, according to what he said, he is at Kakashi's level, he would have been enough to catch Sasuke. Remember that even Menma managed to confront him, with you by his side, but he still managed to hurt him greatly. Shit, so these guys yes, they must be very careful, they must be strong, and there were also 4 of them. He may send Kabuto himself to help them, Orochimaru is smart, he knows that they should have sent strong ninjas to get Sasuke back. And you better take care of yourself and take care of all those guys, you should go out now, your companions are nearby, and your friend is very desperate, I can feel that she is upset, you better calm her down, if she goes to the mission in that state mental could be harmful. Okay, thanks for letting me know, by the way, when will I be able to feel people's feelings on my own? Calm down, you haven't been my Jinchuriki for even a month, you should wait a little longer for your chakra to adjust to mine. Alright, see you later. Remember, if you need help, I'll be awake, watching. Thanks again. Naruto cut the connection. He opened his eyes, watching as Kiyomi moved from side to side, biting his nails, his Sharingan active. "Kiyomi, what's wrong?" The girl didn't look at Naruto, but continued walking. Naruto began to feel the presences of his companions. "They are about to arrive, they're waiting, we have to hurry." "Duh. I'll bring them myself." Naruto grabbed Kiyomi's arm, without warning he hugged her. "Hey, what are you doing? I had moments when I was like you, I know you feel desperate, wanting to be with that person you love, but you must stay calm, in this state your mind is clouded, you don't think clearly, and that could cost you your life." "I'm sorry, it's just that I know, but do you know what my mother taught me? Right now, what a person needs most is a hug and a person who is there for them and I am here for you." Naruto tightened the hug, the girl felt great warmth when she felt Naruto's skin. "Thank you." Kiyomi's Sharingan went off. The two separated, Kiyomi rubbed his arm in embarrassment, Naruto just smiled. He turned his gaze to the front, he could already see the members of his squad. Shikamaru was with his hands in his pockets, a bored look on his face. Neji had a serious face just like Lee, but he seemed to have a glow in his face. His eyes. They all arrived in front of Naruto. "We're all here, Naruto." Lee said. "Ah. By the way, congratulations on becoming a Jonin and to you on becoming a Chunin." Kiyomi-san. "Thank you," the two Uchihas said. Now that they are aware of what happened, we have to proceed quickly, with every second that passes they could be moving away with Sasuke, there is no certain way for the formation, but if I know one thing, and it is that you, Neji, will go ahead. You're perfect by Byakugan to look at them from a long distance. I can only feel them and also only when I am close, in addition to being able to detect the traps. Kiyomi and I will go after him for the Sharingan, then Lee and lastly Shikamaru who is a medium distance fighter. Does anyone have an objection? No, everyone said. Okay, then let's go. The 5 boys began to run through the forest that surrounded Konoha. It was Sasuke's rescue squad, hopefully this would end that same day. 2 hours later. Location. Fire Country. The 4 of the Sound were in a clearing in the forest, everyone was sitting, while apparently Jirobo took big breaths. "How are you, huh? Big guy?" "Don't laugh, that thing is heavy, and the seals it has make it even heavier. Orochimaru really wants to keep that guy safe. And you tell it, you've been delaying us a lot," Taiya said. "Well, how about you take it next time, huh?" "No way, seriously, you would let a lady wear it, what a gentleman." "I have nothing of a gentleman, and you have even less of a lady. But you want me to take your arms off, you fat bastard. Dare you repeat it, bitch. Stop fighting, you seem like idiot." Seiken interrupted the fight. "How about your Kidomaru spiders? Have you detected anything?" "Nothing for now, it seems the Konoha hasn't noticed." "Well, then I guess we have time to rest." The 4 of them sat for a moment, what they didn't know was that there were 5 boys who were advancing at high speed. Naruto, Kiyomi, Neji, Lee and Shikamaru were advancing at high speed. Naruto could go faster thanks to his Shunshin, but he had to keep up with the others, even so, he didn't complain, they were going at a good pace. At this rate, they may catch up, he felt the Hiraishin mark on Sasuke more and more. "Do you see anything, Neji?" "Yes, there are some ropes ahead, they are attached to a mechanism with several kunai and shurikens ready to be fired." Okay, Kiyomi, finish them. Yeah. The girl jumped with her Sharingan active and unsealed some kunai, threw them with great precision, and broke each of the ropes, causing the kunai to shoot towards them, but she had already discovered the trap, so they were a good distance away. Naruto went through hand seals. Futen. Totapa Naruto exposed a large gust of wind that expelled the projectiles in another direction. Naruto felt a tug on his chest, the Hiraishin seal was getting closer, he tried to teleport, but nothing happened, it seems that there is something that prevents me from teleporting, the five continued advancing in the same position. Hey Naruto, Shikamaru called to his friend. What's happening? Do you know anything about our enemies? Unfortunately I can't tell you anything about his abilities. At the site of the fight they had with Sasuke, remains of a kind of spiderweb made of chakra were found. I believe that Neji could break them with his Juken style, however there is nothing else. And that's it. There's something else, I have a faint feeling that those guys must have a curse mark. Curse mark? What is that? Rock. Lee asked a question that everyone except Kiyomi asks. According to Anko herself, it is a seal in which Orochimaru seems to impregnate some of his chakra and essence into a person. This seal at first creates immense pain, but Anko says that later it becomes like a drug, and what's amazing is that so far I haven't found a way to remove it, I can only reduce its effects to a certain extent. And this seal has some function besides that. I don't know, but I think that this seal must grant a kind of power that over time generates a kind of dependency or addiction towards it, making someone inevitably seek out Orochimaru. That would explain why I was so eager to put it on, even at Sasuke and Kiyomi. He must be after the Sharingan. Neji gave his opinion. Yes, Orochimaru is known as a mad scientist, Kakashi-sensei once told us about an old Anbu colleague, apparently he can control the Mokuton, wood style, thanks to Orochimaru experimenting with it and the Shadame cells, Hashirama Senju. Wow. But what's wrong with that? Think about it this way, it is not an experiment that came out the first time, and the others who were part of it are dead. Rock Lee gulped. That guy is scary. Shikamaru and Neji just listened in silence, unconsciously, Kiyomi began to quicken her pace. I think I scared her a little. Don't feel guilty, you were just answering their questions. Hey, you don't have to console me, I know what I'm doing. Naruto said to Kurama jokingly. Whatever you want. Neji stopped, crouched down and raised his hand making the others stop. What's wrong Neji? Lee asked. There ahead in a vision of Neji's Byakugan, a vision with a white tone, it seemed like a camera that zoomed for kilometers, in a clearing in the forest, there were 4 figures with a large cylindrical box. There are the 4 of them, it seems that they carry Sasuke in a kind of box that is full of seals. I see, no wonder my Hiraishin is useless, one of those seals must be preventing me from teleporting, Naruto said. It seems like they are resting, Neji added. One of them must be tired, possibly the one who carried the box. So what are we going to do? Kiyomi asked. I honestly don't have a plan of attack, let's attack by surprise first, and from then on we improvise, our mission is to recover Sasuke, and it's obvious that they won't give it to us lightly. Everyone nodded, proceeding with the mission. Kidomaru was with his eyes closed, 2 of his 6 arms were crossed while the others rested on his legs. The rest of his team were also resting. Suddenly, he felt a sensation, it was danger, his skin was bruised, and he stood up from the ground listening to small sounds. What's wrong Kidomaru? Seiken asked. Something's not right, there's someone with us. Upon hearing that, the others also stood up, each one trying to feel the slightest disturbance. It was then that among the silence, Kidomaru managed to hear the sound of air being cut. Jump now. The 4 of the sound narrowly dodged a large flurry of kunai and shuriken, which stuck into the ground. From the shadows, the 5 genins came out, placing themselves in front of the 4 of sound. Naruto sighed. I know I already said that these guys won't give us Sasuke the easy way, but I have to at least try, he thought. Listen carefully, they have just kidnapped a clan heir and also a Konoha ninja, so they have sent us to recover him, cooperate and hand him over the right way, maybe then we won't have to resort to force. No way, this boy is a request for Orochimaru-sama. Seiken said. Well, I expected that, but I want you to answer me something, why does Orochimaru want Sasuke? Well, I think it makes sense to tell you, because you are about to die, Orochimaru-sama wants to know everything, he has an almost insatiable hunger for knowledge, and for that he needs to live a long time, but he is already an old man, he has life since the time of the Sandaime Hokage, that's why he needs a young body to continue living, that's right, he got, through research. The perfect jutsu to solve that problem, that's right, Orochimaru-sama has the incredible ability to change bodies, transfer his soul to a new container, he is immortal. Seiken said as if he were praising Orochimaru. Naruto performed a wrist while Kiyomi clenched her fists and teeth, showing her anger. We won't let them take Sasuke for their evil purposes. Rock Lee shouted. Oh yeah? And who is going to avoid it? You? But just a few simple genin, they have only played at being ninjas until now, Taiya mocked. Everyone prepares to fight, Rock Lee was already taking his battle pose. Heh, so that's what you want. Well come. They won't last 2 minutes. Naruto disappeared in a blur, disconcerting everyone. Hirobo felt great pain on his own face when everyone realized that Naruto's foot was hitting the ninja's face hard. He fell backwards from the momentum, hitting his back against the ground, while Naruto's foot continued on his face, burying the Jirobo's head into the ground. The Sound Four were surprised at this, they had not even seen it. The entire weight of the Uchiha fell on Jirobo's face, breaking his head. Jirobo. Seiken shouted, but in less than a second Naruto's fist landed on his face. He's very fast. Ai and Kidomaru jumped back. Neji appeared in front of Kidomaru trying to deliver a palm strike. Kidomaru jumped again, dodging the blow, and then launched a web. Let's see if you escape from that. Neji with his Byakugan was able to see the chakra that covered the spiderweb, which at the same time seemed to be made of a strange material. He sent a slash with his own hand cutting through the web. Your web can be crossed by my Juken. Neji continued advancing towards Kidomaru, making him retreat. Damn, if they keep pushing us back like this, we'll lose sight of the package. Taiya stepped back, taking out her flute, however Rock Lee appeared in front of her, sending a strong kick that the Retid narrowly dodged. Kiyomi appeared in front of her, punching her stomach. Damn, everyone here is damn fast. Lee, go help Naruto, I'll take care of her. Lee nodded and launched himself against Jirobo and Seiken, who were dominated by Naruto. Naruto dodged a Jirobo blow by sending an elbow to his stomach, he jumped dodging a Seiken kick, in the air, he sent some kunai and shuriken towards the two. The two sound ninjas backed away, dodging the projectiles. However, they had to start backing away because a shadow was chasing them. Paul received a strong blow to his face, the shadow managed to distract him enough to forget about Naruto for a moment. Jirobo kept dodging Shikamaru's shadow, finally, he moved far enough away so that the shadow didn't reach him. Heh, it seems like you're able to get this far. He wanted to mock a little more, but Naruto suddenly appeared in front of him, trying to hit him, but the Uchiha disappeared again, appearing after hitting him with his sword. The giant sent a backhand blow, but Naruto disappeared again in the blink of an eye, appearing once again in front of him, delivering a blow to his stomach. He disappeared again, appearing on top of the ninja, he fell hard, landing a Jirobo axe kick. Meanwhile with Kiyomi, she was completely dominating Taiya, who wasn't that good at close-range battles. Damn, at this rate I'm going to have to go to the second phase of the cursed seal immediately. Taiya allowed herself to turn to see the battles of her companions. Kidomaru was being pushed away by the Hyuga boy, Seiken was now fighting the green spandex boy, who was distracted by the pineapple-haired boy's shadow. And finally, Jirobo was being slaughtered by the other Uchiha. Damn, each of us needs more space, we have to separate them. Taiya had some chakra, Jirobo had spread his curse seal throughout his body. I take back what I said, if we manage to get them together in the same place we can trap them in the Jirobo jutsu. The girl nodded to her companions, each one also felt beginning to jump, getting closer little by little, Jirobo was staying a little behind. The genins were slowly joining together until the Sound Four jumped while Jirobo went through hand seals. Doton, stone prison. A mass of stone and earth began to move quickly towards the genins. Upon reaching them, two curved walls rose, enclosing them in a dome of earth. Jirobo placed his hands on the earthen dome. I'll hold them, he said as his hands began to be surrounded by blue chakra. Good job Jirobo, Kidomaru said. My spiders inform me that reinforcements are coming. Who are they? If you can know. Well, it's the Four Eyes and Kimimaro. Ha. With them those genins won't have a chance, especially with Kimimaro. Anyway, let's disperse, it will be more difficult for them to find us then. Well, take the Uchiha, I'll hand over the next one, whether it's Kabuto or Kimimaro, we have to try to get him out of the country of fire as quickly as possible. Kidomaru took the large package and went the opposite way to Seiken and Taiya. Well, let's see how long it takes them to get out of there, or at least they won't be able to, this earth prison will absorb all their chakra. Inside the dome the 5 genins had become stagnant, trying to break the earth wall, however they only received light scratches, they could not risk doing jutsus, they could feel how their chakra was stolen, and with 2 Taijutsu fighters and Shikamaru, they were only left. Kiyomi and Naruto for the jutsus, however, they all tried with physical blows, according to Naruto, using an elemental jutsu would be dangerous in here. Shikamaru watched as his companions tried to break the earth dome, he continued analyzing, until he realized that in one part of the dome, the cracks were more pronounced. Naruto, look over there, Shikamaru let his friend deduce when he turned around. I see, thank you. Naruto approached the specific part, grabbed the wrist of his right hand, and began charging the jutsu. A purple mouse appeared in Naruto's hand with a loud bang. Raiden. Shiden. Naruto slammed his jutsu into the barrier, passing through it easily. Outside, Jirobo was alarmed to see how behind the barrier, a purple flash seemed to shine. Perhaps. Did they manage to get out? It would be better if you move away a little, Naruto said. Everyone stepped back as the shiden in Naruto's hand exploded and he shot out like a rocket, breaking the wall in the process. Some purple rays were scattered after the explosion. Let's go quickly. Everyone followed behind Naruto and then watched as the earth dome hit in the ground. Damn, they managed to get out, Jirobo thought. In the distance, a large purple explosion appeared in the distance. What kind of jutsu is that? He broke the wall easily and was still active. Naruto turned around with his Sharingan active, Jirobo's head tilted in on himself, indicating that he was in a Jinjutsu. Okay, let's be clear, every second that passes, those guys walk away with Sasuke and we don't even know who has him now, so we'll do this. I can feel which direction each one of them went. Everyone noticed Naruto's red eyes, they were not a Sharingan, but rather those of a feline, as well as some whisker marks on his cheeks. Each one must take one, I can feel the presences, but not who exactly they are. Then what do we do? Each one must take one of them, we can't let them escape, I know you can handle them, so let's do it, I'll take care of Jirobo, and then each one will go after the others. Okay, each one responded. For more speed, Kiyomi and Lee will go that way, I have a feeling that Orochimaru will send more minions, Shikamaru and Neji will go the other way. Okay, well, we have the plan, disperse. They all disappeared, jumping between the trees. You and I, we'll end this quickly. Naruto deactivated his Sharingan as Jirobo came out of the illusion. You're not going to get away unscathed after trapping me in a Jinjutsu. Naruto did not respond and stood in a battle pose. I see, so you want to fight, huh? Well, come on, go ahead, it will be fun to play with you, just like with that Uchiha. His grimace of laughter changed to one of pain when he felt Naruto's fist in his stomach. You better not joke about that, I'm not going to allow you to make fun of my friend. How does he move so fast? Jirobo wanted to hit Naruto, but he dodged his attack and finished off Jirobo with a kick that he was able to cover, but his feet dragged on the ground. He raised his elbows, covering his face with his forearms, receiving a blow from the Uchiha's hands, however, he surprisingly received a blow on the back. What's that? A clone? Thought the Odo in its physical since it can hit me. Naruto grabbed Jirobo's wrist and pulled him towards him, the clone jumped, landing a knee on his face. Taking advantage of his enemy's stun, Naruto used his own hand to perform hand seals. After that he gave a big kick that sent Jirobo back while he jumped to launch his jutsu. Pain. Dukakyu no Jutsu. I send the large sphere of fire towards Jirobo, who managed to compose himself and went through hand seals. Doten, Durai Heki. He placed his hands on the ground, while instantly a large stone wall rose, covering him from the jutsu that generated an explosion upon impact. He smiled at being able to block his enemy's jutsu, but turned his gaze when he saw how the clone appeared out of nowhere next to him, glowing slightly. The clone exploded with force, raising a screen of smoke. Naruto kept half a ram seal, indicating that he had made his Daibakuha Bunshin combo with a Shunshin. It was a combination between Itachi's jutsu and his brother's jutsu. When the smoke cleared, a Jirobo could be seen with burns on its body, but that was not the only thing, black marks spread throughout its skin, covering it completely. It seems that I activated the cursed seal, I can feel its power increasing. Be careful with that, it may be much faster now. Kurama warned. In a blur, Jirobo appeared in front of Naruto with his fist extended. Naruto deflected the blow with his arms and pushed Jirobo's arm back towards him. Naruto sent a strong upward kick, but Jirobo stopped it with his palm, pushing back at the Uchiha's foot. The other nin began to send a rapid sequence of strong blows towards the Uchiha, who dodged them seemingly without problems. Naruto began to counterattack with a palm blow to Jirobo's shoulder, then he sent a punch to his chest, he lowered his head avoiding a hook, and with his left hand, he brought another palm blow to the ninja's face. Jirobo covered himself with his two arms, making X in front of his face, but with another palm strike. Naruto opened his defense and immediately struck with his left fist, he has great strength. Jirobo compassed himself and sent a left blow. Naruto used his forearm to deflect the attack. From Jirobo's perspective, his arm and Naruto's covered the Uchiha's face, and when he completely deflected the blow, he activated his Sharingan. Jirobo closed his eyes trying not to fall into a Jinjutsu, but despite that he lowered his guard. Naruto charged the blow with chakra and attacked Jirobo who, thanks to the blow, flew towards some trees, destroying them upon impact. Fu. Yes, you gave him a beating. Kurama said. And there's more, Naruto answered. Jirobo pushed a log that was on him. Damn, he is much stronger than the other, he is faster, and his blows hurt too much, not to mention his ninjutsu, Jinjutsu and Shunshin, he surpasses me too much in speed. Jirobo opened his eyes as he saw Naruto materialize in front of him with a few crows. That's all. Be quiet. Jirobo tried to hit, but the moment he touched Naruto he dissolved into crows that flew in all directions, but then they began to return. It's a Jinjutsu. Jirobo realized and deactivated the Jinjutsu, the crows that were heading towards him turned into shurikens. He barely managed to pull out a kunai, however he couldn't block them all due to the shock. Some of the projectiles managed to impact, cutting her skin. From the bushes, a gust of wind hit his foot, causing a deep cut to appear on his foot. Jirobo screamed in pain. Futen. Kazakiri no Jutsu, Naruto thought, hidden in the bushes. Damned. Come and fight as it should be. Jirobo shouted on his knees. It's obvious that you don't know what you're doing, and you say that we are the ones who play ninjas. We must be hidden and attacked by surprise. Don't give your enemy any chance. TSK. Jirobo got angry. With all his strength he tried to hit Naruto, but he stopped his blow. Naruto's palm glowed a little. At the moment of separating, Jirobo fell to the ground holding his hand. It was too heavy. He sharpened his sight, seeing how he had a kind of seal on his fist. What's that? It's a weight seal, obviously. You won't understand it. Jirobo held his shoulder trying to lift his hand, but he barely managed to move it a little. I have no choice. Cursed seal, level 2. The Jirobo mark spread even further than before as they glowed orange, covering his body. His hair grew exponentially, and his skin turned red, while the sclera of his eyes turned completely black. Now if you're going to pay for that. The seal on Jirobo's hand was now interrupted by the influence of the cursed mark, making the Odo unable to move his arm. Great, Naruto thought, somewhat annoyed. Jirobo launched himself with great speed towards Naruto. The Uchiha dodged the Odo's blow by bowing his head and deflecting his arm with his own. Now it's much faster, but it's still not imperceptible. Naruto attacked with a high kick, but Jirobo's arm stopped her dead. The Sound Ninja sent another blow with his other arm, but Naruto stopped him too. The two of them got into a taijutsu battle quite strong, both of them had great physical powers, and small shock waves were beginning to come out of the collision of their limbs. Naruto grabbed Jirobo's knee with both hands. He attempted another blow towards Naruto, taking advantage of the fact that he had his hands full, but Naruto crouched down and tried to sweep Jirobo's legs. He jumped back as Naruto went through hand seals. Kaiten. Hasenketsu Nabeni. Naruto took out some shurikens, and when he threw them he combined them with a small burst of fire that came out of his mouth. Doten, Durai Heki. Jirobo raised a wall of earth that protected him from the projectiles. Shunshin. Naruto appeared next to Jirobo, delivering a good blow to his face. However, Jirobo compassed himself almost instantly and counterattacked with a good punch. Naruto covered himself with his arms in an X shape. The blow sent him skidding on the ground. With great speed, Jirobo appeared in front of him with a front kick. Naruto moved his body and quickly grabbed Jirobo's leg. He placed a big elbow on his knee, making Jirobo scream in pain. Jirobo broke away from Naruto and grabbed his leg in pain. Naruto crouched down and placed chakra into his foot. He sent a big kick with his soul on the chin of Jirobo, who was hunched over. The Odonai was shot into the air. Naruto disappeared in a blur and appeared behind Jirobo in the air. Dancing Leaf Shadow. Yes, I copied this movement from Rock Lee. Naruto grabbed Jirobo by the waist and the two began to fall at high speed. After falling for about 2 seconds, the Jirobo head crashed into the ground, creating a large crater. Before it hit, Naruto jumped away from the fall and watched Jirobo almost buried in the ground. Naruto took out his Shakudo, ready to finish, with a single movement. Jirobo stood up with a large bleed from his head. His body ached and he felt the pain in all the points where Naruto had hit him. He was beginning to feel marinated and his mouth was gushing blood. Damn, this can't be happening. Jirobo looked desperately at Naruto, who had his Shakudo in a holster. I will give you a chance to live. I will take you to Konoha and you will tell us what you know about Orochimaru, his hiding places and what he does. If you tell us without resisting, we can consider keeping you alive and a better life than the others in prison. No way. I will never be a big mouth and you are going to die here with me. Naruto sighed. The bad thing about people like you is that they are stubborn towards the decisions that best favored them. Now, I will only finish you off. Come and try it. You won't be able to beat me. Jirobo was about to launch himself against Naruto. He supported his foot to shoot towards him, but he didn't know that that was the last thing he would do. Jirobo couldn't even blink when he saw a flash of silver, then everything turned dark for him. Behind his body, Naruto was keeping his Shakudo in its sheath, hiding the entire blade of the sword. The Jirobo head detached from his neck, falling to the ground, followed by the corpse of the once ninja of sound. Naruto put his Shakudo back on his back. Quickly. Kurama said, it couldn't have ended any other way, Naruto said. Well, now you have to divide the work, you don't have much time. You're right. Naruto placed his hands on the cross seal. He channeled a large amount of anti-aging chakra until a cloud of smoke appeared in front of him. A single clone of Naruto was staring at him. This was a reinforced clone. It was a shadow clone that was reinforced with extra chakra, making it more resistant to blows. You know what to do, the original said, making the clone jump towards the trees in the forest. Naruto took a deep breath and went in another direction. Kiyomi and Rock Lee jumped from branch to branch at the maximum speed that both could give. They continued advancing until Kiyomi stopped his march. Rock Lee stopped just in time to dodge a kunai that was headed straight for his face. It seems we caught up with them. In front of them were Taiya and Kitamaru. So you managed to get out of the Jirobo dome, congratulations on that, but how did you get past the Jirobo himself? One of our comrades stayed with him, Lee responded. Hahaha, idiots, Jirobo will tear him to pieces, Taiya mocked. Who knows, maybe your friend is the one who is cut into pieces right now. Kiyomi said with his Sharingan active. Kitamaru took out a bow made of a rather strange material. Quickly, an arrow made of the same material came out of his mouth. Without thinking twice, he aimed and shot towards Rock Lee, who jumped back doing a backflip, barely managing to avoid the arrow. She's fast. Lee took out some kunai from her bag on her leg. He threw them towards the two ninjas who soon dodged them. As she fell, Taiya had to dodge Kiyomi's attack. This bastard, doesn't she ever get tired? Kiyomi sent an uppercut dodge by the retreat. The girl tried to get away, but the Uchiha wouldn't let her go more than 4 meters away. Kiyomi, with great speed, hit Taiya in her stomach. I sent several blows to different parts of the girl's body. The Uchiha sent a direct kick causing Taiya to go backwards, but Kiyomi took her hand, pulled her towards her and placed an elbow, while with her hand and the girl she performed the horse seal. Taiya realized that. And tried a backhand blow. Kiyomi crouched down and quickly hit her with her other hand, right in the girl's face, making her stunned, performing the tiger seal. He let go of her hand and turned, sending a spinning kick that Taiya barely managed to block with both of her arms, while black marks began to run across her body. With great speed Kiyomi turned in the opposite direction, and with the same leg, he sent a strong kick to the Odo Nin's already injured stomach, causing her to skid on the ground. The chakra was already built up and he just had to release it. Kaiten. Gakakyu no Jutsu. Kiyomi spat the large fireball towards Taiya, who was alarmed by the heat, so she acted quickly. From the Uchiha's perspective, the fireball had hit, however, as the smoke cleared, she could simply see a tree trunk almost completely black and with some parts falling apart. Taiya appeared behind some bushes with some burns, black marks now covering her entire body. That unfortunate woman is going to find out. He took out his precious flute from a seal and began to play a melody. A few times before Rock Lee punched Kitamaru in the face. The spider stepped back and covered a combo of blows from the spandex ninja with its 6 hands. Rock Lee tried to sweep his legs, but Kitamaru jumped. However, he was surprised to see how Lee appeared in front of him. Curse Lee kicked Kitamaru, knocking him to the ground. The Odo Nin had to roll, avoiding being finished off by Lee's axe kick. Kitamaru pushed himself up with his hands and regained his feet. He took out several kunai and shuriken and started throwing them towards Rock Lee. Lee jumped doing acrobatics, dodging the projectiles. He took out a kunai and began to deflect them. Kitamaru ran out of kunai and shuriken. Lee landed with a spin and accurately threw the kunai towards Kitamaru's face, who stopped the kunai with his hand. Black marks were also beginning to take over his body. Lee disappeared in a blur and appeared in front of Kitamaru. He managed to catch his foot with which he attempted a high kick. It won't be so easy anymore. Kitamaru and Lee were starting to have a taijutsu battle. To Kitamaru's surprise, Lee was still able to keep up with him, even overcoming his defense at times. He noticed when he received quick blows to his side, a small kick to the ankle and a fist to his face, the latter sending him crashing into a tree. Lee settled into his Gakken stance, his guard up. Kitamaru wiped away some of the blood that ran down the corner of his mouth. He is very good at taijutsu, I suppose it will be at long distance. Kitamaru noticed the explosion that occurred a few meters away from them. Oh no, Taiya. Don't be distracted. Lee sent a direct blow to Kitamaru's other cheek. Lee began to hear a melody that sounded like a flute, then he began to feel confused. That sound must be some jutsu. Even in his state, he managed to raise his arms to cover himself from Kitamaru's kick. I'm sending him away. Kitamaru once again took out his bow and an arrow from his mouth and launched them towards Lee. Rock Lee moved on pure instinct, managing to avoid the blurry thing that was heading towards him. That sound is very annoying, I'm tired of jutsus of that style. He. Kiyomi began to search for the girl with her gaze. So now you're hiding, you should already know that your jinjutsu won't work because of my Sharingan. I know, but what do you think of this? Taiya thought, still in her hiding place, beginning to change her melody to a more rhythmic one. One of Taiya's dokas appeared trying to hit Kiyomi with his mallet. The Uchiha jumped and made hand seals. Kaiten. Hasenka no Jutsu. Several fireballs came out towards Doki, who received them without even trying to dodge them. The smoke dispersed sharply as the giant tried to hit Kiyomi once again. The girl replaced herself with a log, avoiding the range of the attack. That demon doesn't seem to be harmed. I guess he'll leave once I defeat his summoner. I should practice Shunshin with Naruto after this. The girl thought. Taiya sharpened her melody. The doki opened its mouth, letting out a kind of ghost with a serpentine shape and a large mouth with fangs. They began to fly over the terrain until they fell abruptly on the bush where Kiyomi was hidden. The Uchiha jumped away from the attack. "I can see you finally," Kiyomi located Taiya. Raiden, Jibashi. She extended her hands towards the reed, but the giant landed in front of her, reliving the attack. "This is going to be more difficult than I thought." Rock Lee was avoiding Kidomaru's dates as best he could, some of them had already managed to graze his skin, causing scratches. He had to find a way to get close to the other nin once again. Apparently, the jutsu that kept him married was letting it work, since I could already see how before. However, he saw the great giant that began to attack Kiyomi, and those things that he had thrown out of his mouth were also attacking him. "Should I take them off?" Lee thought, referring to his weights. "No, it's easy to reach, I just have to evade its attacks." Kiyomi was dodging Taiya's doki attacks until she realized something. And Sasuke? She asked herself. She thought they had it. She started to look around, but this cost her because the doki sent a big punch to her, who received the blow with everything. He closed his eyes from the pain, but he placed his feet firmly on the ground and grabbed the fist with his arms. Her Sharingan shone, indicating the effort she was making. Her feet began to dig into the ground while she was still being dragged. Finally he stopped. He built up chakra into his fist and sent the attack at Doki, who retracted his fist. Kiyomi unsealed some kunai and began to tie them with ninja wire. He directed his gaze towards Rock Lee and Kidomaru. Lee looked at what the girl was doing and nodded. Kiyomi turned her gaze elsewhere, locating a kind of box in the middle of some bushes. "There it is, we have to finish them now." Kiyomi threw the kunai and shuriken towards Taiya, who told her doki to stand in front of her, serving as a shield. However, some kunai collided with others, diverting their trajectory. Kiyomi moved her fingers handling the kunai, with force she pulled the wires attracting the kunai that became tangled in the doki. Rock Lee quickly approached Kidomaru, dodging his arrows. It hit the spider just as it was trying to reload its ammunition. He hit him several times, causing him to cover himself as he slowly backed away towards Kiyomi. Once he was close enough, Kiyomi gave the signal for Lee to move away. "Reed. Get covered." Lee jumped and hid behind a tree. Raiden Chidori Nagashi. Kiyomi's body was covered by rays that shot in all directions, emitting the sound of the chirping of thousands of birds. The doki was hit by the lightning at the same time as Kidomaru, who screamed in pain, while the giant did not seem to make a sound. The two were paralyzed. Taiya's doki fell to her knees, she was helpless, just like Kidomaru at this moment. Kiyomi went through hand seals while Lee removed the bandages from her arms. Katanama Renji. Each one thought about his attack. Lee moved at high speed and appeared in front of Kidomaru, kicking him with the sole of his foot right on the chin. When Kidomaru was in the air, Lee appeared on his back. Ryuka no Jutsu. Kiyomi sent the great torrent of fire towards Taiya. The current was going very fast, and she wouldn't have time to dodge it. However, Lee could see Kidomaru being snatched from his hands, while Kiyomi's jutsu seemed to hit, but when it ended, Taiya could not be seen. Lee landed next to Kiyomi. "What happened?" "Don't know." Suddenly, Kabuto appeared on the branch of the tree with a box that had Sasuke, and next to him was a white-haired guy with long hair tied in a ponytail, while two large locks were tied by two red accessories. He was wearing a lilac-colored shirt with long flared sleeves, and apparently the part of his torso was open. Black pants with white bandages on the ankles. Jade green eyes and two red dots on his forehead. Kabuto, but who is the other one? Kiyomi asked herself. "You guys are really careless. Look at having to save them from two leaf genins." Taiya and Kidomaru appeared beneath them. "TSK, shut up, Four Eyes." The Redeed shouted. "It seems like those two are dangerous," Lee said. Kiyomi nodded. "Wait, isn't that the boy who gave us information in the Chunin exams?" "It's a long story, I'm just telling you that he is allied with Orochimaru." "Well, now it's 4 against 2. I don't think so, friend, we can't waste time, Orochimaru-sama needs a new body." That. Once again, Kabuto told what Orochimaru wanted to do with Sasuke. Kiyomi clenched her fists as her fury increased. "Well, we have to go, goodbye." Kabuto and the guy next to him disappeared into the trees. Lee and Kiyomi tried to follow them, but Taiya and Kidomaru got in their way. "Damn, if we don't move forward they will take him," Kiyomi thought. However, she noticed something, a shadow that was happy behind Taiya. Apparently the girl also noticed and jumped away from the shadow. "I recognize that," the Redeed thought. "Air palm." They heard Niji's voice from the trees as a rapidly traveling gust of air crashed into Kidomaru's chest, causing him to spit out some blood. "It's Shikamaru and Niji," Lee said with a smile. "Looks like they're in trouble. How about they move fast and catch up with those two before it becomes a hassle?" "They're moving very fast in that direction." Niji pointed to a part of the forest. "Are you sure?" Kiyomi asked, worried about her companions. The sound ones were not easy. We know the priority in this mission, it is important to recover the new leader of the Uchiha clan. Neji said. What a pain, just trust us, okay. Go. Shikamaru said. Guys, thank you. Kiyomi and Lee jumped in the direction that Neji had pointed before. We have to separate them, Neji said. Yes, I'll take the flutist, I'm sure you can handle the spider. Neji nodded. How did they find us? Tei asked. That boy, the one with the wide eyes, seems to be able to see long distances, so much so that he could see Kabuto and Kimimaro. They must have heard the ravages of our battle and discovered the direction. Observer, but this one ends now. Neji launched himself against Kidomaru, who stopped his blow. Tei jumped away from the battle, but Shikamaru extended his shadow trying to reach them, making her retreat much further. You stay here, I'll make her retreat further, Shikamaru said. I don't think so. Kidomaru jumped and threw a web towards Shikamaru. That thing, it's made of chakra. Neji thought, so I can cut it. He joined his fingers, making a cut with his hand, destroying Kidomaru's web. That. Tsk. Kidomaru began to throw webs towards Neji, who cut them as he approached. When he was close enough, he hit Kidomaru's shoulder with his palm. Hey. It hurts a lot, but there's something else, this guy has a special taijutsu. Kidomaru kept trying to dodge Neji's blows, occasionally having to block them if he didn't want to be hit completely. Neji grabbed Kidomaru's arm and hit him with two of his fingers. The Odonin felt a sting. What are you doing? The spider took as much distance as he could, dodging several air palms sent by Neji. It seems that boy took Tei. Now it's just me and him left. Kidomaru took a great distance. Well, I guess we'll have to win separately. From now on, Shikamaru and Neji's battles will be the same. I suppose you have already realized that in this story, everyone is a little stronger. However, the battles only change in that Shikamaru does manage to hang Tei, and well, Neji ends up just as injured, but he will continue on the mission. You will see it below. This will be a long chapter. The next battle occurs at the same time as that of Shikamaru and Neji. With the Naruto clone. He continued advancing quickly, reaching what seemed to be a cliff in a rock valley. Passing through all that, there was a river. Naruto felt Seiken's presence nearby, so he crouched down and placed a finger on the ground, trying to feel his exact location. He closed his eyes. About 30 meters to the right, Naruto looked up. Some dense black clouds were approaching in the distance. It looks like it's going to rain very hard. Finish that guy quickly, remember that with every second that passes. The Kyuubi was interrupted. Yes, I know. You don't have to repeat it to me, I've said it a lot today. Well, what are you waiting for? Naruto took out a kunai with a paper bomb and threw it at a rock. The paper bomb exploded. Naruto turned towards the front of the explosion where Seiken appeared. So you managed to get past Jirobo, huh? I guess you're strong. Seiken activated his cursed mark, causing another pattern of black marks to spread across his skin. I wonder what kind of ability you have. That veil on your back must be the answer. Oh well, the other one just had super strength. I don't know if you are much. You will regret. Seiken charged towards Naruto, extending his fist, which was easily stopped. Learn once and for all, it won't be easy to attack me head on. Naruto placed a kick on Seiken's stomach. After he compassed himself, he tried to hit again. Naruto crouched down and sent another blow to the side, making Seiken double. Naruto and Hall began to send blows to each other, Naruto demonstrating his superiority, beginning to aim for the pressure points. You're stubborn, you see you can't beat me. In taijutsu, Naruto hit Seiken in the face, sending him backwards. In the blink of an eye, Naruto appeared doing a low kick and then finishing it off with a kick to the face, right on the cheek. Seiken crawled on the ground. Raiten, Amigamu. Naruto put his hands on the ground and suddenly a large amount of lightning spread out in the form of a spiderweb, reaching Seiken on the ground. Damn, it hasn't even been 5 minutes of battle and I'm almost finished. I have to resort to the last thing. Seiken's black mark spread throughout the body, covering it in an orange glow. Here it comes, the second phase of the cursed mark. Naruto activated his Sharingan. Salon was now red-black sclera, his hair was the same, but he had a large horn on his forehead. Seiken lunged at Naruto and tried to hit him, but the Uchiha apparently disappeared. Naruto reappeared in front of Seiken and punched him in the face. Another Naruto appeared sweeping his legs, and finally another Naruto appeared falling from the sky and crashing his foot into the stomach. Seiken spat blood. What's happening? Are they shadow clones? His idea was gone as he realized that the other two Narutos disappeared out of nowhere, joining the body of the original Naruto. Were they images? But if they hit, what were those things? Shunshin level 3, Naruto had thought. Seiken got up as best he could and hid behind a rock. Kaiten. Dikakyu no Jutsu. Naruto expelled a large sphere of flames towards the rock. The rock was destroyed, but Seiken was not found. Naruto raised his arm, covering himself from Seiken's blow. Apparently you are not good at no jutsu or genjutsu, so you prefer to avoid it. However, Naruto was almost caught off guard as he watched another Seiken attack him. Cage Bunshin. Well, it won't do you much good. Naruto kicked the new Seiken, but it didn't break and caught his leg. Hey. Hehe Naruto heard Seiken laugh, now he had realized that he did not have his veil on his back. That's not a Cage Bunshin, that's my brother, Yukin. Seiken tried to hit Naruto, but he disappeared into crows. Jinjutsu I looked him in the eyes by mistake. Seiken undid the Jinjutsu. I see, so your body was united with your brother's, are you an experiment of Orochimaru? Something like that, a special jutsu maybe my body is not the only one that my brother and I can possess. What do you mean? Just watch. Naruto blocked Seiken, and Yukin's blow. Yukin tried to kick, but Naruto jumped and extended his legs, kicking each of them, Uchiha style, Ninpo. Bunshin Daibakuha the clone exploded, finishing off Seiken. Brother. Yukin got angry and attacked Naruto with everything. The Uchiha blocked his blow easily. I have to end this quickly. Seiken rose from the ground holding one arm. Naruto picked up Yukin and slammed him to the ground. He looked into Seiken's eyes as his Sharingan spun. Meijin. Kasagi. Seiken felt as if rock struts were piercing him. He screamed in pain and was paralyzed. Chidori. So the sound of the bird's trill was present, the Chidori in Naruto's hand, extended until it pierced Seiken's shoulder. It seems that he manages to move a little unfortunate. Yukin. Grabbed Naruto's arm causing him to retract his jutsu, attempting an attack with his fists, both being stopped by Naruto. He struggled, but Naruto was much stronger. It doesn't matter if there are 2 or more of you, 2 times 0 is always 0. Naruto jumped and landed in front of Yukin, who pulled out a kunai. Damn it. Yukin approached at maximum speed and cut Naruto's chest. There you go. However, it seemed strange to him that he would get it right so easily. It's a Jinjutsu. He undid it, but the blood on his hand was still there until he realized that the body at his feet was not Naruto, but Seiken. Brother. Yukin crouched down and saw his brother dead and with a large wound on both his chest and shoulder. Wow, so you made him believe that you were his brother and you made him kill him, he's ruthless, I like him, Kurama said. It was an easy way to finish them. Now there's only one left and it's easy, just let's finish this. Naruto opened his palm, a perfect Rasengan forming. I'll kill you. You bastard. Yukin shouted. Yes sure, a silver flash appeared. Yukin only felt his stomach being hit hard as his flesh churned. A large sphere of energy sent him spiraling as he was sent flying, finally crashing into the forest. It's over for you. Naruto looked up at the sky then disappeared in a burst of smoke. Naruto was jumping through the trees when his clone's memories came back. They are easier than I thought, I wondered what happened so that Sasuke couldn't beat them. Anyway you can go to your friends now, right? Kurama asked. Yeah. With Kiyomi and Rock Lee, a few moments before Lee and Kiyomi had managed to spot the 2 Atogakure ninjas, following them to a gigantic clearing. The 2 ninjas stopped. They are fast you. Must be careful, the girl is the other Uchiha and she is also quite good, the other does not have ninjutsu or jinjutsu but is exceptional in taijutsu. Kamimura nodded. He shouldn't take long to arrive, unfortunately it was time to change bodies and he didn't have his vessel, so he had to take a temporary body. Kabuto and Kamimura. They left Sasuke behind them in some bushes. Lee, who are you going to take? I'm going for the new one. Well, Kabuto is potentially dangerous, we still don't know what the other one can do, be careful. Yeah. Rock Lee jumped into the air and landed in front of Kamimura with his battle pose. The battle of Rock Lee versus Kamimura is almost the same, only this time Rock Lee has not just come out of an operation and can fight it as 100%, I will add a little more, but now let's go with a different. Kiyomi landed in front of Kabuto. So you're the girl of the group, I hope you put up a good fight. Don't underestimate me. Kiyomi stood in a battle pose. Since I'm not going to do it, the only one of the 3 remaining Uchihas who is not in the eyes of Orochimaru-sama. And doesn't not being in that crazy man's sights make me strong? Why do you think that Naruto or Sasuke are? Orochimaru-sama is a shinobi with a lot of experience, he knows about Sasuke's potential, not to mention Naruto's, unfortunately, he is out of reach, we had to go for the second option. Don't talk about them as if they were just tools for Orochimaru. Hey. And after all, what are shinobis? They are tools for their people, they fight and die for it. But it's our decision. It is not always. I don't have time to talk. Kiyomi launched herself at Kabuto who covered her hands with chakra. That thing, I already read about that. Kiyomi stopped in the middle. They are chakra scalpels, they are like scalpels, I must be careful. So you're not coming? Well, I'm going. Kabuto ran at high speed towards Kiyomi. He dodged everything with his Sharingan and occasionally threw punches dodged by Kabuto. It's very difficult to hit it but it won't exceed my speed. Kiyomi did backflips and went through hand seals. Chidori. Senbon. I launched the lightning needles. Kabuto also made evasive maneuvers. Try to keep me away. I deactivate his scalpels and go through hand seals. Kaiten. Enden. Kabuto launched a giant fire bullet. Kiyomi jumped over the jutsu since it did not have as much range as the Gakakyu no jutsu. However, she was surprised to see how Kabuto appeared in front of her with his scalpels active. He had no choice but to avoid further damage. He covered his face and chest with his arms, with just the touch of Kabuto, he could feel his flesh being cut and torn. She fell to the ground and rolled, preventing the glasses ninja from falling on her. He quickly stood up grabbing one arm, a green glow began to appear on his hand trying to heal his wounds. The damage it does is quite big, if it manages to hit me in the chest and stomach, it will be a big problem. What's happening? That's all you can give? Kabuto scoffed. So that's how it is, isn't it? Well, let's continue. When Kiyomi was able to move his arm again, he continued his battle with Kabuto. Lee was fighting a great opponent and he sincerely believed that he could be doing better with someone else. Kimimaro was from the Kagaya clan. This is an ancient clan that was wiped out and apparently he was the last survivor. The Kagaya clan had the strange ability to be able to generate bones quickly and also remove them from their own body to use them as a weapon. Lee felt that when he hit Kimimaro's skin, he did not receive the slightest damage. Once they were separated, Lee was able to see a scene that he wished he could erase from his mind. The skin on Kimimaro's shoulder seemed to open, revealing the boy's living flesh. From the thick mass of tissue, a pure blasé bone emerged. Kimimaro grabbed it with his hand and pulled it completely out of his body. After that, the hole in his heel shoulder. The bone had another one attached to it, this last one had a sharp tip, it was some kind of sword or tanto made of bones. Okay, I have to be careful with that. Kimimaro launched himself against Lee, who dodged the cuts he gave. The Leaf Ninja performed backflips, the Odo Nim jumped and tried to stab Lee as he came down. But Lee was able to dodge the stab, letting Kimimaro's weapon bury itself in the ground. Lee tried to kick, but Kimimaro covered himself with his arms, certainly, that seemed to hurt Rock Lee more than his rival. Kimimaro grabbed his sword and tried to cut Rock Lee, who jumped up. Kimimaro stood up and pointed his finger at Rock Lee. At the tip of his finger, a small white mass appeared, it shot at high speed towards the ninja in the air. Rock Lee felt something pierce his shoulder, he landed holding the injured part. He removed his hand, observing what looked like a small white stake. "Did you throw me a bone?" Rock Lee was shocked. Kimimaro appeared in front of him and then a big kick to his face, taking advantage of the fact that he was crouched down. Rock Lee crawled on the ground but got up as best he could. "I guess I can't get it out that easily, it's a pain, my arm hurts a lot." He turned his gaze seeing how Kiyomi was fighting hard with Kabuto. The girl kicked Orochimaru's subordinate in the stomach and then released an electric current. "She is fighting hard to save her brother." I look a little more, seeing the wound on her arm even hurt. "That's young, I must fight that way too, I won't give up so easily." Rock Lee pulled down the leg warmers he had on. "Now I must save an important person for my friends." He took off his weights, letting them fall to the floor, causing them to make their peculiar noise, cracking the floor. "I can't take that thing off my shoulder anymore, it will be a bother, but now I'm going to give it my all." Rock Lee disappeared in a blur, appearing in front of Kimimaro. It's fast. Kimimaro stretched out his sword, Rock Lee tilted his head, with great skill he managed to deflect the goal using his fists. He quickly sent a blow to Kimimaro's stomach. He did not flinch, he sent a knee, but Lee disappeared and appeared again behind him. He didn't fall for the trick again, he jumped away from the attack of Rock Lee, who jumped following his trajectory. Lee started throwing really hard punches towards Kimimaro. "He's as fast as a Jonin at least." Lee kicked Kimimaro to the ground. Lee fell in front of him and continued sending acrobatic kicks. Kimimaro retreated, dodging the blows. Lee managed to land several blows, but as had happened before, Kimimaro didn't seem to care, he felt as if his skin was too tough. How is it possible? His skin is hard like a. Then he finally realized. This guy can create bones, so under his skin. "I guess you already realize," Kimimaro addressed Rock Lee. "Under my skin there is a layer of bones, protecting me from internal damage. To tell the truth, it is a good defense, but even bones can be broken. However, it is already known to me that my current strength is not enough." Rock Lee separated from Kimimaro and stood in an X-arm pose. "The fact that I can create bones guarantees that when I break its defense, it will regenerate its inner layer, so by increasing my strength, I must also increase my speed. I have no choice if I want to win this battle." Hachiman Tonk came in. Rock Lee felt the contraction in his muscles. Kai Kimimaro prepared for Lee's assault. However, he only felt the blow land. He became faster under his gaze, observing Lee's fist in his stomach. Rock Lee wasted no time and continued hitting Kimimaro. Without him being able to defend himself, he finished off with a strong blow to the chin, sending Kimimaro flying. He spun in the air and landed on his feet. I grab his chest, feeling some pain. "It is more than clear that I managed to crack it, I have to be more careful." Rock Lee watched as Kimimaro had strange black marks appear all over his body. It can't be he also has the cursed mark. I may be rushing, but I can't risk it. Rock Lee disappeared and appeared extending his leg to kick Kimimaro, but bones emerged from his chest that trapped Lee's foot, while the tips managed to slightly pierce his skin. Lee closed his eyes and tried to remove his foot, but he couldn't. Your speed is incredible, but I have to finish this now. He grabbed his sword and tried to stab Lee, but he gained momentum, and hanging from the bones of his attacker, Lee launched a kick with his other leg hitting Kimimaro's face. The momentum that separated them helped him remove his foot. I have to be careful with that from now on, Lee thought. It seems that it really is just Taijutsu, with just that, I have an advantage in this fight, he can no longer take the liberty of hitting me all the time. Kimimaro thought. Kimimaro made pointed bones appear all over his body. I guess it will be more difficult. Rock Lee approached at high speed trying to hit Kimimaro, hitting the places where there were no bones protruding. The other ninja attempted to cut with his sword. Rock Lee crouched down and hit the bone weapon with his foot, taking the weapon away from his enemy. It didn't help much, Kimimaro made 2 bones protrude from the palms of his hands. Rock Lee dodged the ninja's cuts, took out a kunai and blocked the bone of Kimimaro's right hand. He tried to attack with his other arm, but Lee grabbed his wrist skillfully. Kimimaro made a large bone appear on his knees trying to stab Lee. The spandex ninja was forced to back away. Lee pulled out another kunai, grabbing both of his weapons in a reverse grip. I must look for an opening, so perhaps I can execute the Amit Renge. Kimimaro jumped towards Lee and attacked with his 2 bones. Lee blocked with his kunai, also sending cuts. Lee blocked a Kimimaro bone with his 2 kunai. He didn't think about it and attacked with his other arm. However, Lee disappeared in a blur and appeared behind him sweeping his legs. Kimimaro fell and Lee quickly stood up. The Konoha ninja stepped on the Odo nin's hand, causing the bone to become buried in the ground. With great force, Lee delivered an axe kick to Kimimaro's head, causing his forehead to hit the ground. Kimimaro growled. With great force he pulled his hand out of the ground, and a bone quickly came out of his side trying to impale the boy, but he managed to dodge it, while the bone managed to make him at least a scratch. Kimimaro retracted his palm bone and grabbed his forehead. He placed his palm in front of his eyes, watching the blood that was now falling towards his face. I looked down, seeing slight cracks in the ground. He could have killed me, it was a thought that kept him still, a serious mistake. Rock Lee took advantage of this and appeared in front of him, delivering an upward kick to his chin. Kimimaro flew and when he was in the air, Lee appeared behind him and wrapped him with his bandages. Do it quickly, before one of his bones pierces you, Lee thought to himself. Lee and Kimimaro fell with great force towards the ground. Amit Renge at the moment of impact they generated a loud roar while cracks spread across the ground. Kabuto stopped his fight against Kiyomi, observing how there was a large screen of smoke. What happened? It doesn't seem to have been a Kimimaro attack. Kabuto growled. Lee seems to be doing well. Kiyomi smiled. Lee appeared jumping out of the large smoke screen. He crouched down taking long breaths. Ugh, I hope that worked. Kimimaro was on the ground. He now had large bruises on his body. It hurts. Kimimaro started to get up but crouched down and rested on one of his knees. That attack is devastating, it broke every part of my layer of bones, it reached my muscles. Kimimaro spit out blood while great pain invaded his body. It seems that it affects me more and more, I have to finish this battle. He survived, but at least you can see that he is damaged, I guess having to go stronger. Lee stood up straight at the same time as Kimimaro. You are an exceptional opponent, I admit it, but my duty is to fulfill Orochimaru-sama's wishes, so I must eliminate you, no matter if my body is destroyed in the process. The black marks began to expand even more, making Kimimaro's body glow orange. Now the autumn nin had brown skin, black sclera, and had large bones protecting its back, in addition to what appeared to be a tail, with bones that protruded a little from it. Are you going to give your maximum? From Kimimaro's back, a bone appeared that he grabbed, beginning to pull it out of his body. The bone seemed to be long. Don't fuck with me, really, he's taking out his. Kimimaro finally took out his bones, it being so long that it looked like a whip. Did he take out his spine? That is, Lee didn't have time to think. Kimimaro approached at an alarming speed trying to hit Lee with his whip. Rock Lee ducked, avoiding the blow, he started to back away, but was hit by the bone hitting him hard. Lee backed away with his arm bleeding. It seems to pierce too, damn it. It's over. Kimimaro appeared in front of Lee, with a pointed bone. Lee leaned in, but it wasn't enough. Kimimaro managed to pierce Lee's stomach. It's over for you, I didn't cross any vital points, but this will be enough, it was an honor fighting you. Kabuto watched as Kimimaro impaled Lee. It seems that your friend can't make it. Kiyomi turned her gaze, seeing the scene. No, Lee. The girl screamed her friend's name in desperation. Kimimaro pulled out the bone from Lee's stomach, however, he was surprised to see Lee grab his wrist. Kikman Seiman Shimon Toman Kai Lee released a burst of chakra. Kimimaro grunted as he felt his wrist break. Kimimaro stepped back, grabbing his wrist. I'm sorry, but I can't allow myself to die here. I take his battle stance. But I agree with you on something, we have to finish this now. Kimimaro couldn't react in time, Lee appeared in front of him, hitting him in the stomach, he flew away, crashing into a tree. It's too strong. Why do you support Orochimaru? You are a great ninja, why would you be with someone like him? He saved me, he is a good man, he gave me meaning. It seems that you are not able to see that the only thing that guy does is use them, you are another poor puppet. You do not understand. He told me that I would be able to see the light of this world through his eyes, he promised me. I believe him. Kimimaro's hand began to be surrounded by bones that took the shape of a spiral. Kimimaro's hand was surrounded by a bone drill. See the light through his eyes. Was Orochimaru planning to use him as a vessel? Lee thought, but shook his head clearing those thoughts, he had a battle to finish. Lee jumped towards Kimimaro hitting him once again. This time Kimimaro stayed on the ground and tried to hit the ninja with his drill, but Lee disappeared in a blur. The nail drill into the ground thanks to its weight. Lee appeared once again crouched, hitting Kimimaro with the sole of his foot. The drill broke due to the effort it made to stay on the ground. Kimimaro's back dragged along the tree trunk. The body of the Odo did not fly, detaching several leaves from the trees. Kimimaro opened his eyes, Lee was already in front of him, but he couldn't do anything. Hitting hard, Lee began to send the Autumn Nin's body from one side to the other. Rock Lee grabbed Kimimaro with his bandages, causing him to spread. This time it's my turn to make the move, eh? Naruto. Lee thought funny. Lee pulled Kimimaro towards him, hitting him with his right foot and palm. The two Kimimaro and Lee fell towards the ground and collided, raising a large screen of smoke, large pieces of smoke came out of the ground. Lee rolled out of the cloud of smoke, the strength he had barely enough to get to his knees. When the smoke dispersed, Kimimaro could be seen on the ground, with a trickle of blood running down his mouth. My body hurts too much. His vision was becoming increasingly blurry. It seems that I managed to reach my vital organs, but if I am going to die, Kimimaro turned his gaze towards Lee, the curse mark receding. I'm going to take you with me. Kimimaro went through Hans' seals. Then he slammed his hands on the ground. Dance of the ferns. Lee felt the ground shake. I have to get out of here. Lee was alarmed when he saw how large bones came out of the ground around Kimimaro. With the little he had, Lee began jumping and doing acrobatics to avoid the bones. It went like this for a few seconds until Lee slipped, falling to the ground. The bones kept getting closer. Lee closed his eyes, covering himself with both arms, but he didn't feel anything. He opened his eyes. She could see the large bones stop before passing through him. I was very lucky. It was then that the adrenaline left his body. He felt the stabbing pain in his stomach, covering the wound with his hand, trying to stop the bleeding. He took some of the bandages from her hands and placed them on her torso. This will help a little, come on Lee, a little more strength and that's it. Kiyomi watched as Lee finished off Kimimaro. I finish him, but I must hurry. It was very lucky that those bones did not reach him, but he must not be aware of his wound. I must finish Kabuto if I want to heal him. TSK, I can't believe that Kimimaro couldn't beat that loser. Oh well, because of his weakness he wasn't chosen by Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto thought. His thought stopped when he received a punch from Kiyomi. Kabuto activated his scalpels and tried to cut Kiyomi. But the girl stopped her arm. Kabuto looked into the girl's eyes. I made a mistake. Now he felt that her body was not responding to him. Kiyomi sent a kick to Kabuto's stomach, who skidded backwards. Kiyomi jumped and unsealed a smoke shuriken. He threw it towards Kabuto who prepared to receive it. But the kunai turned into a veritable gale of normal shurikens covered in Raten chakra. Kabuto jumped to the side dodging the attack, but the shuriken changed their trajectory. They have ninja wire. Kabuto did somersaults dodging the projectiles. However, thanks to the quantity, they reached it. However, it disappeared in an explosion of smoke, revealing a trunk. Kabuto appeared behind Kiyomi at a distance. Kaiten. And then he threw the large fire bullet towards Kiyomi, who was barely falling. Kiyomi was replaced with another trunk. Kabuto started looking for her everywhere. He saw a small crack open in the ground beneath her feet. He smiled and tilted his head back. Kiyomi appeared from below with her fist extended. Kabuto grabbed her wrist. Nice try. He took out a kunai and buried it in the girl's chest, but it turned into rays that electrocuted Kabuto. The subordinate felt himself burning until he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. It was a kunai, he noticed a ninja wire tied to it. Dodge this Kaiten. Ryuken no jutsu. Shit, Kabuto thought. The fire came out of Kiyomi's mouth and he tried to reach Kabuto, but surprisingly, a wall of earth rose up, covering him from the fire. I'm sorry, but I can't allow you to kill my dear subordinate, a new voice was heard in the clearing. Orochimaru-sama. It seems like they did it pretty well, all those bones that disappear, they were Kimimaro's technique. I don't see him here, is he dead? Orochimaru scanned the area around him. Unfortunately yes, Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto removed the kunai from his shoulder, beginning to heal the wound. It's a shame, he was a good subordinate, oh well, what can you do to him? Orochimaru spotted Kiyomi and Rock Lee. Sasuke's sister and Guy's student, maybe it's good to get rid of you now, Orochimaru said in an amused voice. Kiyomi tensed up as did Rock Lee. Damn, what was missing was that Orochimaru himself came looking for Sasuke. Meh, better not, after all I already have what I want in my hands, Kabuto, let's get out of here. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto approached Orochimaru. A kunai flew between Orochimaru and Kabuto, sticking into the ground, the kunai had seals on its handle. What is that? Kabuto approached but was blinded by a silver flash. Instantly he felt a strong kick in his stomach, sending him flying towards a log. Orochimaru smiled with annoyance, his eye had a slight twitch. Welcome to the party, Naruto. The Uchiha stood in front of Orochimaru with his Sharingan active. Kabuto stood up and looked forward. Naruto. How do I get there so fast? I'm going to remove the obstacles. Naruto looked towards Kabuto. The bespectacled ninja screamed, clutching his chest, before fainting. It seems that your Jinjutsu has improved, it is so strong that it can feint a Jonin level ninja, huh? Don't be praising me, you and I have unfinished business. Naruto was about to move forward, but Orochimaru disappeared with great speed. He's escaping, Naruto thought, but before going for him, he checked his companions. He approached Kiyomi, who was now healing Lee. Naruto, don't you know how the others are? No, I'm going to bring them, I'm just asking Kami that they're okay. Naruto disappeared in a flash of silver. 15 seconds later, Naruto returned to Shikamaru, holding Neji with his shoulder. I hope you have practiced your medical ninjutsu, Neji is badly injured. What's wrong? Kiyomi gasped when she saw that Neji had a hole in his shoulder. Shit, I can't cure it, it's much worse than Lee's injuries, I'll need help. Naruto thought quickly and found a solution. Kiyomi, yeah? I'm going to send them to Konoha. That's right, I'll stay to fight with Orochimaru. But what if you need help? Don't worry, I can take care of myself, I've already done it before. Naruto, it's very dangerous. Naruto reached down and grabbed Kiyomi's shoulders. I swear I'll come back, with Sasuke, okay? Kiyomi could see Naruto's great determination behind his red eyes. Okay, I have to think about the well-being of the team now, right? Yes, try to communicate with Tsunade, Neji still has time to live well, good luck and please take care, okay? Kiyomi hugged her friend who gladly received her. I already swore to you. Kiyomi pulled away and kissed Naruto's forehead. He blushed and opened his eyes wide, then smiled. See you. Naruto said goodbye, grabbing Kiyomi's shoulder, who was holding Lee, and Shikamaru's shoulder, who was holding Neji. Both couples disappeared in a flash of silver, leaving only Naruto in the clearing. He turned his gaze, Kabuto was no longer there. Shit, all of Orochimaru's guys are slippery pieces of crap. Well, that's how snakes are, Kurama said when Naruto began to advance. The Uchiha used Shunshin to go faster, for some reason, he couldn't teleport to Orochimaru. It's true that guy can shed his bodies, the Horatian seal sticks to the skin, and well, basically he changes his skin whenever he wants. I sense. Drops of rain began to fall while the sky darkened thanks to the humid clouds. Naruto began to cut ground on Orochimaru until the two reached the Valley of the End, the valley where Hashirama and Madara had fought. In their honor, there were two statues of them making the seal of half a ram, separated by a waterfall. Orochimaru ran over the water until he turned and with a kunai blocked a shuriken thrown by Naruto. You caught up with me, let's stop playing games, I'm going to end this now. Orochimaru stopped his smile and then showed a serious face. If that's what you want, then come. Orochimaru jumped towards Madara's head while leaving Sasuke behind the statue. The rain intensified, Orochimaru climbed down from the statue, facing Naruto who drew his sword from his back. I hope you're prepared, because of you, I'm very angry. Naruto looked directly at Orochimaru. Well, we all have that feeling, right? Orochimaru clenched his fists preparing to fight. I take out a kunai. The rain seemed to get stronger as Naruto closed his eyes, taking a deep breath as he placed his sword in front of him, gripping the handle with both hands. The trees were moving aggressively, a leaf broke off and began to fall. Orochimaru placed the kunai in front of his face, held in a reverse grip. The leaf was getting closer to the water, spinning thanks to the strong winds that swept it. Finally, the blade fell into the water, spreading slight ripples thanks to its light impact. Naruto opened his eyes wide. The two combatants began to run towards each other. His feet raising light drops of water, generating more waves. The sound of splashing seemed to be more intentional than the sound of air droplets colliding with a large mass of water. Everything seemed to go in slow motion, but in reality, everything was very fast. The Sannin and the Jonin clashed their weapons, releasing light sparks as a large bolt of lightning fell from the sky. The sound of metal against metal resonated with a great echolocation. Valley of the End, border of the country of fire. The rain seemed to fall with more intensity. The Valley of the End was the place where a battle was taking place between two shinobi. One was greedy to the point of being crazy in the eyes of others, he simply wanted to know everything, and for that he needed the other shinobi's friend, someone who only wanted to save his friend at any cost. For his happiness and the happiness of more people who were now waiting in a safe place. In Madara Uchiha's head, Orochimaru was breathing deeply, keeping his hands resting on his knees, looking down at the cliff behind the statues. Naruto kept his face, he was kneeling, Naruto's ninja band began to slide towards his forehead, falling a little later, however, the Uchiha's hand held it before he touched the ground. He watched coldly as a few drops of blood fell on his ninja band next to his hand. She placed his band on the ground and brought her hand to his face, his left side was completely covered in blood, while his eye was closed. Shit, it was the only thing he could think. I just hope it hasn't gone further. Heh, I guess I'm the one who has the advantage. Orochimaru spoke, with his Kusanagi sword on the ground. At first glance he didn't seem to have any injuries, however his breathing was an obvious sign that fatigue was approaching. Naruto didn't breathe like Orochimaru, to tell the truth, his breathing seemed to be calm, now he had to stay calm, at all times. The rain began to clean the blood, little by little showing his almost pale skin. Her eye, still closed, now had a scar over hers, cutting into her eyebrow. You can't let that happen again. A thick voice was heard in his mind, it was the Kyuubi. Kurama, you're lucky I'm here, that sword contained a great poison, if you didn't retreat in 15 minutes, you could be in a near-death state, I'm pushing it as hard as I can. Thank you Kurama, I'm not surprised, he's Orochimaru, he's not a Sannin for nothing. Naruto ran his hand over his eye, feeling the scar. She lowered his hand, and with some suspense he opened her eye. He sighed when he saw that he was still there, his Sharingan spinning slowly. I would never forgive myself for losing the light that my mother's eyes gave me. He looked down at his ninja band, picked it up and pressed it to his chest. I'm going to have to use it. Orochimaru watched in suspense as Naruto raised his hands, placing the ninja band right on his forehead. Once it was in place, he tied the knot and then tightened it tightly as he opened his eyes, his Sharingan spinning rapidly as the pattern began to change. Naruto's Manjikyu glowed with fury, dangerously observing the snake Sannin. Get ready, I'm serious. Present. The clash of sword and kunai made a roar as sparks flew. Naruto could feel a wave of energy passing through his entire body, and his muscles went numb for a second. He did not let himself be carried away by surprise, and began to send cut after cut. Orochimaru blocked each of the attacks with great mastery. The snake made an upward cut, making Naruto step back. He didn't give her any rest, he quickly slid through the water, and in less than a second he pulled out another kunai, and rushed to fight with a double reverse grip. With agile movements of his forearm and elbow, Naruto swung his Shakudo, blocking the Sannin's continuous attacks. Do you know something? I have to admit that you have improved a lot in such a short time, since we saw each other in the Chunin exam. Orochimaru spoke while fighting with Naruto, turning on his axis with his arms outstretched, making an attack with his great strength and speed. Naruto carefully rested his other hand on the blade of his Shakudo, making his posture strengthen. Orochimaru continued spinning and landed a kick to the Uchiha's leg, then gave another roundhouse kick to Naruto's stomach, pushing him back. He wasted no time and followed, stretching his arm once more with the kunai facing forward, trying to reach the Naruto's front. The Sharingan followed him quickly, turning on its axis dodging Orochimaru's attack. He did not stop and stretched his arms trying to make a horizontal cut. The Sannin was surprised, but with great reflexes, he managed to stop the attack with his other kunai. Passing underneath of his other arm, Naruto took advantage of Orochimaru's stance and delivered a quick knee and then cut him in half, but Orochimaru turned into mud. Naruto did a backflip, avoiding Orochimaru's attack that came out of the water. Orochimaru threw his kunai trying to hit it, since Naruto was still straightening up from his previous action. The kunai managed to hit the back of Naruto's head, however, the Uchiha turned into a log. I knew I had to prepare a replacement, that guy is pretty smart. Naruto was now in Hashirama's head. Orochimaru was running at high speed up the statue. It's going very fast. Naruto raised his sword blocking the Sannin. It's obvious that Jiraiya has trained you, what a nuisance. Naruto blocked the Sannin's attacks once again. You know, once I have the body of your beloved companion, I would like to fight you again. I already told you. Naruto noticed a slight opening in Orochimaru's defense, he couldn't hit it with the sword, so he sent a blow that quickly hit the Sannin's stomach, who spit out saliva. You're not going to have Sasuke's body. Now he tried to cut, but Orochimaru managed to block it. He slid his kunai along the blade of the sword, trying to attack the Uchiha's hand. Naruto retreated, but used his Shunshin to quickly appear in front of the snake. Orochimaru blocked his blow, but Naruto landed a kick. The snake jumped back falling towards the waterfall. Naruto threw the sword towards Orochimaru. What is he doing throwing his weapon that way? The Sannin thought, well, it doesn't matter, it's more of an advantage for me. With great force, he blocked the sword and deflected it upwards. He looked ahead trying to spot the Uchiha, but he was no longer there. Then he looked up, realizing that the Uchiha had the sword in his hands once again. Did he teleport? Orochimaru thought, confused. Naruto threw his weapon again, but this time before it touched Orochimaru, it flashed, appearing once again in front of the Sannin. Naruto began to send cuts, forcing Orochimaru to block them all since they were still in the air and it was impossible for him to dodge. Naruto managed to kick the Sannin, causing him to fall towards the water. He managed to spin around to compose himself. However, he had to move to avoid a gigantic fireball. The collision between the flames and the water resulted in a large curtain of steam. "I have to go out, he has the advantage in the fog." Orochimaru left the fog curtain, but Naruto appeared in a shunshin and tried to cut him off. Orochimaru placed his kunai in front of him, but was surprised to see how the metal was cut cleanly by Naruto's Chikudo. A cloak of wind. The Sannin was surprised to see how a kind of yellow cloak surrounded the Uchiha's sword. Futon. Shinkijin, Naruto thought. He wasted no time and began to send cut after cut to weaken Orochimaru, who couldn't believe that small cuts began to appear on his body. The range of his jutsu is great. Orochimaru stepped back, made a ram seal, his mouth opened in unusual proportions. It was then that a sea of snakes came out of his mouth and were thrown towards Naruto. Naruto lunged forward and made horizontal and vertical cuts while his Sharingan worked at full speed. He got closer and closer to Orochimaru, cutting his snakes in half. Naruto turned as small gusts of wind began to accompany him, cutting the animals. Orochimaru took advantage of the fact that Naruto's vision was saturated by the thousands of snakes and launched himself towards him with a big punch. Naruto managed to see the Sannin for a moment, however he was not fast enough to stop the blow that hit him in the stomach. Naruto crawled through the water, he couldn't block Orochimaru's kick who seemed to descend from the sky. Now the Uchiha was underwater holding his breath, he watched in disbelief as Orochimaru approached easily at high speed, he covered himself with his arms, trying to resist the onslaught of the Odo ninja. Orochimaru passed by and attacked again from another direction. Orochimaru began to hit Naruto cleanly and then finished his combo with a strong blow to his chin, making him come out of the water as if it were a bullet. Taking a long breath, Naruto went through hand seals. Futon. Shinkajoku. Naruto. Released several compressed air bullets that passed through Orochimaru. The Sannin's body fell into the water, but his body seemed to become part of the Great Lake. Naruto felt the Sannin's presence in one of the statues. Suiton. Suiton no Jutsu. Orochimaru sent several water bullets. Kaiten. Hasenka no Jutsu. Naruto sent several small fireballs. The projectiles of the opposing elements collided. Once again creating a curtain of steam. Orochimaru saw how the mist moved and then saw several shuriken and kunai, he jumped to dodge the attacks. However, the projectiles changed direction attacking him, small rays could be seen coming out of the weapons. Ninja wire, TSK. Orochimaru went through hand seals. Futon. Tatapa. Orochimaru. Sent a large gust of wind that completely deflected the projectiles. Naruto appeared on top of Orochimaru trying to make a downward cut, the Sannin extended his arm, several snakes emerged from the sleeve of his shirt that coiled around Naruto at great speed. Raiden. Chidori Nagashi. Naruto. Expelled a large burst of rays electrocuting the snakes, but he forgot something, his body was wet, the rays reached part of his skin, burning him a little. I should be more careful with the Raiden jutsus, Naruto said to himself. He looked forward watching Orochimaru go through hand seals. Orochimaru's mouth opened wide. Another Orochimaru came out of the mouth of the original, the difference was that the new one did not seem to have legs, its body resembled that of a snake, however it still had arms. This Orochimaru opened its mouth from which the blade of a sword emerged. Naruto raised his sword, covering himself from the great attack of the Sannin. The force was so much that he could not stay in the same place, his feet began to be dragged by the water. Naruto was sliding, raising water with his feet, he turned his gaze, observing that they were heading to the feet of one of the statues. At this rate I'm going to hit the rock. Naruto used a lot of his strength to try to deflect the blade of the sword, in the process, lifting Orochimaru's face a little. He gave a growl, raising the sword, also raising Orochimaru's body. Naruto jumped towards the statue, sticking his feet into it. Orochimaru quickly changed direction, heading once again towards Naruto. Now the Uchiha's feet were dragging on the smooth stone the statue was made of. Shit, once again in this situation as best he could, Naruto grabbed his sword with only one hand, while with the other he made half a ram seal. A shadow clone appeared and moved away from the path of the attack, then hit the middle of the snake's body, sending it flying. The clone grabbed the original's hand and threw it towards Orochimaru. The Sannin opened his mouth from which Orochimaru in his normal form emerged at great speed, almost as if he had spit him out. He punches Naruto in the face, grabs his arm and throws him into the water. He fell at high speed and hit the water hard, however he did not sink, he quickly passed through hand seals. Kaiten. Ryuken no Jutsu. Naruto sent a large volley of fire upwards, aiming towards the Sannin, however, Orochimaru had already been going through a large sequence of seals. Suiton. Suryuden no Jutsu. From the water itself a large torrent arose that took the shape of a large dragon with bright and threatening yellow eyes. The water creature collided with a large blast of fire, eliminating it completely and heading towards Naruto. His jutsu has great strength. Naruto threw a kunai towards the leg of a statue. The moment the dragon collided with his position, Naruto appeared flashing in the previously thrown kunai. I must come up with a plan. Naruto crouched down, spinning the Hiraishin kunai in one of his fingers. Orochimaru was trying to spot his opponent. To tell the truth, he was surprised that Naruto could defend himself so well. He had even managed to land a couple of blows. In addition, there was something that worried him. If he kept using jutsus to stop Naruto, in the event that Naruto manages to damage him too much, he will only be able to change his skin at least twice. The skin replacement jutsu used up too much chakra. He should not let his guard down. This time I will be the one who wins, Naruto. He pulled out a kunai quickly, raised his arm blocking the kunai that was coming towards him. The weapon was deflected upwards. However, Naruto appeared grabbing the kunai, lowered his leg, quickly nailing an axe kick. He passed through hand seals quickly. Futen. Renkuden. Naruto puffed out his chest and launched a large air bullet that hit Orochimaru. The Sannin was thrown backward, sinking into the water. However, he wasted no time and came out of the water. A kunai passed next to his face. Was it a normal kunai? Are you trying to confuse me? Naruto went through hand seals once again. This time he accumulated much more chakra. Kaiten. Kikakyu no Jutsu. Naruto released a large sphere of fire with a strong reddish color, indicating that he was stronger than normal. That jutsu is very easy to dodge. Orochimaru jumped away from the range of the jutsu. Shunshin. Naruto appeared in front of Orochimaru, touching him on the shoulder. Wrong, child, you are mine. Orochimaru was about to touch the Uchiha, however, he was surprised to see that he was no longer in front of Naruto, but rather, in a space between the water and the Hashirama statue. What happened? Scanning around him, he realized that next to him, there was a kunai stuck in the statue. See, maybe it's the kunai I had thrown before. Should I teleport? He hadn't finished processing when he felt an enormous heat take over his body. He looked ahead, there was no time the large sphere of fire would collide with him, and it looked like it would leave quite serious burns. A large explosion could be seen from Naruto's perspective. I made it. Naruto was breathing a little hard. Once again, he felt that chakra stimulation. He felt how his body was recharged. There's some chakra for you. To tell the truth, you did very well, said Kurama. Yes, thanks for the recharge. What would you do without me? You still don't have reserves as big as myth. You can't spam jutsu. Okay, don't scold me. Orochimaru came out of the smoke. He had big burns, parts of his body were completely black, the cuts had gotten worse, and he was sure that his arm was somewhat detached. His mouth opened in large proportions while inside him, another Orochimaru came out, finishing opening his mouth. The new Orochimaru was wet with a viscous liquid that was difficult to overcome by the rainwater. Damn, I can't be distracted like that again. He began to walk through the water until he saw Naruto again, who placed his sword in formation, ready for another round. This time I have a surprise for you. Once again, Orochimaru opened his mouth, but this time it didn't extend as far. Is it serious? This guy keeps so many things in his mouth. Naruto asked himself. A hilt came out of Orochimaru's mouth. He grabbed it with his hand and began to pull it out. After that, a blade came out, completing the sword. When he finally pulled it out, he extended it to the front, almost as if he were showing it off. What's up, huh? This is my own special sword, Kusanagi. I recognize that sword. I use it to fight against Minato-san. Apparently he can move it with his chakra. It is very dangerous. What I wonder is how he didn't cut his throat taking that thing out, or even how he kept it inside himself. Kurama speculated out loud. Hey. Anyway, I can't get distracted by that. So, my dear Naruto, are you ready for the other round? Orochimaru said it with a face that was intended to be funny, but in reality, he looked more serious than normal, at least in someone like him, who always seemed to have fun. Well, as you like. Naruto's sword was covered in lightning. Oh, a new trick. You will not like it. Location. Konohagakure no Sado, Land of Fire. Shikamaru, Kiyomi, Niji and Rock Lee appeared in the Hokage's office. Tsunade was startled to see how the four boys appeared in front of her, falling to the ground. From what she could see, they all had injuries. Kiyomi and Shikamaru seemed to have less. Rock Lee seemed to not even be able to with his soul, and Niji was being treated by the Uchiha, was unconscious, but apparently breathing. What happened? Tsunade said, coming out from behind her desk. Orochimaru did have more henchmen. Naruto took care of 2, well, the rest of us took care of 1 each, but they were very strong. It cost us more than we thought. Lee had to use the internal doors again, and Niji almost did. Account. And Naruto. This is what I was going for. After we defeated all of Orochimaru's henchmen, he himself appeared and took Sasuke. Naruto knows that fighting him is a great danger, but he went after him anyway, leaving us here. We are wounded, and we would be nothing more than a hindrance. That boy is reckless. How he thinks he can face Orochimaru alone. He has done it before, he has the level, we must trust him. I trusted him. Trust is not enough sometimes. Kiyomi lowered her head. At least, try, it's hard, I don't want to leave him, in case he dies, I will not only lose my brother, but also someone very precious, I honestly don't know what would happen to me if that were to happen. Tsunade lowered her head, to tell the truth, she didn't want to lose Naruto either, that's why she was just as worried. But Naruto is someone intelligent, he wouldn't jump into battle without thinking twice, he must have something up his sleeve, I know he can come back, I trusted him. He has taught me many times that even if you don't believe something is possible there is always a way to improve yourself. Tsunade closed her eyes. Heh, sounds like a stupid optimist, but coming from him, I guess it makes some sense. Just because it comes from him. Kiyomi said. Not only him, all of you showed it, to tell the truth I didn't expect much of you on this mission, and the truth is I was regretting having sent you, but you showed me the opposite, well, with some complications. Tsunade lifted Niji between her shoulders. We have to take him to the hospital, here is not a good place to perform the operation he needs. I'll stay with you. No, you have to rest, you're very hurt. I refuse, I can continue, I want to save him, please. Tsunade looked at the determination in the girl's onyx eyes, she smiled. I guess I can't stop you, oh wow, why is everyone I meet like that? As well as. Of solidarity? I don't know anyway, we have to go. Shikamaru helped Lee while Tsunade left with Kiyomi and Niji. This whole thing was so annoying. Shikamaru What's up, Red? Do you think Naruto can come back? I mean, I don't doubt his ability but he's Orochimaru's Sannin, don't ask me, don't you worry about him. Obviously yes, he's my friend so. I can't say for sure, I don't like having to escape and leave him alone, but he's the only one who can stand up to Orochimaru. Well okay, I understand. Naruto launched himself at high speed against Orochimaru, making a downward slash towards the Sannin, but he covered himself with his Kusanagi. The two engaged in a great Kenjutsu battle, Orochimaru's style was still flexible, however he was beginning to back away from the Uchiha's strength. I'll tell you something interesting. Orochimaru blocked a horizontal cut from Naruto. My Kusanagi sword is unbreakable, so no matter how much you hit it with that lightning sword of yours, it won't break. Now Naruto was the one backing away as he began to crouch down. Orochimaru gave a downward blow with great force, Naruto blocked it with his sword, it broke a little. Naruto could see that. From one moment to the next, the two began to disappear in blurs as sparks began to fly from the clash of the swords. Naruto sent another cut that was blocked, Naruto turned sending a kick that Orochimaru blocked once again with his elbows. Naruto returned quickly, Orochimaru tried to anticipate and sent a cut, but the Uchiha managed to predict it and quickly devised a counter. Naruto crouched down as he watched the sword pass over him, he kicked it hard, knocking it out of Orochimaru's hand. The sword flew towards one of the statues. Naruto got up immediately and delivered two slashes towards Orochimaru, both dodged by the snake. Orochimaru began to back away as he began to move his hand strangely. The Kusanagi sword began to move on its own until it returned at high speed to where Naruto was. The Uchiha was aware of that, he had already seen what that sword could do in the fight in the Hokage box. Naruto attacked as much as he could before jumping to avoid the sword that returned to the Sannin's hands. Orochimaru disappeared in a blur, Naruto could barely move, however Orochimaru's strength overcame him and he withdrew the Uchiha's sword. Shit, let's see what you can do now. Don't tell me you can also control the sword from a distance. Naruto dodged two slashes from Orochimaru but couldn't avoid the kick that landed on his face. Orochimaru once again placed himself in a battle pose. Naruto wiped some of the blood that was coming out of his mouth. Shunshin no jutsu, Naruto whispered. Naruto's body seemed to flicker as suddenly two more Narutos detached themselves from his body. So that technique again. It won't help. Naruto began to surround Orochimaru, suddenly, the three Narutos began to multiply. It's strange, Orochimaru thought, unlike the other time, the images don't flash, I don't know if that's a big difference in how the jutsu works. I got this variant in my month of training with Jiraiya-sensei, unlike the other variants, I use a kind of clone created by the technique, while the clones are physical and can attack freely, when attacked, it is very difficult to hit them, given that they are made with Shunshin, and they can stop being material for brief moments. Naruto thought. One of the Narutos launched himself against Orochimaru, the Sannin blocked his fist, another one launched himself against the snake, who had to use his other arm, then another Naruto appeared behind him, hitting him in the back of the head, more clones began to hit him successively. Futen. Rapusho. Orochimaru clapped his hands and sent a large wave of wind in all directions, but the clones did not dissipate. I didn't hit them. Aren't they physical? Said the Sannin. You're wrong, everything has substance, except the Shunshin, it won't end until you completely hit the original, this is the perfect Shunshin. Orochimaru was kicked in the chin, then in the stomach, his legs were swept, and as he fell, three Narutos planted their kicks in his body. I have to admit that it is a scary technique. Orochimaru got out of the water quickly. But I already told you that something like that is not enough. I already know it. Naruto's clones retracted as if they were rejoining his body, then Naruto placed his two fists in front of his face. In Orochimaru's sight, Naruto began to slide on the water, without moving his feet, the image of the Uchiha becoming more and more blurry until he disappeared for a moment. Orochimaru doubled over, as if he had received a blow. I can't see it. Orochimaru received another blow, this time on his leg, making him double over, then he received another one, on the neck, he grabbed his injured part, but another blow landed right on his face. Orochimaru began to concentrate more so he could see Naruto. He's very fast. I can barely see it, at least he's less fast than the Hiraishin, maybe I can predict it. From the view of someone without ocular ability, Orochimaru moved strangely, taking hits and trying to reach something that could not be seen. Shunshin, level 4, another variant that I invented. Perfect Shunshin is more of an imitation of my brother. Orochimaru extended his arm, blocking a blow from the Uchiha. What did you think, huh? Orochimaru immediately tried to stab Naruto with his sword, but he disappeared in a silver flash. I escape. Orochimaru grabbed his stomach and then rubbed his neck, then wiped away some blood that ran down the corner of his lips. It seems that I managed to do some damage, but it's nothing serious. Naruto appeared in front of his sword, which was buried in a space between Madara's feet. It shouldn't be taking so long. Naruto removed his sword and placed it in its sheath on his back. The battle is in his favor. To tell the truth, he gets used to my techniques too quickly, but for only being a 15-year-old boy, you are doing a lot in front of someone with at least more than 30 years of experience, said the Kyuubi. Naruto sighed. I just want to go home, relax. And I don't know, you sound like that Naruboy. Oh yes, in those things I come to envy Shikamaru. I don't know why I can't relax as much as him. I could never stare at the clouds all day, just a little in the afternoon, and from Hokage Mountain, he can do it at any time and anywhere, even in the middle of a battle, but now I feel capable of doing it there. Aha, and then. Do you know something? Once after training I lay on Kiyumi's legs, they are super soft, possibly better than my apartment pillow. I would love to lay on them one more time. Hey, you're very cool with her, right? What are you talking about? I just want to think about how to relax. Naruto blushed. Are you kidding? Look who you're fighting, concentrate. Kurama pressed the Uchiha. Okay. Naruto took out a kunai, placed it in his mouth, and then made hand seals. He grabbed the kunai again and blew on it, causing a large blade of wind to come out from the handle of the kunai, too well beyond the tip of the weapon. Then he took out his shakudo and coated her with lightning chakra. Now that I think about it, how come I can't feel the Hiraishin mark I left on him? That guy changes his skin whenever he can, Kurama responded. Oh yeah. Naruto started running. Orochimaru felt that Naruto was approaching at high speed. In a blur, she appeared in front of the Uchiha, but this blocked her lunge. He is using the Shinkijin. It is dangerous. Orochimaru was aware that the range of the technique was dangerous. Naruto and Orochimaru were starting to send cuts at each other. Orochimaru was receiving small cuts on his body. The force of the crashes began to move the water. Naruto began to advance, since Orochimaru's injuries were bothering him. Orochimaru began to put more force into his attacks, but Naruto defended himself quite well. He defends himself quite well. Naruto's Sharingan was working at maximum, predicting every attack from Orochimaru, who noticed that Naruto's eyes were beginning to glow, leaving a trail of chakra. Hey, are you predicting my attacks? Orochimaru gritted his teeth. If I had those eyes. Orochimaru suddenly turned into mud, making a substitution. Naruto began to move with Shunshin, quickly climbing the statues. Upon reaching Hashirama's head, Naruto found Orochimaru's sword pointed at his face. However, Naruto was saved thanks to his Shunshin. I jump quickly and go through hand seals. Kaiten. Kakaku no Jutsu. Suiton no Jutsu. Orochimaru took a breath and sent a large air bullet that blocked the fireball. Naruto appeared from the steam trying to cut Orochimaru with his two swords, however, Orochimaru turned into water. Naruto turned quickly and blocked with his sword a kunai that was thrown by the Sannin from Madara's head. Naruto jumped while blocking all the weapons Orochimaru threw with his swords. The Sannin blocked Naruto's cuts and at high speed sent a kick to the Uchiha's stomach, who went flying. Naruto placed his shakudo on the soles of his feet, the sword rotated, resting his soles on the handle of the sword. He stretched his leg throwing the sword towards Orochimaru, who blocked the sword with his own weapon and sent it away. Because she knew that Naruto could teleport to her. Naruto another kunai to Orochimaru, and in a flash of speed, Naruto grabbed his sword away and then teleported the kunai holding it in his mouth. Again with his two weapons, Naruto turned forward, Orochimaru raised his elbows and placed his sword horizontally, blocking the two blows. Naruto threw his air chakra kunai downwards. Now with his free hand, he made the half-ram hand seal, making a shadow clone that quickly kicked Orochimaru. It fell at high speed, passing by Naruto's kunai. Flash in a flash of silver, Naruto appeared next to his kunai, kicking Orochimaru again, then releasing the kunai from his mouth. With great effort, he turned in the air and slammed the kunai with his heel. Orochimaru landed in the water, barely out of instinct, he raised his sword, narrowly missing the kunai. I fell completely. Orochimaru barely realized it. In a flash of silver, Naruto appeared, the kunai once again in his mouth. He strongly supported his feet in the water. Orochimaru barely managed to make a small jump back, but it was too late. Naruto stretched out his left arm, making a horizontal cut. A large diagonal cut appeared on Orochimaru's body. It's not very deep. Naruto turned his Shakudo sword and threw it against a statue. The weapon buried itself in the rock. With his right hand free, he opens his palm, and purple lightning appeared in his hand. Shiden Naruto took a step forward, and with determination, Naruto buried the jutsu in Orochimaru's chest. Orochimaru couldn't even scream as the jutsu shot towards one of the statues, as the purple rays began to shine brightly, exploding halfway. Naruto turned a kunai, threw it at a not very high distance, appeared and disappeared. Now with his sword in his hand, he kept it in its sheath on his back. I have to admit, that was great, Kurama said, starting to heal Naruto's wounds. Thank you. It doesn't matter. Orochimaru came out of a lot of cracks. His clothes were completely stained with blood. Not a second later, he opened his mouth, from which another Orochimaru emerged, who was breathing deeply. Almost he could have killed me. Orochimaru grabbed his chest, turning his figure to see how in his previous body, there was a hole in his chest. TSK, shit. Orochimaru extended his hand, his Kusanagi sword returned to his hand. It can't be that this guy is giving me so much fight. What will be up to me if I let him live for a few more years? And although I can't use my old jutsus thanks to the Grim Reaper, he should still be stronger than him. Orochimaru began to walk slowly towards Naruto's figure. If I can't put my curse mark on him, then I'll have to finish him off. He's a nuisance to my plans. Orochimaru disappeared in a blur. Naruto pulled out his sword and blocked the snake's attack. The Uchiha was surprised to see that it was now more difficult for him to block Orochimaru's attacks. The Sannin's strength was too much, and combined with the Kusanagi, it was worse. Orochimaru began to channel wind chakra into his blade Futen. How many natures does this guy have? Naruto moved his arms defensively. A clone of Orochimaru appeared from the water, attacking the Uchiha. Curse. Naruto began to be dominated by the two clones of Orochimaru. He tried to make shadow clones, but he didn't have time. Orochimaru was too fast from one moment to the next. He had to start using Shunshin to match the Sannin. Naruto spun around and finally landed a kick on the Sannin clone, dispelling it. He didn't realize that his own Shakudo already had enough damage, as its blade was tearing. All the stress he was putting on it was taking its toll. Orochimaru kicked Naruto, and in less than a second, he appeared from above, with a sword about to descend out of instinct. Naruto raised his sword to block the blow, however, it couldn't take it anymore. The metal of Naruto's Shakudo broke just a second before it fell to pieces, letting Orochimaru's cut cross. Naruto saw it coming in slow motion. He could barely close his eye when the sword slightly cut his face. A clean cut, but now that he's a Jinchuriki, his beast must be working to get the poison out of his system, but the poison acts quickly, at least he won't be free of the pain. Orochimaru was satisfied with what he saw. He had achieved. Naruto began to back away, while having one of his hands on his left eye, but Orochimaru appeared in a blur and punched the Uchiha in the stomach. Orochimaru wanted to finish off with his sword, but Naruto replaced it with a log. Naruto appeared on the cliff behind the statues. He began to climb to the head. The burning in his eye intensified, causing him to clutch his face. The rain seemed to fall with more intensity. The Valley of the End was the place where a battle was taking place between two shinobi. One was greedy to the point of being crazy in the eyes of others. He simply wanted to know everything, and for that he needed the other shinobi's friend, someone who only wanted to save his friend at any cost. For his happiness and the happiness of more people who were now waiting in a safe place. In Madara Uchiha's head, Orochimaru was breathing deeply, keeping his hands resting on his knees, looking down at the cliff behind the statues. Naruto grabbed his face. He was kneeling. Naruto's ninja band began to slide towards his forehead, falling a little later. However, the Uchiha's hand held it before he touched the ground. He watched coldly as a few drops of blood fell on his ninja band next to his hand. She placed his band on the ground and brought her hand to his face. His left side was completely covered in blood, while his eye was closed. Shit, it was the only thing he could think. I just hope it hasn't gone further. Heh, I guess I'm the one who has the advantage. Orochimaru spoke, with his Kusanagi sword on the ground. At first glance he didn't seem to have any injuries, however his breathing was an obvious sign that fatigue was approaching. Naruto didn't breathe like Orochimaru. To tell the truth, his breathing seemed to be calm. Now he had to stay calm at all times. The rain began to clean the blood, little by little, showing his almost pale skin. Her eye, still closed, now had a scar over hers, cutting into her eyebrow. You can't let that happen again. A thick voice was heard in his mind. It was the Kyuubi. Kurama, you're lucky I'm here. That sword contained a great poison. If you didn't retreat in 15 minutes, you could be in a near-death state. I'm pushing it as hard as I can. Thank you, Kurama. I'm not surprised. He's Orochimaru. He's not a Sannin for nothing. Naruto ran his hand over his eye, feeling the scar. She lowered his hand, and with some suspense he opened her eye. He sighed when he saw that he was still there, his Sharingan spinning slowly. I would never forgive myself for losing the light that my mother's eyes gave me. He looked down at his ninja band, picked it up and pressed it to his chest. I'm going to have to use it. Orochimaru watched in suspense as Naruto raised his hands, placing the ninja band right on his forehead. Once it was in place, he tied the knot and then tightened it tightly as he opened his eyes, his Sharingan spinning rapidly as the pattern began to change. Naruto's Manjikyu glowed with fury, dangerously observing the snake Sannin. Get ready, I'm serious. Orochimaru didn't realize that he was slowly retreating. Am I afraid? Naruto stood in a battle pose, prepared for battle, his Manjikyu watching Orochimaru. Naruto was almost hallucinating, with a new vision of him, it was like seeing every drop of water with high definition and a little further, to a Sannin who apparently now took him seriously. If you're not going to attack, I'll go. Naruto launched himself at Orochimaru, who was not impressed, and attacked with his sword. However, the blade of the weapon passed completely through Naruto. Once the sword left the Uchiha's body, he stretched out his fist and hit Orochimaru hard. The Sannin was sent flying backwards, falling off the statue. Naruto jumped and went through hand seals. Kaiten. Gakakyu no Jutsu. Naruto expelled the fireball towards the Sannin. That won't help at all, Orochimaru said, this step through hand seals Suiton. Suryudan no Jutsu. The water dragon came out from under Orochimaru and collided with the fireball. Once again, the jutsu continued forward trying to attack Naruto, but he passed through it like a ghost. TSK, that jutsu, it's very annoying. Naruto extended an axe kick, Orochimaru tried to block it with his sword, but Naruto became intangible once again, crossing the sword next to its bearer. Once it reached the ground, it swept Orochimaru's legs, who fell to the ground. Naruto took advantage and hit the Sannin in the stomach. Orochimaru stood up as quickly as he could and jumped back, taking his time. That jutsu, I was able to see it before, it seems like a kind of intangibility jutsu, but I don't know how it actually works, but at first glance, it doesn't seem to have any weakness, and also, now that he has activated his Manjikyu, I must be careful with his Amaterasu, which I already know is dangerous, I can't replace the skin more than twice more and… The Tsukiyomi left Kabuto out of combat without even moving Futen. To Toppa. Orochimaru sent a large gust of wind towards Naruto. Kaiten. Gakakyu no Jutsu. Naruto released a large burst of fire that was fanned by the wind thrown by Orochimaru. Orochimaru replaced himself with a log. The fire almost hit him. I can't afford to use wind on him anymore, although I can also do fire jutsu to counter his Kaiten jutsu. I should try to get him closer to a Taijutsu battle so I can use Kamui to land good blows on him. Naruto took out a Hiraishin kunai. Orochimaru went through hand seals. Kaiten. Hasenka no Jutsu. Orochimaru sent several fireballs. Naruto began to jump somersaulting, at one point he threw his Hiraishin kunai at the snake. Naruto teleported before the kunai hit and began attacking the Sannin, sending several cuts that Orochimaru blocked with his sword. Sparks began to fly from the attacks, Naruto moved masterfully dodging several cuts, his evolved Sharingan allowed him to see the Sannin's attacks with great definition, it didn't matter at what speed he saw them, he felt like he could observe what Orochimaru would do. He dodged a slash by crouching, then moved to the right dodging a downward slash, turning his body dodging a kick. Orochimaru sent another horizontal slash, but this one passed through Naruto, who grabbed his arm once his weapon came out of him. I land a kick, then a palm blow to the Sannin's chest, another blow to his side, then I concentrate chakra and finish with another fist to his face. Orochimaru flew out crawling through the water, he got up quickly, but didn't have time to rest when Naruto appeared in front of him, without him realizing it. Naruto landed an upward hook into the Sannin's stomach, who spat out blood. Naruto sent a kick to his opponent's hand, stripping him of his weapon. Damn, he placed his Hiraishin mark on me, I can't escape from him. Naruto sent a kick to his stomach that sent him skidding through the water. The Uchiha made half-ram seals, and two clones appeared next to him. The first clone seemed to blur as it moved when it suddenly appeared next to Orochimaru and exploded loudly. However, the Sannin's speed saved him once again, the other clone performed the same action as the other and exploded near the Sannin again. Orochimaru emerged from a screen of smoke. Naruto followed him intently with his gaze. Should I use the Amaterasu? I don't know, it guarantees that he won't change his skin and lose the Hiraishin seal on him, maybe I'll use the Tsukiyomi. Orochimaru sent a bunch of kunai and shurikens towards Naruto, but they just passed through him. It's incredible the advantage that these eyes give me. I have so many options to finish him off, I simply have to execute, and that's it. What I wonder is why you hesitate, you no longer have any restrictions, you just attack, the Kyuubi said. Heh, yes thank you Oka-san. Naruto stared into Orochimaru's eyes, who felt a great chill in his body, suddenly, he stopped responding to him. I can't move, damn shit. Naruto closed his left eye. This time, he didn't feel any burning however. The drop of blood appeared through his tear duct indicating the jutsu that was coming. Amaterasu. Naruto opened his left eye, which was now glowing brightly red. A second later, Orochimaru was consumed by black flames. He knew what he had to do, but it still hurt too much. Well, it's more than obvious that he changed his skin. Naruto let the rain clean the small amount of blood that came down from his eye. Naruto looked forward, seeing how Orochimaru's ancient skin floated in the water. If the instinct of danger sounded loud in his head, by instinct, he became intangible. Immediately, the Kusanagi sword pierced him cleanly, returning to the hands of Orochimaru, who for the first time in many years had an angry face. And it can't be, I'm on the ropes. He thought my jutsus and my attacks are useless. He can simply become intangible and smart, and if that weren't enough, he can kill me so easily with the Amaterasu. You know something, Orochimaru. Naruto called the Sannin. I want to try something with you. Naruto began to be surrounded by a dark aura, black in color. This aura intensified and became very large. Behind Naruto, a dark gray spine began to form. It seemed to shine in contrast to the dark aura that surrounded it. After the column, the lathe, neck, arms, hands and finally, the face of Naruto Susanoo appeared, bright amber eyes and two horns on its forehead. After a while, the rain began to calm down. This is very bad. Orochimaru was in front of the intimidating figure of Naruto Susanoo, who exerted incredible pressure. He could barely get a little blood through the tattoo on his arm. Manda appeared on the fighting ground. Orochimaru, I hope you already know the price. It was then that the great snake turned towards the front. What is that? Surprised scream. It's a Susanoo. If you get me out of this, I swear I will make you twice as many sacrifices. Okay, but don't call me for this again. Learn to handle your problems. Naruto put his hands in his pants pockets. I could summon court to have fun, but I think it will be later. The snake lunged at the chakra warrior, who stopped it in its tracks by grabbing the snake with his large skeletal hand and then punched it hard. How about a little more power? Naruto's eyes began to shine when his Susanoo seemed to begin to gain a kind of muscle fiber made of chakra, which covered his arms and part of his neck. Surprisingly, more explosions of smoke appeared around Naruto, showing snakes other than Manda. They were giant, normal snakes. A little more power, more chakra was directed at the Susanoo. A large armor appeared to form behind the Susanoo. Everything seemed to be part of a samurai armor, while a kind of scarf began to form, covering half of the Susanoo's face, and finally, a Kabuto helmet appeared, finishing overshadowing its face, making it appear in a small trace of darkness. Only the strangely serene eyes of the Susanoo could be seen. The most striking thing about the Susanoo was a kind of amber magatama that shone on its chest. Naruto took his hands out of his pockets, smiled a little. Let's go there. With Naruto's shout, the Susanoo opened his two palms. Out of nowhere, two white swords were formed, which seemed to be made of fire. However, it was only chakra. The snakes attacked without brains, but with every attack, they were sliced in half by the Susanoo. Naruto blocked an attack with his two swords, then cut the snake. The Uchiha continued fighting the summons, but suddenly realized something. And Orochimaru? I looked back at Manda, but Orochimaru wasn't in Manda's head. Naruto expanded his sensor sense. He could feel Orochimaru approaching Sasuke's container. Not even in your dreams you won't, not after everything I did. Naruto took out two Hiraishin kunai and a bomb paper. First he threw a kunai that lodged in Manda's skin. Naruto threw his paper bomb into the air while tracing seals. Juinjutsu. Bomb seal multiplication. The paper bomb multiplied, reaching hundreds. He then threw his Hiraishin kunai into the air as hard as he could. Manda realized what he was doing and escaped, but Naruto already had him marked with the kunai. Naruto teleported the kunai in the air. The Susanoo had disappeared. He only made half ram seals and sent his chakra. A large series of explosions occurred. The explosions lasted for at least 20 seconds before they stopped. As the smoke dispersed, several snakes could be seen lying in the water, which then disappeared in wide explosions. Naruto went through another hand seal and a kanji appeared on his hand. Then he teleported to Manda and hit it with his palm. Traffic rhymes, yeah. Immediately, several seals spread across his body, impeding his movement. Naruto jumped away from her and sent a fireball, forcing her to disappear if she didn't want to be burned. Orochimaru came across the container carrying Sasuke. At least I'll go with you. Orochimaru went through hand seals, preparing a reverse summoning. He approached the container and touched it. In the end, I win. However, a Hiraishin kunai appeared in the middle of the two. Not a second later, Naruto appeared kicking Orochimaru and placing a hand on the container. Orochimaru looked at the Uchiha with annoyance. It seems like you have the advantage. Naruto looked at him seriously. You can't do anything now, he told her. I think you're right. I guess it's 2-0, huh? And this is the last one. Naruto closed his left eye. Orochimaru's escape jutsu was already prepared. He just had to crash his hand against the ground. We will meet. Once again Orochimaru placed his hand on the ground and disappeared in an explosion of whitish smoke. Naruto sighed. I may regret letting him live. The Sandaime did it once, and it was bad. Naruto looked at the container. His Manjikyu was deactivated. But that isn't the most important thing now, Naruto, and the container disappeared in a flash, appearing on Madara's head, where Naruto kunai rested. The Uchiha turned his gaze to the sky, seeing how the clouds were beginning to clear. Then he turned his gaze to the container, seeing the seals. Barrier, lock, wait, lock, barrier, lock, and what appears to be an anti-jutsu seal. How strange. Naruto reviewed the seals he had. Uzumaki Fuinjutsu. Liberation. Little by little, he removed the seals that kept the container closed. As soon as I finished with the seals, I removed the lid of the container, from which a large amount of purple smoke came out. Not a second later, Sasuke came out taking a deep breath, then grabbed his chest while coughing a little. He scratched his eyes trying to eliminate a little itch. When his vision stopped being blurry, he could see it. Yo, Sasuke. Naruto greeted his friend. Sasuke smiled. He looked relieved. Yo, Naruto, you don't know how scared you gave us. Yes, this I want to tell you something. Yeah. Sasuke hung his head. Forgive me, please, I didn't mean to act like that with you, and Kiyomi, I honestly acted like an idiot. And Naruto placed his hand on her shoulder. I understand what you felt and also what you feel now, and for that, because I know you, and for what you mean to me and your sister, I forgive you, Sasuke. Sasuke smiled. He didn't notice the small tears that were appearing. He quickly wiped them away and hugged his friend. Thank you for this, and for everything. You're welcome. We watch each other's backs, remember? Yes, by the way, is it just you? Aren't there more people? What about Kiyomi? There were 4 of them who kidnapped me. Did everything get complicated? If you were really passed out in there is a lot I have to tell you. Yes, but I could feel some things I also have to tell you. Okay, we'll talk later, but for now let's go home. Yes, home. The night in Konoha was always quiet, at least right now. The stars and the moon illuminated naturally. The wind was cold because it was raining not long ago. Kiyomi Uchiha walked through the streets of Konoha. Her gaze wandered around, observing the lights and stalls. People walked around her talking happily. Quite the opposite of her, she was worried. Her brother had been kidnapped, and now her friend was fighting a rather dangerous ninja to save him, with a great risk that the 2 of them would come back. Turning a corner, he smelled a very familiar smell of spices. It wouldn't be bad. I'm honestly hungry, the girl thought, starting to walk towards the direction where the smell came from. A smile appeared on his face when he saw the Ichiraku ramen restaurant. It was a simple and pleasant place. Although his favorite food was dango, the ramen was also very delicious in his opinion. I pass under the cloths entering the restaurant. Welcome to Ramen Ichiraku, take a seat. Tucci was the one who received the new customer. Good evening, Tucci-san. The Uchiha greeted the owner of the restaurant. Oh, Kiyomi. It's nice to see you. Come sit down, tell me what you want to eat. The man approached the table. For now I'm just going to have a bowl of chicken ramen. The girl sat down in one of the seats. Okay, a chicken ramen to order. By the way, where is Am? Oh, she went out to compare some foods. Oh well, about 10 minutes passed until the Kiyomi ramen was ready. Tucci served the hot food in front of the girl, who thanked her and took some chopsticks, starting to eat. A few minutes later, Am entered the restaurant. Hello Kiyomi, how are you? Eating alone? Yeah, sometimes I like to have my space. Oh, I see. Well, I hope you have time to talk to me, okay? Of course. After Am dropped off the shopping in her restaurant's kitchen, she started talking to Kiyomi, who ordered another bowl of ramen. The 2 girls were deep in conversation until some people entered the restaurant. Old man, I'm back. A blonde blur entered the restaurant, greeting loudly. Mito. I already told you to respect. Kushina entered after her daughter, followed by her other son, Menma, who kept a cheeky smile when he saw how his sister was scolded. Why yeah, I'm sorry. Hello Kiyomi. The blonde spotted her best friend. Hello Myth. The Uzumaki family sat next to Kiyomi, Kushina and Mito on their sides. Menma was next to his mother. Each one asked for their order, forcing Am to work. So Kiyomi, tell me, how is everything going? Kushina rested her elbows on the table, laying her face in her palm. Well, have you been on a mission? Now that I think about it, where are Naruto and Sasuke? Are they on a mission? Kiyomi remained silent. Hey Kiyomi, my mother asked you a question. The girl started squeezing her chopsticks. Kushina realized that Tucci approached the table and served the dishes to each of the Uzumaki. However, none of them paid enough attention. Only Menma picked up the chopsticks, but he was attentive to what was happening with Kiyomi. Kiyomi, if you don't want to tell it, you don't have to, and no, don't worry, Kiyomi said. I'll tell you. Kiyomi told everything that had happened: Sasuke's kidnapping, Naruto's mission and Fight B. But how is it possible that they left him alone against Orochimaru? Kushina was exploding. She was worried that Naruto was left alone with him. It was his decision, he said he could handle it. Don't worry, Mom, Mito spoke to her mother. Now Naruto has awakened his eternal. I don't know what thing. It's assumed that with those eyes he's much stronger than before. I'm sure he'll give that damn girl the beating of his life. Snake, well, but still it's Very dangerous, Orochimaru is a ninja with too much experience, even though Naruto's eyes are stronger, the battle couldn't be so. Kushina noticed how Kiyomi squeezed his eyes. Chopsticks in his hands. A great silence invaded them. Tucci and AM listened from the kitchen. They had stopped organizing. I'm sorry Kiyomi, this. Don't worry Kushina-san, I know the odds are low, but I fully trusted him, he promised me, and he always keeps his promises. Kushina smiled. Well, after all, it's you and Sasuke who know him best. Kiyomi smiled back. Everyone continued eating. Kiyomi stayed with the Uzumakas for a while longer, until everyone went home. Kiyomi arrived at the apartment, placed the palm of her hand on the door, a series of kanji lit up until the sound of a click was heard. This was a security seal, Naruto had adjusted it so that only he, her and Sasuke could open it. She smiled seeing her friend's work. She opened the door and closed it, the seals lighting up once more after she closed it. He entered his room and began to change. He opened the closet looking for comfortable clothes to sleep in. He put on a simple shirt with a high collar and short sleeves. They were wider than normal, so they were comfortable to sleep in. She was about to change her skirt until she heard a knock on her door. Who could it be at this time? She walked barefoot, reached the door and opened it. "An Anbu, what do you offer Anbu-san?" "Tsunade-sama requires you in his office." "Okay, I'm coming." The Anbu nodded and then disappeared. Kiyomi sighed and put on her ninja sandals once again, which were on the other side of the door. He took his time. I walk once again through the streets of Konoha, alone once again. The air was now a little colder. He blew on his hands, then rubbed them against his arms. He started to think. What could he want from my Tsunade-sama at this hour? A mission? Or maybe it's news about what's happening with Naruto. He shuddered at that thought. A strong current of wind passed. He shook a little. After a while, he reached the tower, entered, and then spoke a little with the receptionist. She gave him way and once again, walking. He went up the stairs to the second floor. His footsteps could be heard clearly. There was a lot of silence. Finally he stood in front of the door that led to the office. The light from the place made it a little blinding. Everyone in the office turned to look at her, each one with a smile on their face. "Hello Kiyomi." The girl heard them calling her. Well, the annoyance in her eyes reduced little by little. "I finally managed to observe Tsunade Shizune and ... Sasuke felt his sister's hug. It had been so fast, he had barely even seen her. After Naruto finally rescued him, he and his friend had returned to the village using Kamui. They used it since Naruto wanted to try it, and the truth is, he was excited. Tsunade had been scared when she saw how a kind of whirlpool that twisted space formed in front of her, but she calmed down and was very happy when she saw that Naruto and Sasuke had gotten out of it. He received each of them in their own way. He had received Naruto with a fairly strong hug, then he did a quick check on Sasuke, then he turned to look at Naruto once again, since he had noticed the scar on his face, completely healed by the Kyuubi, the skin had regenerated, but it had left the mark there. Tsunade couldn't do anything either, because the wound had actually already been treated. After asking some questions, Tsunade sent for Kiyomi, but Naruto was gone. Sasuke told her that he was going to Mount Hokage, since Naruto himself had told him during the trip he would go to that place to calm down after going through so much tension. After that, Tsunade notified him that she would call Kiyomi to meet him again so that the two could finally see each other. And now he was here, being hugged by his sister, and he did not hesitate for a second to reciprocate, bowing his head a little so that his cheek rested on her head. Sasuke felt his sister's tears wet his shirt, but he didn't care at all. He continued with her, feeling her warmth, feeling all her emotion. He was really happy. Tsunade smiled when she saw the scene. It kind of reminded her of her, but she may not have had the same luck. "I missed you too much." Kiyomi separated from the hug. "Me too. This what's happening. I want to apologize for what happened between us before they kidnapped me. I don't worry, I forgive you." Sasuke was surprised, but smiled and hugged his sister. "Thank you Kiyomi, it's incredible that you can forgive me so easily. Naruto already told you, we understand you." There was a little silence. "Wait a minute, Naruto. Where is he?" "He's at Mount Hokage, you know, to relax." "Hey, is it that you are thinking only of him?" "Leave it, you've been thinking about us for a long time." "I want to see it." Kiyomi separated. "Okay, you know where it is." Kiyomi disappeared in the blink of an eye. Kiyomi appeared on the plateau that was on Mount Hokage, near the cliff. He began to walk closer and closer to the cliff until he reached the shore, where he could see the Hokage heads from above. The Tsunade head was already under construction. When he saw the head of the Yondaime Hokage, he saw a figure that was apparently sitting. She smiled and jumped to reach the boy's side. Naruto had sensed Kiyomi's presence, but he continued to look ahead, seeing all the lights of the village. "Hello Naruto." "Hello Kiyomi, how's everything?" Naruto asked Kiyomi. "Everything is fine, thanks to you." Kiyomi sat next to Naruto. "Oh, I see, that's good." Naruto turned to see Kiyomi with a smile. However, Kiyomi was surprised to see the scar he had on his face. But what happened to you?" Kiyomi placed her hand on Naruto's face, feeling the imperfection on the boy's skin. That guy, he ruined your face. The girl caressed Naruto's face. The boy grabbed his friend's hand. It's nothing, it's just a wound, I can leave it behind. Kiyomi smiled and hugged her friend. Thank you really, thank you, you are welcome. The two separated a while later. Naruto smiled at the girl. You must be tired, how about we go home? It's time to rest. Yes, I miss my bed, despite not being away from it for so long. The two stood up, the girl took Naruto's hand, and the two disappeared in a flash. The next day. Naruto woke up late, all the energy he had lost the day before had been regained. After that, Naruto had had breakfast once again with his two friends. After that, he arrived at the Hokage Tower to try to obtain a mission, since in reality, he wanted to clear his mind. He went up the stairs and reached the office. He opened the door, meeting Tsunade, Shizune and to his surprise, Jiraiya. Hey, hello Naruto, the Sannin said, greeting his student. Yo, Jiraiya-sensei, what are you doing here? I thought you were outside the village. Well, you know I was, what do you offer Naruto? Tsunade spoke. Well, I was only here to look for a mission. I see, but don't you think it's too soon? Shouldn't you rest? Yesterday you had a fairly long mission, and not to mention the fight you had. I'm fine, I swear, one night of sleep was enough for me. I'm not so sure. Tsunade got up from her seat and walked towards the boy, placing her hand on his forehead. A green glow appeared in her palm, indicating that she was performing a checkup. Calm down Tsunade, I can feel that the boy is fine, you don't have to act like his worried grandmother. He didn't act, and I'm not his grandmother. Did you hear me? A vein appeared on the Hokage's forehead. Jiraiya got scared. Yeah, I'm sorry. Tsunade returned to her position. Well, actually it's good that you came, Jiraiya has something to tell you. Oh yeah? What is Jiraiya-sensei? Well, Jiraiya falsely cleared his throat to try to sound interesting. Well, I was waiting for Tsunade to call you, but you arrived so perfect. Well, I'm here to talk to you about Akatsuki. Akatsuki? What is that? Tsunade asked. Akatsuki is a criminal organization made up of S-rank shinobi. Wow, that's something dangerous, and what's going on with them? Well, what happens is that we were not very clear about its objective, but with its last appearance, we can now guarantee what its objective is. Last appearance, do you mean that time? Naruto remembered when he met Itachi and his partner Kisame. That's right, I'm referring to the time when Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki appeared in the village, and then they went for Menma. With this I think they should already know what they want the Kyuubi, Naruto said. A little further Jiraiya said. Right Jiraiya. Tsunade was tense. With the help of my spies, I can infer that the Akatsuki's objective is to collect all the Bijus. What? But why would they want them all? That I don't know, but the good thing about all this is that they haven't started collecting them. Apparently, they need to run some errands before going with their main course. What are you trying to get at with all this, Jiraiya? Finally. Tsunade wanted to know what Jiraiya wanted. I have investigated, and the Akatsuki will not begin their operation for 3 years. We can use that time to our advantage. As long as they do not get the Kyuubi, they will not be able to do what they want. Myth and Naruto must become strong, since they are the current recipients of the Kyuubi, and since they are all S-rank ninjas. It will not be easy to defend against them. Naruto can already rival a Sannin, thanks to that Manjikyu. It is a very precious jewel that needs to be refined, and Myth also has great potential, and as if that were not enough, both have a good relationship with their respective halves, they are destined for greatness. So what? We'll train here? Naruto asked. Not here, I still have to keep in touch with my spies, and besides, it is good to train outside the village, to live experiences that will enrich your knowledge. Oh wow, then, would it be like spending 3 years outside the village? That's right, but there is something else. I will take Mito and Menma with me, but you Naruto, I want you to go on a training trip alone. What? No way. Tsunade said. Wait a moment, listen to me please. Yes. Naruto is very good, there are only some things that I can still teach him, but otherwise, he is very good. Now go on a trip alone, discover different things. Things in the world will give you a great experience, and you will learn many things. I have quite a few contacts that can teach you things in different parts of the world, and in addition, you will be able to continue doing Konoha missions, but you will not return to the village to continue with your training. By the way, I will also participate. You know I like the idea, Naruto said, but what about Kiyomi? I will take care of her, she already asked me to be her teacher, and the truth is, I like her, I will make her the strongest Kunoichi, and besides, Sakura also asked me to train her, and you know what? I also accepted. She reminds me a lot to me when I was her age, so explosive. Ah yes, that brings back memories, Jiraiya commented. That perverted old man's idea is not bad. Kurama's voice was heard in Naruto's mind. Traveling outside the village can give you different experiences, learning everything from different nations. Besides, who said I can't help you with your training? Can you help me? Naruto asked. Hey. You are talking to a creature that is more than 1,000 years old. I am a machine of experience. I can teach you jutsus and techniques that I have seen throughout my years, especially from that bastard. Bastard. Don't tell me oh yes, that damn ancestor of yours as long as you agree. I appreciate you worrying, but honestly you don't have to, at least not for me. Kurama complained to Naruto. Okay, whatever you say Naruto. Tsunade called. Do you really want to do this? Grandma Tsunade frowned at what Naruto said. You can still call me to do missions, and I also have my Hiraishin. I can come here whenever I want, although I may not have time. Tsunade sighed. Well, you will go on that trip, Myth and Menma with Jiraiya, Kiyomi with me, but what about Sasuke? Everyone stayed silent. Well, possibly they think I'm crazy. Naruto began to speak. I consider that Orochimaru has become a nuisance to all of us. He is a very smart, strong and experienced person. We have not even been able to locate his bases from the beginning. Time that the Sandaime found one inside Konoha, and we know that he must have more, because it is not normal for a renegade ninja to be out there wandering, and that no one tries to stop him, and also where the hell does he do all his experiments without that no one notices? Get to the point, Tsunade ordered Naruto. Okay, what I want to do is for Sasuke to leave the village as a mission and infiltrate an Orochimaru base. You're crazy. Well, I already knew you were going to say that, that's why I warned them, but I want you to think about the advantages. Sasuke is a person that Orochimaru wants, and now that he has had to change his body, he has to wait a few years. Orochimaru will train Sasuke, aiming for him to become a strong vessel, and also, since Orochimaru thinks that Sasuke is on his side, Sasuke could send us information about Orochimaru's different bases and his movements. But what if Orochimaru tries to put the cursed seal on Sasuke? Tsunade asked. Let him put it on, Naruto responded simply. What? Okay, you're definitely crazy. Would you seriously let that guy put that mark on Sasuke? It's a danger. I am aware of what it is and what it can do, in addition to the danger it entails, but by then, I consider that I already found a way to get rid of the seal. In addition, I trusted Sasuke, and I know that he will be able to against the influence of this dot. If you trust him so much, why didn't you let him go back then and tell him this plan? Jiraiya said. Because I needed the Hokage's authorization to what Naruto said. Tsunade smiled victoriously at Jiraiya. Naruto continued. Besides, it hadn't occurred to me until when I came here. I don't think it's a bad idea, Jiraiya said, rubbing his chin, but in any case if it goes wrong we will lose a lot, especially you don't have to remind me, I'm aware of what I can lose, but I want to be optimistic and look on the positive side. We will have a spy in Orochimaru's bases, and in a few years, a fairly strong shinobi in our ranks. Okay, but I have two questions, Tsunade said. Alright, first, you already consulted with Sasuke about this? No, but I plan to do it today. Okay, in the end it all depends on whether he wants to or not, and the other question is, how did Sasuke meet Orochimaru or one of his subordinates? Shit. Naruto was silent for a moment. Haven't you thought about it? Tsunade said. Did I tell you that the idea occurred to me yesterday? Naruto defended himself. Just give me a few minutes to think. The room was silent for a little while. Okay, I just thought of this, Naruto said. Okay, say it. Tsunade spoke. We have to put Sasuke in the bingo book. This time Tsunade didn't scream, she simply made a sign with her hand to tell Naruto to explain. By putting Sasuke in the bingo book, surely the information would reach Orochimaru, surely he would send someone to look for him. What do we do with the other villages? Surely they will send someone too. It's dangerous, but I honestly can't think of how to escape from it. Well, Kurigakure can't afford to look for it, being at war, almost post-war. Tsunagakure I'm not sure, maybe they will try to bring it back to us to compensate us for what they did to us, but Sasuke can handle them, plus, they are also busy with their internal affairs now. The Wagakure and Kumagakure do worry me, they are both villages with which we have friction. I'm sure they will try to catch him and maybe offer him to us for a large sum of money, or perhaps, not even return it to us, but rather keep it. Naruto closed his eyes, reflecting once again. Wow, he does think about things a lot. I don't blame him, Shizune thought. I have no choice but to take the risk. Anyway, I can use the Hiraishin and the wait, that's it. I can use the Hiraishin. And if you teleport to him you can bring him here in case he is in danger. Yeah, well, I guess we can take that risk. I hope this plan of yours turns out well. I trusted you and you're thinking okay. Naruto bowed. Thank you very much, Hokage-sama. You don't have to treat me like that, you already know we're close. Once again, Naruto nodded. Well, you already have to talk to Sasuke about. And also with Kiyomi, Naruto said, looking at Jiraiya, who smiled at him. Everyone has to do their own things, create their own paths. Jiraiya told Naruto, placing a hand on his shoulder. Okay, well I'm leaving. Naruto disappeared in the blink of an eye. I'm sure he will be the strongest, Jiraiya thought out loud. What did you say? Tsunade asked. What about what? Location. Naruto's house time. 8:34 p.m. To clear his mind, Naruto had spent the entire day with Sasuke and Kiyomi. They had trained together as they had done until now. The three of them realized that it had been a while since they had done so. After that, they had eaten at Ichiraku, at Naruto's request, where they met Mito, Menma, and even Hinata, who was between the two brothers. They talked about different things, like the missions they had done. Hinata commented that now, Neji was nicer to her. After that, Menma challenged Naruto to a battle, a classic. Naruto accepted, and they fought a little. After seeing Menma fall honorably, each one went towards his house, but before Hinata magically took out a healing ointment to cure Menma, Kiyomi thought that maybe she would also be a good medical ninja, because she likes it better. Heal the agent than hurt her. Once at home, they stayed talking in Kiyomi's room, about anything. It was always easy to find a topic of conversation between them, they always had that ease of sharing. And so, now I will learn medical jutsu, and I will also become stronger. Kiyomi finished talking about her future training with a Hokage. She was standing on her bed while punching the air. "Kiyomi, get off the bed," Sasuke said, scolding his sister. "Hey. Did you hear me or what? Of course, I'm just asking you to stop doing that, you look like a little girl." "Oh whatever." Kiyomi sat on her bed with her arms crossed and pouting. Naruto laughed. "She really acts like a little girl, just look at her." Sasuke laughed too. "Stop making fun." Kiyomi was blushing with embarrassment. "Okay, don't go crying," Sasuke said. "I'll tell Kushina-san that you read Jiraiya's book." "Hey. Let's not go to those extremes," Sasuke said. "Also, I haven't read that." "I do," Naruto said. Kiyomi stared at him with wide eyes. "Are you kidding?" Sasuke said, just as surprised. Naruto placed his hands behind his head. "Well, apart from the morbid scenes, it has a good background, eh? Love story between two young souls, and that, at least that's what Jiraiya-sensei says." "I can't believe it, Naruto, you're a pervert," Kiyomi said, covering her mouth. "Hey. None of that, I'm not a pervert. Kushina-san wouldn't like to know this. You should stop planning my premature death, you know. You're scaring me," Naruto said. "Oh wow, can you imagine? I would make you Tsunade-sama if I knew. I'm starting to question if you're really my friend." Kiyomi laughed. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone that. You're 15 years old, it's normal for you to have those impulses." "Now what? Do you think you're older than me?" "No, but I know about those topics." "Oh yeah? Who taught you?" "Oka-san." "Wow, Mikoto-san always knew about these topics." "And you say it, to tell the truth, Itachi used to say that our mother was a bit mischievous, but she knew how to hide it, although she was still the neat and kind person she was," Sasuke said. "You see, Kiyomi. We are all perverts at some point," Naruto said. "Speak for yourself. I am a clean being," Sasuke said. Sure. Hey, and what about Menma's sexy jutsu? It sounds a lot like a myth." "You better stop holler right now, Naruto Uchiha." Naruto laughed. It's okay, I'm sorry." The three of them were silent for a moment. "Guys," Naruto called the two brothers. What's wrong?" The two paid attention. Naruto took a breath. He decided to get to the point. "I'm going to leave the village." "What?" Kiyomi screamed. Sasuke just opened his eyes wide. "I think I didn't say it with the right words, or rather, I missed some words," he thought. "Do you think so?" Kurama said in his mind. "What I meant was that I'm going to leave the village for a while." "Why?" Kiyomi said, her expression turning sad. Naruto told them about the journey he would take alone, about what he would do with Jiraiya and everything. "So is that," Kiyomi said, sad. "Yeah, but I remember that I can still come visit you. The problem is time. Don't worry, I'll be very busy anyway." "Wow, so Kiyomi will be training with Tsunade-sama, and you'll be going on a trip with Jiraiya-sama." "Well, Menma and I are not the only ones who may possibly leave the village." "Oh yeah? And who else?" "Sasuke, we were thinking about a special mission for you." "I have a bad feeling," Kiyomi thought. "Sasuke, your mission is to infiltrate Orochimaru's chambers and serve as a spy for Konoha." "No way." Kiyomi hugs her brother. "I'm not going to leave him, I just got him back." "I'm not going to send him back to his kidnapper." Kiyomi refused to let her brother go once. "Would you like to listen to me first?" "What do you think, Sasuke?" "I don't really want to do it," Sasuke replied. "I understand you, after what you went through, you wouldn't want to have anything to do with Orochimaru, but I need you to listen to me too. We have reasons for choosing you and not me. I imagine one reason is the ease of seeing Orochimaru. Yes, Orochimaru currently aspires more to get you and not me, so it is easier for you to access." "What am I supposed to do?" Sasuke asked. "Basically you would have to pretend to be a renegade ninja in order to put yourself in the bingo book for a reward to return you here alive. We are counting on Orochimaru to send someone to catch you, but you will pretend to give up and join him." "I don't like that part," Sasuke said. "Let me finish." Anyway, once you are inside Orochimaru's bases, you will let him train you, he needs some time before he can possess your body, we need you to tell us that, after that, you will inform us of his movements, his bases, his experiments, and basically what he does, also, in the process he will train you, so you will become very strong. Okay, that part interests me, but what if he tries to put the cursed seal on me? Sasuke saw that Naruto looked away. No, is it serious? I don't know what else to do so that Sasuke doesn't look suspicious, unfortunately it's a risk you have to take, Naruto. Are you crazy? Are you thinking of using my brother like that? I'm going to talk to Tsunade-sama. Kiyomi was getting upset. Please don't do that, sit down and listen, it's better that you see what Sasuke decides. Kiyomi sat down once again with an angry face. Sasuke, once again I don't have many reasons to convince you, and in the end it's what you decide, I can't, and no one can force you to do something you don't want, but think about it cold, they are entrusting this mission to you because they trust you. What you can do, you can give us valuable information, make us always stay one step ahead of Orochimaru, you already saw what he is capable of doing, as if that were not enough, you will become a really strong shinobi under the tutelage of someone who, although this almost crazy, he is very strong and experienced, if you make this great sacrifice on your part. I will do my best to find a way to remove the cursed seal. Sasuke closed his eyes, pondering what he was going to decide. Think that you are protecting us all. Besides, I will meet you whenever I have time. Alright, that Kiyomi was surprised. I'll do it. Sasuke stood up. Naruto smiled. Kiyomi stood in front of her brother. Sasuke, are you sure of what you decide? Yes, if I'm honest, I don't think I'll make much progress being in the village, you and Naruto will be busy with your things, including Myth and Menma. What about Kakashi-sensei? It's good, but Sasuke didn't know what to say. Naruto looked at him seriously. It's what I can do, I trust Naruto, and the Hokage. Sasuke grabbed his sister's hands and smiled at her. Everything will be fine, okay? It's okay, I trusted you. Kiyomi hugged her brother who caressed her head. Naruto smiled. Well, it's time to sleep. Sasuke was about to leave, but Kiyomi grabbed his shirt. Stay here, please. Good. Kiyomi lay down on the bed, next to her brother. Naruto was leaving the room, he turned off the light and wished goodnight to the twins, who responded the same. Naruto walked down the hallway until he reached the room. He entered and took off his shirt, choosing to sleep without it. He opened the curtains, letting the dim light of the night enter his room. He lay down on his bed, he looked to the side seeing his nightstand, from which he grabbed the photo that he had with his mother and Shisui. I've been through so many things and sometimes I need them to be here. Naruto caressed the photo frame. But at least they are resting and I feel like they are watching me, I guess that's enough. He put the frame back in its place and prepared to sleep. Location. Hokage Mountain. Naruto appeared once again near the cliff of the Hokage Tower. He looked down seeing the head of the Yondaime, but this time there was someone there, Orochimaru. Naruto lowered himself to the head and greeted his friend. Yo, how are you, Menma? Menma turned his figure looking at Naruto. Ah, it's you, well, everything is fine. Menma turned once again towards the front. What are you doing here? You're not much for coming to sit and watch the village. Well, today yes, also, here I feel closer to my father. Naruto approached Menma and sat next to her. Yesterday, Jiraiya appeared and told us that we would go on a trip with him for 3 years. Yes, I know it took a few moments for Menma to remember that Naruto was also Jiraiya's student. Why don't you go? Menma asked. Well, if I go on a trip but not with you, basically we will only see each other when Jiraiya-sensei has time to train me, but I will meet several of his companions who will help me become strong. I see. Well, what about Kiyomi and Sasuke? Well, Kiyomi will train with Tsunade-sama and Sakura, and Sasuke. Well, Naruto told Menma what was happening with Sasuke. Wow, so he has to do that, it's a big burden. Yes, but he can handle that. Right now I was talking to Grandma Tsunade. I see. I hope it goes well for you. By the way, how did Kushina-san react to the news? It's a mix of amazement, fear, denial and acceptance. That's quite strange. In the end he let us go, but he told me not to let myself be influenced too much by Sannin. Naruto laughed a little. Yes, and where is Myth? I honestly don't know, maybe it's in Ichiraku. No, I'm here. Mito appeared behind the two boys, with a bag in her hand, and just so you know, I was at Ichiraku, but I ordered the ramen to go. Do you want it? Yes, of course, yes. Naruto and Menma received the ramen from the girl, who sat next to them. Where are Kiyomi and Sasuke? Naruto? Mito asked with his mouth full. Naruto once knew that this conversation would lead to the same place, so he just let it flow on its own. Grandma Tsunade can't allow Sasuke to go to that place. Mito shouted. Hey. What's going on? You're almost as upset as Kiyomi, and since she's her sister, does it really worry you that much? Of course, and you should be the same, you're his best friend. Well, I'm basically the creator of that idea. Naruto thought. Believe me, I'm worried, but I know Sasuke can handle it. And no, it's not normal, that guy already said it, he wants your eyes, nothing more. It's possible to possess your body. Mito made strange signs with his hands. I know, that's why we need to know what he's doing, we can't catch him if we don't know where he is, who knows, it may be Sasuke himself who is in charge of finishing it. Naruto, I don't want anything to happen to him. Me neither, but that's how it is, that's how things are in the shinobi world, we can't let a threat as big as him step forward, Sasuke is the right one, the best one for this. Okay, if you believe it, and when is he leaving? Actually I don't know, that's not my decision anymore, we have to wait for the bingo book to gain relevance here in the Land of Fire, after Orochimaru captures it, we will remove it from the bingo book so they stop attacking it. Wow, it's very risky, Menma said. And that you say it. Mito placed her arms on top of her knees, covering her mouth. Menma picked up 2 bowls of ramen. Do you want one? The retreat asked Naruto. Yes, actually I'm hungry. Time skip. 2 months and how did the best jonin in this village fare? Tsunade turned around at his desk, looking at Naruto and Kakashi next to him. Tsunade Oba-chan, you shouldn't treat me like that, Naruto said, scratching his head. Kakashi sighed. There is no longer respect for those who have been here longer. I'm sorry Kakashi, I haven't forgotten you, and tell me how it was in that place. Well, everything is fine, the scroll was successfully recovered and the thugs have been killed, Naruto said. Excellent, well, they have already done enough missions these days, they can take a break, although you're Naruto, I want you to stay a little longer. Okay, see you mate. Kakashi patted Naruto on the back and then disappeared in an explosion of white smoke. Naruto and Tsunade were left alone. And tell me, Naruto, have you already spoken to Sasuke? Tomorrow is the day. Naruto sighed. Yes, Kiyomi is going to meet us at the Ichiraku. Meet. You know, our friends and that, let's say goodbye. Ah now well, Tsunade watched as Naruto's fingers trembled. Are you sure you're okay? Tsunade asked. Who, me? Of course I'm fine. Tsunade stood up from her chair. You forget that I am the Hokage, but beyond that, I am a small part of your family, do you understand? Naruto nodded. I can notice something in your gaze, something beyond those impassive and cold eyes, which know how to show affection and love when necessary. Tsunade took Naruto's trembling hand. And you know I can guess what you're feeling right now, right? What do I feel? Fear. Naruto didn't respond. You forget that you are a boy who is only 15 years old, who is about to send his best friend of all his life on a very difficult mission, to be separated from him, and he doesn't know when something bad can happen, naturally. You're worried. Yes, I don't know if it's really good, and also I'm scared by the fact that the creator of the idea was me, and that if something bad happens, it is nothing more and nothing less than my fault. And that's the problem, stop thinking that it's going to end in something bad. Tsunade stood in front of Naruto and caressed his cheek, letting his thumb pamper the boy. Naruto felt a familiar sensation, it was how his mother felt, with Kiyomi, so warm. You are someone strong, Naruto, everything is going to turn out well, it is not a perfect plan, but you thought of solutions, if somehow it goes wrong. I know but I already told you. Tsunade kissed her almost grandson on the cheek. Go enjoy with your friend, the one who needs your presence more than anyone now and forever. Naruto nodded, then disappeared in a flash of silver. In the Ichiraku ramen, a silver flash appeared announcing the arrival of Naruto, who passed under the tablecloths, completely entering the ramen stand. Naruto. The unison voice of the genins of Konoha, all of us, received Naruto. Hi guys. The afternoon was fun, everyone talked and ate, shared experiences, walked around the village for a while, then, when saying goodbye, each one said goodbye to Sasuke and wished him good luck on his future mission, and some said that the time and once Mito, Menma and Naruto leave, they should repeat the meeting. At night, Naruto was in his stamp room, working on future projects. Kiyomi and Sasuke were already sleeping, he would go after a while. Naruto turned his head as he saw the door being opened. Opening completely, Sasuke appeared. Hey Naruto, can we go to that place? I asked. At this time? You're sure? At this time the lights are more visible, right? Naruto smiled, stopped what he was doing and stood next to Sasuke, who grabbed his shoulder, and the two disappeared in a flash of silver. They appeared at the top of Mount Hokage, above the Yondame's head once again. This will be the last time in years that I will see the town from up here. Sasuke's eyes shone in the reflection of all the lights of Konoha. Yes, this is the town where you and I are going to train for years. We already did that, didn't we? Sasuke turned to look at Naruto. Oh yes, but this time we are going to be outside of it, with the purpose of becoming stronger than ever. You know, I had a doubt. Tell me, I was wondering if me and Kiyomi will ever awaken the Manjikyu. Naruto was silent for a moment. You know, Sasuke, awakening that power is not easy, but that does not mean that I hate that one day you will awaken it, but understand that the price is very high. Now I have a question for you, why is that? Ask. The thing is, does it bother you in some way that you don't have that power? How come you can always hit the nail on the head? Sasuke said, turning to look somewhere else. Sasuke, I understand that the power is very great and in some way it makes you feel invincible, but remember the price I paid to awaken it. Out of the corner of his eye, Sasuke saw Naruto, who had his Manjutsu active, looking towards the village. I had to lose my own brother every time I was forced to use him. It was as if I could see once again how he faded in front of my eyes while he was losing his light. The good thing is that somehow, my mother's eyes were a cure for the darkness in which those eyes plunged me, and in some way, you will be the same for Kiyomi, and she for you I see well. I guess I'll have to become stronger without them, so I can prove that I don't need them. You'll see that not, Naruto smiled at Sasuke. Anyway, you only brought me here to ask me that, you could have asked me the same question at home. Yeah, but Sasuke shrugged. It's much better here, I could sleep here comfortably. Sasuke stretched out his arms. Okay, good night. Naruto disappeared in a silver flash. Wait, it was just a joke. Naruto appeared in another flash of silver. Don't worry, I was joking too. Damn, Naruto let out a laugh. The next day. The day was getting dark, it seemed like it was going to rain. Sasuke was already ready to leave. He had all his things in the special seals that he had made for him. These had much more space than normal seals. It was already a little late, so I was about to leave. In fact, now I found myself in front of the south gate of the village. There were also the Hokage, Kakashi, Kiyomi, Naruto, and surprisingly Mito and Menma were also there. Sasuke was about to say goodbye to each one, it was his time to leave. Tsunade had already put her name in the bingo book and it wouldn't be long for the new edition to reach every corner of the country of fire. Many people would receive the information that the heir and newest head of the Uchiha clan was now in the bingo book, wanted by none other than his village, Konoha. Sasuke stood in front of the Hokage, who put her hands on his shoulders. He trusted you for this mission, remember that he has us all after you, so don't worry, Naruto will see you from time to time, he is the one you have to transmit the information to, although you can also use your crows to send it directly, whatever seems most correct to you depending on the situation. Sasuke nodded. Hi, Hokage-sama. Tsunade nodded. Good luck. Sasuke walked in front of Kakashi, it was one of the few times he was without his book. I don't have much to tell you, just don't die out there, you've already earned some space in here. Kakashi hit his chest with his fist. Sasuke responded the same, with a smile. Sasuke came to the forefront of myth. Does it really have to be you? Can't it be someone else? Everyone has their job, and this is mine, I am the one for this. Mito was silent for a moment. Okay, if Grandma Tsunade trusts you with this, I guess it's okay. Who would have thought that one day you would be worried about me, it's something strange, don't you think? Well, you see, you better come back alive, after 3 years we'll see who kicks whose ass. Mito gently hit Sasuke. Yeah, that's a farewell, that's closer to who you are, it's not so strange anymore. Mito stayed silent for a while longer, but in a quick movement, she grabbed Sasuke's shoulders and pulled him closer to her. She moved her head in another quick movement. Sasuke felt the soft sensation of Mito's lips on his cheek. I doubt what he meant. It was going through a moment, but it was already being confirmed. I hope it goes well for you, try hard. Mito said with a cute blush. Sasuke put his hand on her cheek. Why yes, see you, I changed the farewell of these two lovebirds, I changed some things so that they look better, at least for me, this time, Sasuke versus Menma. They both nodded. Actually I only came to accompany my sister, but on behalf of me and my mother, take care of yourself. Menma gently hit Sasuke's chest. Sure, thanks. Sasuke nodded towards Menma. Sasuke now walked in front of his sister, who was holding back tears, this time she was going to be separated from her brother for quite some time. You have no words to tell me. Kiyomi shook her head. Well, I know of a way you can tell me everything. Sasuke opened his arms. Immediately, Kiyomi entered into her brother's arms, crossing hers over Sasuke's torso. As Sasuke said, he felt everything his sister felt with that hug, it was beautiful for him, that hug said 1,000 I love you and a take good care of yourself. The hug lasted for about a minute until the two separated. Sasuke kissed his sister on the forehead. Finally, he passed in front of Naruto. I guess we'll be in touch. Naruto nodded. Sasuke extended his fist towards him, Naruto returned his fist, but quickly grabbed the arm and pulled him towards him, giving him a tight hug. Sasuke responded after a moment of surprise. I love you too. Sasuke patted Naruto. See you. Naruto said. Sasuke took off and stood a few meters in front of them. See you. Each one responded with a nod. Sasuke turned and started running away from the village. Sasuke Uchiha's S-rank mission begins right now. Tsunade said. Little by little, the people left until only Naruto and Kiyomi remained. Let's go home. Naruto said, hugging Kiyomi with one arm. She just nodded, then disappeared in a flash of silver. A few days passed. Mito and Menma had gone on their trip with Jiraiya, they also had their farewell. Kiyomi this time said goodbye to her best friend, and Menma, Kushina had cried and comically warned them not to get carried away. Both of Jiraiya, Menma had promised his mother that. Tsunade also said goodbye to the Uzumaki twins, and of course, so had the owners of the Ichiraku restaurant, who gave them a large seal made of Naruto stuffed with ramen that would stay warm, fine jutsu things. After Jiraiya left some instructions for Naruto, the Sannin, Mito and Menma left Konoha on a training trip that would make them quite strong. And since Jiraiya had already left and Kiyomi's training was about to begin, it meant that it was time for Naruto to also leave on his own journey. And faster than anyone would have wanted the day came. Naruto was looking at the village from Mount Hokage, like Sasuke, he decided to go up there before leaving, to see the village from there for the last time in years, then he flashed towards the Hokage's office. When he was there, he found Tsunade and Sakura at his side. "Hello Tsunade Oba-chan, hello Sakura." Naruto greeted the two. "Hello Naruto," Sakura responded with a smile. "I guess I can't stop you from calling me grandma anymore." Tsunade sighed. "Do you already know where you're going?" "First I'm heading to Sunagakure. So, that. There I will learn to control my wind element perfectly, I will learn about the arts of the village, and, furthermore, I have a pending appointment." "What kind of quote?" Tsunade asked, somewhat intrigued. "I'm going to meet Gaara, the village Jinchuriki. I agreed to help him with his seal, I realized that I didn't really help him the time he was here." "So you're friends with Suna's Jinchuriki?" "Charming, yes." "How is Sakura and Kiyomi's training going?" "Well, they are both doing well at their respective levels. Sakura is just starting out with this medical ninjutsu, but her chakra control is helpful. Kiyomi is more advanced, she learns quickly, she is very good, these 3 years will be great." Naruto could see the emotion in the Hokage's honey eyes, he smiled. "I'm glad you're doing well." Tsunade stood up from her chair. "The fact that you are here means that you have already decided that it is time." Naruto nodded. "I was thinking of leaving at night, my speed with the Shunshin would help me reach Suna in the afternoon of the next day." "Yes, after all you will be able to go in the blink of an eye once you mark it," Tsunade said comically. I suppose the two remained silent. "Don't tell me you're scared?" Tsunade asked. "What? Not at all, it's just I'm going to miss seeing them every day. What I'm going to do is very different, I'm going to be somewhat alone." "Don't forget that you have that fox by your side. The woman of half a century is right," Kurama spoke in Naruto's mind. "And, also, be honest with Jiraiya and his acquaintances, and with Menma and Mito, and don't forget that I will be sending you missions, so you may see yourself with the other teams." "I almost forgot about all that, it was what motivated me to take this trip, all the experience I will accumulate in these years will be of great help, really, it is going to feel very long." "Oh yes, how can I bear that my dear family is so far from me?" Tsunade hugs Naruto lovingly. "Are you forgetting what you just said? I have the Hiraishin." "Yes, but time doesn't stop and you must take advantage of it. I don't know how many times I can see you in these 3 years." Tsunade released the hug. She grabbed Naruto's shoulders. "Take good care of yourself out there." "Are you saying goodbye already?" he asked Naruto. "It will be easier for me to do it now, so listen to me, pay attention to everything your future teachers tell you. Wise is also the one who knows how to listen, pay attention to the details, the world and nature show beauty, even in the germination of its smallest plant, enjoy the small moments in which you can rest, eat a lot, relax and also. I come back and repeat, rest." Naruto nodded. "And, above all," Tsunade continued, cold mind in the face of adversity. Tsunade tapped his finger on Naruto's forehead. "Calmness in the midst of the storm is a virtue, of which I see that you are born." I place his hands on his cheeks. "You are a Senju, never forget your Konoha family." Tsunade kissed Naruto's forehead. "Sure, thank you, Grandma." Naruto hugged Tsunade. "Leave that, please." Instead of hitting, Tsunade reciprocated the hug. "Well, see you, I guess I'm going to say goodbye to everyone starting with you Sakura." Yes. "Before you left I wanted to tell you something, thank you very much for the words you told me at the ramen restaurant, really, they were very helpful in deciding what I want to be. When you come back, I want to fight you, truly how strong I will become." Sakura clenched her fist and grabbed his arm as a sign of power. Naruto smiled. "Surely so, good luck and try hard, bye." Naruto disappeared in a silver flash. Tsunade turned and walked towards her office window, hands behind her back. "Good luck, Naruto. Naruto said goodbye to each of his friends, Shikamaru, Choji, Samkiba, Hinata, and a little bit of Niji, Rock Lee, with a little Esperon. Well, basically he said goodbye to each one, until he got to Kiyomi, who was in the hospital, training his medical ninjutsu, healing some people. Naruto appeared behind the Uchiha, who was healing the wounds of a small child, apparently he had slipped, Kiyomi was healing some scrapes and bruises. The girl had her hair up in a tomato, but some of her locks were escaping, creating a small ponytail. "Hello Kiyomi," Naruto greeted from behind. "Oh, hello Naruto." The girl didn't stop what she was doing, bandaging the boy's hand. "I see you're busy, I just wanted to tell you that tonight I'm leaving, I'm finally going to travel, and I think you already know all the details. So are you coming to say goodbye?" Kiyomi placed her hands on the boy's knee, a green glow came out of them, while the scratch on the boy's skin began to fade. Do you want to eat a little? I invite. Naruto pointed to the door. Kiyomi turned to look at Naruto, she put on a sad smile. I'm busy, after him comes another, and then to jutsu class with Tsunade-sama. Kiyomi joined his hands. Oh, I see. Well, Kiyomi noticed how Naruto hesitated, showed another cute smile, grabbed Naruto's hands and raised them. I don't know how to sound interesting like you, but I'm going to try. The moment is more special between you and me, without anyone else. Go to the edge of the cliff, and before you fly, I'll be there to see you leave, but not before having told you my words. Naruto caught it, smiled and tapped the girl's forehead with her index and middle fingers. Sounds good to me. Well, I'll go get ready. Bye. Naruto disappeared in a silver flash. Kiyomi turned to her patient. I'm sorry about that, are you feeling better now? The girl stood in front of the boy. Yes, thank you, miss. Excellent. By the way, excuse my imprudence, but was that your boyfriend? Kiyomi blushed. And no, he's just my friend, but I still love him very much. Oh, okay, I understand. He's my friend, Kiyomi thought. It was almost night, the sun was slowly setting, staining the sky with the characteristic orange color of twilight, giving way to the dark blue of the night. There was a full moon. Naruto was walking for the last time, right along the path that led to the exit of Konoha. Everything he was going to need was sealed. He had bought a kind of black tunic with a formal collar and buttons. This one reached almost to the heels. Over time it would grow, and it would no longer reach so low. It's like adult Sasuke's. Once again he had black fingerless gloves, and this time without a metal plate, underneath him a grey shirt with a normal collar, long sleeves, black pants and his classic black bandages, as if he were in mourning, and his black sneakers. He was walking at a slow pace, as if he didn't want to reach the door, but the opposite was true, he was anxious. Something that made him sad was the fact that he couldn't spend the afternoon with Kiyomi, but she had promised him that they would see each other before he left. Finally he arrived at the door, there were Izumo and Katetsu, ready to report their departure, one that will be very long. Yo, Naruto. Ready to go? The two were already informed of Naruto's trip. Yes, it's time. Well, good luck. I hope you come back stronger than ever. Izumo encouraged Naruto. Yes, thank you. Each one gave Naruto a slap along with a thumbs up. Naruto left the village, walking towards the forest. He didn't start running right away, he knew that someone was waiting for him ahead. He smiled, Kiyomi's figure was increasingly visible ahead, the girl was also waiting for him with a smile, her hands together, the night wind moved her loose hair, hypnotizing Naruto. Hello, the girl's soft voice greeted Naruto. Hello, so, you're alone? Here I am, I want to hear you. Naruto responded to the girl. Oh Naruto, you are just as special as Sasuke. The girl hugged Naruto. A hug can already say everything I feel. She closed her eyes, feeling the warmth that Naruto's arms gave her, which were now surrounding her. Seemed to protect her from the cold night air. Yes, that's enough, but if you're right, a few words wouldn't be bad. Kiyomi, separated. The fact that you and Sasuke are so far away from me for so long hurts me, but like you, I have to get over it, with the hope that we will meet after 3 years. I just hope that things go well for you, that you learn a lot, that you become strong, that you help my brother. I'll take care of that, don't worry. Well, this will be the last time we see each other for a while. I want you to know that I love you very much, and that I'm going to miss you. Kiyomi grabbed Naruto's hands, leaned forward and kissed his cheek. Kiyomi broke away, her eyes glowing red, just like Naruto's. Why did you activate your Sharingan? The girl asked. I don't know, why did you activate yours? Naruto responded with another question. I don't know. Kiyomi closed her eyes. Well, you have to go. Kiyomi's hand traveled to Naruto's cheek, he grabbed her hand, closing his eyes. Kiyomi also closed her eyes, both of them feeling the contact. I just remembered something. Naruto spoke still with his eyes closed. Oh yeah? What is it? Kiyomi didn't open her eyes either. The Sharingan is capable of storing sensations, can you remember? I once felt that way, but there are things I don't want to remember. I know, but it's good to heal those wounds, with these moments, it's comforting to know that I'm going to save this moment. It will help me a lot. Kiyomi blushed, the two didn't notice it, their eyes were closed. Naruto finally opened his eyes, lowering his hand next to Kiyomi's. It's time. Yeah. Naruto hit Kiyomi's forehead with his fingers and turned to leave, but the girl grabbed his hand tightly. Naruto turned around, looking at Kiyomi's bright eyes. I'll be back. The girl finally let go of her friend's hand, walking, getting out of Kiyomi's sight. Finally, the girl disappeared in a shunshin. Naruto didn't look back, he looked up at the sky, observing the full moon. The stars were visible due to the lack of artificial light. So, let's start with this. Kurama spoke. We will take advantage of these 3 years to make you the strongest shinobi of all, and we are serious. Yes, that's the goal. Akatsuki is going to have to think twice. Stubborn, I like it. If you don't mind, I'm going to sleep, and you? I'm going to cut the road, I'll sleep a little, and we'll arrive quickly tomorrow. Okay, I'll talk to you tomorrow. Good night. Kurama closed his eyes. Okay, let's go there. Naruto's body blinked and he began to run quickly. Each one to continue on his way. He had left the village, his friends and half his family, but he was sure that he made the right decision. This trip made him promise one thing, he would return, stronger than ever, to continue with his word, to follow his goal, to fulfill your dream. Naruto Uchiha will return. And here I will wrap up this story and see you in my next video, so until then, wait for my next video and goodbye everyone.